I'll be fine.
Yes, they're all bringing these chairs up here.
Well, apparently, well,
This morning, they started reading
I told Mike to bring forth something to do.
8:45 at 8:30.
What's happening? Where's the logic, Cressy?
They've got to pay me extra if they want me to use them.
As soon as I spoke to you last week.
Oh, no. Right. Yeah. You get paid for it.
No, so you just want to take it back? I'll finish.
Nice. Do you have shares? Split.
And the 10% of guide for
Okay. Me and Spoke had a problem with it.
Michael was for the money the woman.
I saw that. I watched it well. Yeah. So whenever I'm around, just
What's up?
be careful
What's the
with
date
your
today,
chairs.
David?
Yeah.
What's that? What's the date? Do you know?
The date today is the 30th.
30th. I'll just fill the dates in for them.
Yeah. I might nip
Are you fussed about me saying the seat number or anything?
No, just say full, raise to 50. Call full, just the usual stuff.
Yeah.
I'll have my headset off if I need to talk, they'll just pull it in and talk.
Yeah. Sound. Just make sure you don't announce the American football scores in the headset by accident.
And essentially, all of those players that have pre-registered into Fly 1A of the main event. Soon as on screens, players, you're welcome to start making your way to your tables. Any players wishing to register, entry is being taken at the cash desk. Those players registered for Flight 1A to please make your way to your tables.
Cressy.
What's up? You alright? So yeah, I'm on here. Just put them on the
No.
tables up there.
They'll be similar to it.
Eh?
They'll be
Watch
similar
right
to
side,
it.
Kim.
You can always change them during a break. It's just seating flag's going to go up like any second.
Good morning.
What's up? I'll be the end. What's the end? 6, 7, 8, and 9. How many? One. Okay, yes. I'll just give you this.
Is it 30?
I hope so. Have I got a receipt for Yanis? Have I got a receipt?
Oh, he's with Dave at the moment.
With Deb, okay. Anyways. 1-4 Jeremy, yeah? 1-3, 1-5 for you, but yeah. I haven't had a chance to do it. Can you just double check the thousands on the stats? There's been some confusion. The thousands are the same as the hundreds for the side event chips. So make sure you have the right amount of chips.
How many months did you have? You took?
There's just 3, 1, 2, 3, the ones that I'm missing.
No, from the big one.
If the chair's got an empty table, or empty dealer, say I've taken it. If it hasn't, I haven't taken it.
So I've got to take 6 as well, you said.
It was 6 to 9. I haven't looked to see if anyone's took 6. Yeah, 2 seconds. Could you just do GDPR as well, please, guys? 6, 4,
Once
and
again,
5.
all
Yeah.
players are registered for flight 1A. Please start taking the
Yeah, 2,000
All
at the knee
players are
check, yeah.
registered. Please make your way to the road.
These ones will be all for fine.
Oh, since 2007 the GUKPT has been in London, and 2007 was the first leg and the first year of the GUKPT. It's 2020 and we're still going strong, and the feature table directly behind us has just started. And it's just so good to be still in the building. But this guy, season 3,
looking forward to it. Can't wait, honestly, can't wait. It's been so good the first couple of years, and looking forward to another year of coverage.
we got likened to Morecambe and Wise earlier.
Who said that?
No idea why. Absolutely no idea why. Last year, obviously, culminating in Ben Windsor. It
Yeah.
just finished off a fantastic year for us.
Yeah, it did. The grand final table was probably the best final table I've had the pleasure to cover while doing this job. So it was such a great year last year, and that sort of just topped it off with Ben Windsor scooping the grand final.
Absolutely. I'm going to hand over to you, so can you just rush off over there, please, and get yourself
okay,
a situ?
I will do.
See you in a minute.
See you in a minute.
See you in a minute. What a fantastic way to start. And don't forget, this year's leg number 1, a little bit of an increase on the buy-in, so it's 1,500 total for leg number 1, but it's 300,000 guaranteed. Season 14 GUKPT 2020. It's just started. I hope he's in position. Jay, it's over to you.
Good morning, everyone. It is 2020. It is leg 1 of the GUKPT. We are down here in London, £1,500 buy-in, 300k guarantee, and we are just about to get underway.
Woo-woo!
What have you been up to, Tower?
Oh, slept.
Yeah,
Been on holiday.
there's a surprise.
I had Christmas.
I had that too.
No, chilled out. Did a bit of research. Did a bit of stuff. Played the Christmas cracker. Played the deep stack. Played the no cashes. Terrible. Not learned anything, me. Nothing.
It will come.
How about yourself, young man? How about yourself?
Just been playing, really. We had pretty rough December on the cash game grind, but yeah, pretty rough December. But we've had okay start to the year.
Good.
But, only played 1 comp, which was the midi main.
Yeah.
No good in that. Just a couple of spots we couldn't really do much about, and that was it, really. But looking forward.
Glad to be back.
Yeah.
Yes, we missed each other. We're texting each other every day. We missed each other. We missed each other. One of the biggest changes for the GUKPT, and it's season 14 if you're still counting the amount of seasons. We've been going since 2007, as we mentioned in the opening. They've not changed the blinds at the start of the tournament, which to me I thought they were going to. I thought it would have stopped a little bit of short-handed play to start with. If you go straight to 1-1 and then you go 1-1-1, players will be thinking, oh, I've only got 200 big blinds, oh, I'm short-stacked, like some players think. Maybe that would have stopped it, but obviously on 25-50 clock you've got 400 big blinds. But the biggest change, I think, for quite a while on the main event is your multi-stack or choose-a-stack. I think choose-a-stack should be the correct term. You can play multiple day ones, depending obviously when we get to the Goliath. There's 7 day ones.
Yeah.
These events there's normally 2 day ones, or there's an online leg. You can choose your stack. You can't put them both together, but basically if you want to play day 1A and bag up, if you're lucky enough to bag up at the end of the night, if you want to play day 1B because you've only bagged up 20k, 25k, something like that, come back for day 1B, and if you bag up again you can take the biggest stack through to day 2. I think as a player who's just had a bad last level, and you're able to do so, good idea?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Choose a stack. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. if someone wants to flick in again after bagging up, then no reason not to.
Oh, I definitely need one of those. Definitely. On my lower back.
So
Yeah, choosing. I'm going to say choose a stack. So I'm not too sure multi-stacks are right. If it's a multi-stack, people will think, well, if I have multi-stacks, do I put them all together? So we'll go for choose a stack. But I think it's a great addition for the players. Like I say, if you do have a bad last level, then you can come back again for another day. And certainly if you're in town as well, you've travelled down to play one of the new side events that you can't play, the seniors.
why can't I play the seniors?
Well, because you've got another 30 years left to start playing them kind of seniors, them kind of games. But and one thing that they did say last year, that most schedules will be different. So we won't have a midi in Manchester. There won't be a £1,500 main event in Manchester. It will be a little bit different. So obviously check all the details on the website and the app as well. Don't forget the Poker Live app, which you can check live as it happens. It's a fantastic app to use at all times. Gives you news on your local games as well. And obviously you can put your names down for cash games and you have 2 hours to get there. But the new edition, the midi, which got an enormous amount of runners.
Yeah.
You played the midi?
Yeah, I played the midi. It's good comp, really good structure. It's basically a GUKPT 550.
Yeah.
That's basically what it was, and it was really, really good structure, good comp.
Yeah. I did notice that day 2 started quite late and finished quite early.
I wouldn't know, Tao. I didn't make day 2.
No.
I wouldn't know, but
Round about 8 o'clock in the morning, we held a trophy, which was a long day. But the man in form and the man we talked about in the opening clip, Mr. Ben Windsor, has already got his first title in the bag for 2020, and he won the midi. So
won the mini, didn't he? Mini?
Did he win the mini?
Yeah,
Not the midi.
It was.
Well, yes, that's
yeah,
right. 40 grand he won the mini. The mini.
Valentin Gotcha won the midi.
That's right. So he won the mini. So we're the midi, the mini, and the main. So there we go. The high roller yesterday. Noticed that they changed it from 5k to 3k, and ended up with 2 tables. I think it was 15. So it ended up a little bit of a success rather than the 5k that not many players wanted to play. So they dropped it down to 3k, and it worked. So well done to the staff for changing it. And yet again, the PLO, over 90 runners in the PLO for the 4, 5 and 6 cards, which was excellent. And now we're concentrating on the main event of the week. It's Thursday.
It's level 1 as well.
It is level 1.
So we have only got 5 players at the moment.
Yeah.
Players will be filtering in.
If you look at the other camera, on cameras 1 to 5, which we'll do very shortly, as we'll just checking over. Where's Dave gone?
He's hiding.
Dave's not in picture.
Wasn't he hiding at the grand final as well?
Well, he's not in shot. The action tracker behind the scenes. Here we go. Good afternoon, everybody in the chat box. Afternoon, Gary Clark. Good afternoon, Brad Simpson, and good afternoon, Jamie Nix, who's sat on the featured table. My coach on here, Jamie Nix. Brad Simpson's trying to get better at the game, is he? Doing a bit of coaching with Jamie Nix.
And morning everyone on Twitch. Bronzov's asked, what's the buy-in? This is £1,500 buy-in.
It is 1350 plus 150 due, so 1500 total.
And good morning to Sean Man and Gunnar Ash on Twitch as well.
Good afternoon. And we're also on YouTube. If you want to interact with us on YouTube, you can. And we'll be clicking into Facebook very shortly. So we are on multiple social media outlets. Tell all your friends that the GUKPT 2020 is back. Another season starts here in the Poker Room, London, the Vic, as everybody knows it as.
Haven't even run everybody through who we have got at the featured table. Only 5 taken their seats so far, but in 1 it's going to be Tableau Z, 2 Johan Martinet, 4 Jamie Nix, 5 Erin Segil, 7 Jack Oliver, 8 Ben Roberts, and 9 will be Will Chataway.
Billy Chataway is on his way. So early stages. Nice to have plenty of social interaction on Twitter. The old Kev Math, the legend that is Kev Mathers over in the United States, who will be working again the World Series in May, June and July. The social media guru that is Kev Math retweets a lot of stuff that we do. I have to go over and see him this summer. Well, we get to work with Kev at one point. But I'm sure we will be going to see him when Las Vegas comes in May, June and July. So everybody on social media, if you want to come in and say hello, we will read out the tweets, we'll read out the questions on Facebook and Twitter, Twitch and the GUKPT website as well. Don't never forget the GUKPT website. It's always a great place and platform to start. Good morning, Mum.
Morning, Mum.
Gail's back in the chat box. Hope you had a good Christmas and New Year. 30th of January, we're still saying Happy New Year.
Yeah. Well, it is technically for us on the tour. It's our first of the year.
Absolutely.
First of the season.
Absolutely. So tell all your friends that this is the live stream for the next 4 days. Live streaming from London and the main event. So this basically will be a new champion for us with the 1350 bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, brand new champion of leg one. Brad Simpson says, how did you do last week?
No good, Brad. No good.
Same as you.
Yeah.
2 bullets and out the door. Home by supper. Is it also a structure that you can come in and play late?
Yeah, the hour clock, you can hop like even 4 or 5 levels.
Yeah.
So much time to sort of pick your spots throughout the day. You don't have to rush things. You've got plenty of chips in terms of big blinds.
We'll have to watch Jamie Nicks online next week on Twitch. He normally uses a few clips from his live stream sessions that he's on. I wonder how many of these guys actually play 25-50 anymore. There's not many nowadays, is there?
Yeah, no, it's not. There's not many.
It was 1-1 in the midi,
Yeah,
and the mini,
yeah,
and the deep stack.
yeah.
Oh, Brad Simpson's blaming his bad luck or bad play, stroke, we don't know which, on Terry Jordan being on this table. Or with Albert as well. Or maybe we'll let you off then.
That's a dream, Brad.
Oh man. Well, all you can do when you are being coached, like you've just said, been with Jamie 3 times so far, all you can do is try and remember what he's saying and implement what he does do. He's got a winning formula at the moment, so he had a decent 2019. So all you can do is try and remember everything that's been taught, that's been said to you, and implement it at the tables. And fingers crossed, you'll end up binking something soon. Just quickly move on to the tables. Jack wins his first stand. Afternoon, Yamo. Craig Oughton in the chat box on GUKPT.com. Yamo in the building. Have you got a schedule for this year, Jay? Are you looking down and thinking, well, I might flick this one in and I might buy this one in? Or
to be honest, when it comes to me, I just sort of take it as it comes. I may see like a week before a comp that I fancy, maybe go and play that, but it's just basically the usual. I'll just be playing cash, and then once in a while flicking a comp, and then once in a while do some commentary as well. So
that's it.
That's basically what my year's going to be.
Excellent.
How about you? You off to Vegas or anything this year?
We certainly plan to. Whether we're there or not, we certainly plan to. We've got a few gigs over in Dublin as well this year. We might have other trips coming up as well. So we will let you know in due course. There's plenty coming up, and we do have a trip over to the Fair Green Isle very soon in February for the deep stack. That's on its way in February, but GUKPT obviously takes preference to everything, and the main event, you check all the details over on the website gukpt.com. It tells you every single leg, starting from leg number 1, which is London. You click on events and then it goes to GUKPT and then to the schedule. 8 legs again. There's a long gap between Edinburgh and London, and then there's a long gap between London and Luton. So check all the details on the schedule. I would love to have seen in between Edinburgh and London something like Walsall or Newcastle or something like that. I really would. Maybe Walsall down in the Midlands. Yeah, I'd love to go back to Plymouth. I'll tell you, I love Plymouth. Beautiful place. But so yeah, I would love to have seen a Walsall leg in leg number 4. But not to be. Plenty going on. Obviously the seasonal specials as well. And check all the details. London, Manchester, Edinburgh, back to London, Luton, Leeds, back to Luton, Blackpool, which was just phenomenal last year, and then the grand final again. And then we'll be talking about Christmas crackers and all sorts.
Yeah, we've got lots coming up next week. 25-25 is in Edinburgh. And then we have 3 deep stakes running next week: Birmingham, Bournemouth and Bolton. Also on the 6th.
Nice one. I like how both online legs are both on the Wednesday. So you can flick in the 25-25 online flight or the deep stack flight on the Wednesday. And also the 25-25s run live satellites on the Wednesday for in the club. 6 seats guaranteed. That's a new addition for the clubs. So live in the clubs, the 25-25s will have live satellites. Plenty of ways to get in. The deep stack winner in Didsbury last year was our passport winner, or one of the passport winners, going to himself a diamond package, Mr. Brian Clark, Weebrick, and he played online, and he says he's going to start doing that on a regular basis. He got nearly 400k online in the online flight, went to Didsbury on the Sunday and managed to win it. So good on him, Brian. And then he's come down because obviously he can play the main event. He's got every main event buy-in this year for already bought part of his package. So yes, it's there's plenty going on. All details on social media and always Facebook and Twitter on a regular basis. Updates from all your clubs. Why is there no online for Luton Deep Stack? I'm guessing there is, isn't there? Can't see why there isn't, Brad. Look when the deep stack. Is there a deep stack next week?
Oh yeah, deep stack. Not in Luton though. It is in Edinburgh next week, and then Luton is the 11th to the 15th of March.
Online day 1A. So all deep stacks take place on grosvenorpoker.com on Wednesday, the bit before the event at 8 PM. So I'm not sure why there's no online leg for Luton Deep Stack. When is the Luton Deep Stack?
13th to the 16th of February.
Well, there will be, and it might not just be in the
lobby yet.
It won't be in the lobby yet. It's too early because it normally does month to month, I reckon, doesn't it? That's what I'm guessing.
Week to week.
Week to week, is it? Week to week. That's why, Brad. Yeah, you've got your ticket. Then don't worry about it. The online legs are done week to week, so it will be there before we head to Luton on the 13th to the 16th of February. I see you can spend Valentine's Day in Luton with Brad. That's what you could be doing.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Yeah? Oh,
Might well be there.
It's a date, Brad. Jay's on his way on Valentine's Day for you to be playing the deep snack in Luton. Don't forget the roses. Chocolate or real ones?
Chocolate, I'll prefer.
Chocolate. Yeah. Afternoon, Harvey. Harvey Norris in the chat box on GUKPT.com. Had a bit of a scene to with his and a bit of a treatment in hospital, but Harvey's back on the mend. Good to have you on board, Harvey. Harvey Norris, watching the live stream, and everybody else in the early stages. We better come back to the table because Jamie Nix has looks like he's defended the big blind with a massive king deuce, and it's
just going to go bet call here, probably on the river here. Tab not going to fold here once it's gone check. And Jamie can stab this river once Tab has checked behind twice. But he's gone a very big size here, Jamie, so that's why we haven't actually seen the snap call here. He's gone 575 into 325, so he's gone over 1.5x pot. So now, because of that, Tab may actually be able to find the fold here, even though it's been checked down to the river. Give credit, Jamie, for a deuce or a queen X hand that's got a bit trappy, defending out the big blind. But against a normal sizing, I think we'd see the call, but against this particular size, it's very hard to find a call here with 2 overcards, 2 R7s.
Right, flicks it in. You'd have thought the man really bet on the turn with if you've got a jack in your hand or something like that. May even be a queen. But, Tab decides to get out of the way and see number 1. It's the correct fold as well.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, one and all. The start of 2020 is now upon us. GUKPT is back. It is back. Tell all your friends that we are back. How's Twitch looking?
Twitch is good.
Those beautiful people on Twitch.
Make sure you do hit the follow button if you are following on Twitch.
Yes, so you get notifications when we go live every morning. Good afternoon, everybody who's watching on Twitch. A lot of people do prefer Twitch these days. It is growing in stature, and if you're a gamer, by heck, you get thousands watching. Who's the biggest online so far? Who is it?
On Twitch?
Yeah.
There's someone that's got 50,000 people watching them play World of Warcraft.
50,000 people watching somebody play World of Warcraft.
At 1 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon.
I suppose building an imaginary army to blow people's up better than watching the real thing, but 50,000 people, that's incredible.
I've just realised that changed the cloth of the featured table.
We have. Have you seen the little logos for the where the cards go?
Yeah.
Yeah. Really impressive. The dealer's got his headset on, speaking to the action tracker. I'm talking about horse racing.
So Jack coming in for the 3-bet there. Gets it through with the ace jack.
Very early stages, day 1A London main event, 1,500 buying in total and a 300,000 guarantee. Enormous event.
Jamie's turn to wake up with the old ace jack in the cut-off. He's going to raise it up. And looks like we're going to be going 4-way to the flop. Nine, 9, 3, 2 clubs, both jack and tableau pick up flush draw, bottom pair for Erin. Interesting to see how tab proceeds here. This isn't actually a bad spot to raise. We're going to have most nines calling out of the big blind. And the problem is he may be a bit wary about jack, but a lot of jacks range in the small blind. He will have a lot of pairs in there. Wow, they just fold the flush draw there?
I've always told him. Always.
The old queen deuce of clubs straight into the muck.
What are you expecting to flop with a queen deuce of clubs? Alright, the 6 is it on the river, so but on the turn. And he was patting himself on the back and now saying I've saved myself a little bit of money, but we might not even got there.
Jack backdooring into a straight here. You may find the hero here and the way this hand is played. You don't expect jack to show up with a straight too often. It's basically a lot of the time 9 if we are behind. So Erin does make the hero and flick it in.
We'll click directly onto the live app just an update on the numbers that are playing the main event here right now. You click on, it comes up London instantly. Grosvenor presents GUKPT Leg 1 main event. Event number 8 of the week. Day 1 here, the buy-in's 1500 and you click on it and it says there are 41. So a steady start to the 300,000 guaranteed total. 41. I'm still expecting over 3 figures by the end of play. Late reg all day. Not too many flicking level 10 are they these days?
Nah.
But normally up to around about level number 8 it's pretty regular. 60-minute levels. Just short of 100,000 collected so far, but that doesn't really matter. Obviously we've got day 1B tomorrow, which is the Friday. And always the busier of the 2 days. You can also stroll left and you pick up the blind structure all the way through the tournament. And by the time we finish tonight, the last level is 5-1 with a 1. The 1k big blind ante. So all the updates and all the information on the Poker Live app tells you every card room in Britain, what's going on, your local games, your cash games. Download it, it's a great addition. And I think you can even watch the live stream, can't you, on the app? We could last year.
Yeah.
Click on live stream.
There you go, got it.
Here we go. Boom, straight in. If you are on the app, you can scroll across the bottom and you can watch the live stream. But everywhere, mate. Everywhere.
So half hour through the first level, not much to report so far. It's going to be fairly quiet. You expect on an hour clock, level 1. sort of getting the feelers out there for your table, understanding who you've got at your table, what their tendencies are.
Good afternoon, one and all, whichever platform you're watching. We're checking all chat boxes, so if you want to ask questions, fire away.
I'm Paradox on Twitch says, how often does the featured table change? It's every 2 hours. We will go on a break at the end of the session, and then when we return, it is a new featured table. Everyone coming into the open with the Queen 9 suited.
The Jack 4-3 flop rainbow. And the 4 of Jamie Nicks hits the lead. So Jamie calls a bet from William in seat number 9. Is that Billy? Here he is. He's got the flat cap on. The Peaky Blinders is in the building. Oi, oi. We are the Peaky Blinders. Billy Chataway comes to take his seat here in London. So we check the Jack all the way down, and the 4 of Jamie Nicks will win. Off top of your nuggets,
yep.
While you're fresh and highlighter last year.
Highlighter.
Highlight.
Oh, highlighter.
Your
Highlighter.
Highlight.
Had to be Goliath, didn't it? With Mr. Antonius. That's probably my highlight of the
Life.
year last year. Yeah, life. Way about of the decade. What about you, Tower?
Yeah, we always love Goliath. I think the Queens, Kings and Aces hand in the grand final was one of the best clips we did. Certainly watched a few times. It was one of the biggest clips that we had, and obviously Ben went on to win it. But it's such a great year, and obviously Goliath. Is the schedule on the web pages?
Yeah.
We can check out. I know it's a long way away. We're not even into February yet.
It will soon come round, Tower.
But you can check all the details for Goliath. Wowzers! It starts on the 29th of July with the online leg of the 25.50, and then we'll be going live into the club on the Thursday. There will be changes to Goliath regarding choose a stack, regarding late reg, regarding what other changes are there. But there's another change somewhere along there. It just starts at 11 as normal. All details are now on there. Oh, the Joker's Wild is now on the Monday. It's on the Monday, and yes, we will be doing the same as we did last year for Joker's Wild. If you don't like music, don't come. If you like a good time, it'll be a sellout. There are so many events at Goliath, it's impossible to run through them all. But it is such a fantastic event. The full schedule is on the website, gukpt.com/events, and it'll come up on Goliath. It's £100,000 guaranteed first prize yet again for £100 buy. Oh. Oh. James Ablett comes to join in the fun. Afternoon, James. Watching on the GUKPT website.
Afternoon, James.
I hope you all well. We are good. Well, one of us is.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, Jay?
Don't even go there.
Great prep for his first day back in 2020.
Any free rolls over the next few days? Ask Shawman on Twitch. We will have our live stream free roll as always on the Sunday. Nothing for today, Friday or Saturday.
Need to speak to the online guys. I'm not too sure if they're coming into London this week. I'm guessing not. I've not heard anything, but obviously the migration will happen soon, won't it?
Yes,
from
gaming, yeah.
From microgaming, and I've not heard anything about where they're going or what they're doing or when the actual proposal move is, but to do with the online guys getting in touch with us, and if there's anything on there of... Did you do anything in the GQ?
I don't think I played any GQ. Oh, I played one GQ actually. I did play one. I played the super high roller, and no good in that. No good.
Any good in the GQ, PK? Second in the main event.
I know.
Second in the main event.
Doing the wrong job. Ladder.
Yeah, not bad at all. Second in the main event of GQ was PK. Awesome. Yeah, it's alright, James. We've got the, if you want to chat in YouTube, we have the YouTube chat box open as well. For anybody there, like Logie Bear. Or is Logie Bear James Ablett? It could be. Because he's typed in YouTube and then he's typed in the GUKPT website. 1500, not 1110, correct. The London leg. The London leg is 1350 plus the juice of 150. Makes it 1500 total and a 300,000 guarantee. When we get to Manchester next month, that will be back to the 1000, so 1110 in total. And a 200k guarantee. Ah, Logs is here. Logs is Logie Bear. Okie dokie. So this should be much ado about nothing.
Yeah.
Unless it comes a heart on the turn for Johan.
Got the old 4% free roll.
Ashley asks, why is the headset on the dealer? The headset is on the dealer. Oh, there is a heart as well. The dealer is talking to the action tracker, so the action tracker is out of shot, and the action tracker inputs the bets on the graphics that we can see on TV. So the dealer whispers to the action tracker on what the bet sizing is, and then it comes underneath Jack's name. There you go, bet 4K. And we can see the graphics, and that's how the graphics are inputted onto the TV screens.
Good afternoon, Essa on Twitch.
Oi, oi. Just a call from Johan. Does he get that extra percentage free roll? Yes, he does. Oh, yes, he does. And the nut flush. This should be checked. Bet. Think about it. And probably a side fold. Oh no, Jack. It's the wrong timing from Jack Oliver, who we predicted last year to do very well, and he did. One of the guys we first met on the Student Championships trail.
He's came in with a little blocker here, 2.5k. Can easily fold if he gets raised, but I guess this just prevents him from check and then a 3/4 pot bet, and then he's in a bit of a spot. You've got to remember this is a 4-bet pot as well. Jack was the original 4-better. And Johan sitting here with a nut flush.
Yeah, good pass, Jack. Perfect. Found out exactly where they were, as Jake correctly described.
Essa says, Jay, you missed a great poker party last Saturday. I'm guessing that was the Cav Cup.
It was 237 runners for the CAF Cup. 237. 20,000 guarantee, even though there shouldn't be a guarantee on it, but they normally stick 20k on it anyway. Some players just turn up for the 20k guarantee. I asked the question before we started, has anybody come for the 20k guarantee? Make sure you answer correctly. Nobody put their hand up. What a good day. Raised just under £10,000 for charity yet again, taking the total in 6 CAV Cups to 51,000 in charity earnings. Fantastic effort from everybody. It was good.
Ali Malou there, dancing.
No, he's over in India seeing all the family. Yeah. Essa managed to take the old Salmianaki, the old Finnish Guinness. Oh my word, I tell you. Bit of news from Logs, which is great for us in the chat box. Dundee's 5k special. Saturday. I just need to read that again, so I was just looking there. It's a Dundee 5k special in first Saturday of 2020. Got 200 plus runners and a 12k prize pool. That's incredible. January the 4th that was. I think that event is normally the first January of the first Saturday of the month. I do believe. So does that mean that it's on Sunday? No, it's not. Well, it's not in the. It's not down as a 5k this week. That's fantastic effort. Over 200 runners for a 5k guarantee. Very nice indeed. The next one's in February. April in Dundee is the deep stack. And then we've got another deep stack in July and in October. And that's via the app. It works, that app, you know.
Yeah, it's a good app, the old Poker Live app.
It is.
If you haven't got it, you can find it on the App Store. So William's going to get the check mark here with his Queen 8.
James Abbott's watching YouTube on telly whilst he's playing poker on the PC and chatting to us, watching the live stream. Life's good. Day 1A of the £1,500 main event. See the passport winner and the trophy winner, Mr. Rich Kelly, managed to go over to the Aussie Millions.
So yeah,
managed to bink a side event.
How does he do it? How does he do it? It's like,
and I do believe he's going to be coming back to play tomorrow. Here, I do believe.
It's just result after result. It's just sorcery how he's doing it. It's.
Imagine if you had 10% of Rich Kelly all last year.
You'd be doing all right.
You would, wouldn't you? Yeah. You'd have chunks. If you had 10% of Rich Kelly all year long, that would be incredible. Good to see Ewan Jones, sat in seat number 6. The Welsh wizard. Loves his golf, loves his Vegas. There's our Ewan. Andre Gabor, is this event at the Victoria Grosvenor Casino, London? Yes, it is. That's pretty precise. Is this event at the Victoria Grosvenor Casino, London, 150 to 162 Edgware Road, Marylebone, London, W22DT? That's pretty precise. Yeah. But yes, it is. If you're making your way over, Andre, have a safe trip.
Cheap Shot on Twitch. Yes, this is live.
We are. 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, 30 minute delay.
The live stream has a 30-minute delay, but me and Jay are talking live. So we watch the delay just like everybody else, which means we can chat to everybody in the chat boxes. Because if we were commentating live 30 minutes ago, that'd be quite impossible.
So Aaron here coming in for the 3-bet with the ace queen, facing under the gun open. Jack's in a pill in the cutoff. Looks like going to be going 3-way to the flop in a 3-bet pot.
And the flop of Queen 10-8.
Potential action here. Aaron top pair to pick up Jack up and down. Oh,
the 5 of diamonds.
Lovely, a double barrel candidate here for Jack.
Wait up here.
And the river.
There it is.
The ace of diamonds. Jack rivering the nuts. And Aaron with top 2 pair now. Gonna find it very, very difficult to get away from this one. Interesting to see what size Jack's going to elect to go for here. This ace, pretty good card for the 3-betters range, so I like sizing up here as Jack.
Well, moves all in, does Jack.
And he's sized up to the maximum.
Have a count, please. He says it's 8.5 behind the line.
It's lovely sitting there all in and you're sitting there with the nuts. You know, your tournament life's never at risk. You're just praying for the call from Aaron.
Tough spot for Aaron. Now rewinding the hand. A 3-bet I got called. A bet I got called. A bet on the turn I got called. And now we're just at a jam. Is there ever a bluff in there from Jack?
It's like what bluffs Jack's supposed to have here, really. Like, I can't really come up with anything. Maybe a hand like this is a 3-bet pot as well, so no, you can't even have like some 10 Jack or Queen Jack that he turned into a bluff. He's just going to fold them.
There's not many bluffs about.
No, there's not, but is there value about that we are ahead of? Like, is Jack going to go this size with ace 10? That's probably not the case. So,
boy, it does make the call. And Jack gets maximum value. And Aaron drops down to 7.2. Bit of a tough spots.
Yeah.
Afternoon if you're watching on Facebook. Lee Ainsley watching in a dinner break. Oh, the Sergeant Wilco's in the building. Wants a shout out for Lee Ritchie on a tea break. Well, I hope your tea break's long enough so you heard it. Afternoon everybody who's watching live on Facebook. Aye. I tell you what, this guy gets slimmer. Can we share his weight about? Look at that, Slim Jim's in the building. Mr. Ian Bryan.
Okay.
How's things? How's the motorway?
It's 4.5 hours to get down here by train.
A train?
By train.
Oh heck, there's been problems on the line then, has there?
Somebody decided to jump on front of a train.
Excellent.
The most inconsiderate people ever.
That's it. Weather's blame. Yeah, that was a very tough spot. That could be.
it's just like I can't see Jack bluffing off his stack that early on in the day. I think he's just going to be so weighted towards value there, and we don't beat any value for that size. That's the thing. It's so hard to fold top 2 pair. It's very hard, especially in a 3-bet pot. But
yeah,
like, is Jack really going to be spewing off this early on? That's the question that you got to ask yourself. Is he going to go crazy with a random hand there?
Raise 150.
You didn't play hand, did you? No. So what happened? I don't know.
You make a mistake.
150 plus once. Thank you.
Log says, is there no London 500 leg? No, it's changed to 1,000. So this one is 1,500. They've then gone to leg number 4, being 1,000 main events. And then obviously the grand final, which is I think it's 2.5, 2.3 plus 2, or 2.2 plus 3. And the main event on the Thursday, when we come back down here in May, is £1,000.
Race 125 plus.
So yeah, it'd be 1,000, 200,000 guarantee in May.
Afternoon, Miko on Twitch. The Clipper is back.
So yeah, and we did say that most of the schedules have changed, and they do change. So the 1K is back here in May, 200,000 guarantee on GUKPT. Leg number 4. Afternoon, Graham. Graham Liversidge watching it on Facebook. Happy birthday for the other day. Didn't get a chance to say happy birthday while you were playing on the Sunday, but Graham always tunes in to the live streams, and he always says how good that J fella is. Always says it. He does. He does. He always says it. He says, I've listened to you for years, but that J's good. And everybody else who's watching the live stream on Facebook, good afternoon.
It's open from tab with the King Jack. Gets called in 2 spots. Everyone on the button going to peel the King 5 suited, and Jack defends the 3s in the big blind. 3 to the flop. Ace, Queen, 6, rainbow. So a lot of the time this pot is going to go to tab. Has the betting lead. Good board for his range. Just going to continue and take that one down as the blinds are going to go up in just over a minute's time.
Yeah.
Take this into level 2.
Afternoon, C4. Which part of the world are you in now? I know he's been in Melbourne watching the Sydney and Melbourne. He went to watch the tennis and he went to watch the Aussie Millions, and don't think he won any tickets, but he just decided to get off. And then he was off. Where are you now, C4? And where are you going next? Everybody, welcome on board every social media outlet and streaming company that we use. Yeah, I think down here in London you can put the price of any mini. Any mini there was like 225 total. It's been that for quite a while, hasn't it? 225. And the mini?
Yeah, it's been 225 for a few years.
I know
now.
some, if it's a 500 main event, the normal mini is 100. But all sorts going on. Back down in London for leg 4, there is a midi again, the 560 side event, the mini side event, and then the main event itself. Oh, you might be in Thailand, I would I see, folk, or somewhere around there. He says, "Love you long time" is a hint. I thought he was just telling us. He's showing his affection for the new year.
Forget about affection, more like infection over there at the moment. Make sure you don't be getting allergies over there, Asif. I know it's China at the moment, but it's spreading everywhere.
It is. It is. It seems quite serious.
Yeah, it does. The rates.
This seems quite serious. Fingers crossed everything's okay that we know.
Dan Doran asked for the buy-in on Twitch. This is a £1,500 buy-in, 1350 plus 150.
$1,500 total, 300,000 guarantee, a 300k guarantee prize pool. Afternoon, Mr. Simon Trickett on Facebook, and there's only 3 words. Thank you. Simon says it a lot, especially when he wins a pot. He had a deep run in the was it Manchester? The 25-25, I think it was.
Harry Ace Queen under the gun +1 makes it 150. Erin makes a call, and Owen now coming in for the squeeze. Action back on Harry here.
Yeah.
Gonna make the call. Aaron, you expect to get out of the way now, but
Would we have seen a 4-bet with the ace queen being suited?
Probably not. No,
No?
this stage, this deep, I think flatting, just playing post flop. No need to start bloating the pot with a hand like ace queen. It's just horrible when we 4-bet and we get 5-bet, or we 4-bet and we get peeled, and then we're playing out of position. Hard to make a pair. So I like Harry's decision here to just flat and play accordingly down the streets, and this is a bit of action here.
Nice bit of flop for Erin.
Yeah, Erin flopping the nut flush draw, and Ewan with the overpair. So Ewan continues. Erin will not be going anywhere. He may elect to raise this. He's got 6.6k back. Like in terms of big blinds, it's probably way too many to get in, but he looks like he's looking at as just 6k, 6.6k. Not looking at as 130 odd big blinds. So just going to go with the nut flush draw here and really apply pressure.
I think with Ewan's jack of spades, I think he calls, doesn't he?
There is the call.
He does make the call. So Ewan Jones with the hooks, with the overs. Erin with the nut flush draw, with the ace-7 of spades. The cards are in the middle, perfect for the deal. Three diamonds on the turn, no good for the ace-7, who's all in. And we miss. Ewan Jones takes out Erin, who departs early as the blinds just increased to 5,100. Ewan Jones takes out Erin, lost one. Steve Smith is sat around on a sun lounger in Gran Canaria watching the live stream.
What a life. That's all I've got to say. 3 words.
What a life. How's the weather? Might be time for holiday soon.
I agree, Tao. I agree.
How's the weather? Is it in the 20s? It's got to be in the 20s in Gran Canaria at this time of year.
I booked one of my holidays a few days ago.
Where are you going?
We're going, me and a few friends, we're going to Amsterdam for a week in the middle of the summer.
Oh, nice one. Nice one. Plans for Vegas?
I'm not sure yet, Tower. Not sure. Still yet to go. And I want to go over there, but the first time I want to go over there, it's all about you want to play the main event.
The main event, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Afternoon, Kev, in the chat box.
Afternoon, Mr. David Crane. Good to have you on board, David. Let me see a deep run from David Crane earlier this year. Right in the millions. And Kev Jackson. Afternoon, Kev. It's 24, but it feels hotter with no breeze. That's Gran Canaria, not Manchester. Very nice indeed. 24 would do me. Never been to Gran Canaria. I've done the other 3, but I've never done Gran Canaria.
So the delay continue from William. And I'd be very surprised if this river didn't go check. And it does go check, and the queen is going to be good.
Oh. Oh. Jay the Destroyer. You like him? So it's 24 degrees. Can we beat 24 degrees? I'm guessing we can in Thailand. What's it like in Thailand? C4? How warm is it there? Good afternoon, McMaster Mark. Says afternoon, gents. Good afternoon, Mark. And if you're tuning in to find out what the side event is tonight, there is a 6-seat guaranteed main event satellite at 6:30. That'll get quite a few runners. And that is the side event.
Not Omaha on the Thursday anymore.
That was on the Wednesday.
It was yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah,
a little bit surprised that they had the Omaha and the seniors overlapping each other.
It's been on the Thursday for years.
It has, but it used to be on the Wednesday. Because in the early stages of the GUKPT, I used to play the Omaha on the Wednesday and then start work on the Thursday, which might be doing again. But,
definitely an option.
Satellite is the only side event today here in the club. 6 seats guaranteed for the main event. Shit, was that me? So yeah, it's a little bit surprised that they have the seniors and the Omaha overlapping. But
cheers, man.
It is what it is. And the Omaha reverts to a Wednesday.
afternoon, Warren on Twitch. Hi Jay and Tower, how you both doing? It's been good to be back.
Yes, good to be back, good to be back. Oh, oh. It is leg 1, 2020.
It's just
2020.
don't know where the time goes.
Oh, I can see you now, yeah. Hold on. Listen, if you come up tonight, get some rings.
Jack gonna come in for an open once again, this time Jack 8 suited.
We've got Gran Canaria watching, we've got Thailand watching, we've got Manchester watching. All similar.
Harry here with the ace queen in the small. Probably going to 3-bet this against Jack. Been fairly active, we are 6-handed as well. Makes it 800 and back on Jack here this deep. Fine to pull this hand in position. A lot of the time our cards are going to be live and we get to play a post flop. Hand with good playability, position. So do kill to the flop.
That's the one on the corner with all the bins outside.
Queen 10 deuce rainbow. Top pair, top kicker for Harry. Slam dunk continue for him, you suspect. And Jack with a gut shot here. Probably just going to let it go in a 3-bet pot. Once Harry continues here. It's hard to continue here as Jack. If there was one diamond on the board, we may see Jack pill, but Queen 10 deuce rainbow, I think he may just let it go. Depending on size as well, I guess. Like now we're getting 4-1 on the call. It's nearly a direct price to actually make our gut shot, so Jack is going to call for that reason. Also chance to try and take the pot away from Harry on later streets as well. But, this should be the end of the hand here on the turn. I'd be very surprised if it doesn't go bet fold. Harry wants to start extracting some more value from top pair, top kicker. Try and get some calls from some worse Queen X, some pocket pairs, some 10X in there as well. So, and then Jack with his gut shot just won't be able to continue in this spot. So there is the second barrel. And a quick fold from Jack. Nice little pot to pick up from Harry there. Been playing much golf over the winter, Tower.
Are you joking? It's been the wettest 7-8 months ever.
Do they not have like indoor golf?
No, no, no.
Crazy golf.
No, unfortunately not. The weather has been horrendous. So wet. Tried 14 holes at North Shore in Blackpool a couple of weeks ago, and it was wet, very wet. So the country needs to dry out, unfortunately. Oi, oi, how are you, young man? Are you playing the satellites? Here he comes. Got to be playing the satellite later, yeah? Good lad.
What you just doing the commentary on the feature? Is that the feature?
That is the beautiful feature table.
I look at a bunch of characters.
I tell you what, I'm glad you said characters. One of the locals.
I'll have a 2 quid bet you can't spell it. You've only got one guess.
One of our local characters who plays the satellites, plays a lot of 1-1 cash. Watched the stream for years as well. Do you know you've not fetched a cup of tea this decade? Do you know that?
You're actually right, I don't think I have. I'm not just talking about here.
Mum?
Yeah, yeah, we're not just talking about
Has he made his
here,
bed this decade? I haven't made my bed since last decade.
What would you like, Tal? Just a tea.
I think we'll just have a normal tea.
Normal tea.
No sugar.
PK?
We're slimming down. We're trying to slim. We're trying to make these shirts fit. Oh, the older you get, the less you do, the more you pile on. I've worked that out myself. I don't need to be no doctor or physician to tell me that if you don't do anything, the older you get bigger. You do. Work. It's true. Just come and ask me. So Jack, who had the big hand of the session when he hit the river and the flush, gets back over starting stack for the first time. Bit of a roller coaster ride for Jack Oliver, starting seat 7. Here we come. Oh, beautiful.
Done one in Salzburg.
You did it?
I agreed to the filming. Yeah? Yeah, I just done one.
So you raised it?
Yeah, I've done one there. I just done it now. For the time.
What's your name?
Why, one just now?
Lawrence.
Lawrence. Yes.
Lawrence.
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 No. Lawrence.
Lawrence. Yeah, good saying.
Thank you. Lawrence, I can call him as well.
We need the bell to return, says Gary. It's still in the boxes, actually. It is in one of the boxes. I saw it yesterday. The Watto's in the building.
Miko on Twitch says, any of the Grosvenor pros playing today?
No.
Pass. I don't actually know. I haven't seen any faces, but if we do see any of the pros,
I'm guessing now that the Omaha is now Wednesday and not Thursday, then most of them will just turn up Friday. Whereas the likes of Jeff and Joe used to come on the Thursday to play the Omaha and then Friday play the main event. And maybe we'll just see them on Friday. But Joe could have played the seniors and the Omaha last night. Jeff couldn't, apparently.
I saw
could only play the Omaha.
I saw Joe and Katie in the midi main. They both played the midi.
All right, okay. They have weekly specials down here as well, don't they? That
Yeah,
get like
every
80
Monday.
grand in the prize.
Every Monday, I think it is. They have like
crazy.
£1,000, £500, £300 throughout the month. Yeah, it's great little card room. Always a good comp on it.
Early stages, level number 2 of the day. You do realise on the videos in the background, the younger we get, the younger we get on those, the later the GUKPT runs. We're in 2020 now, and there's some clips on there from 2007.
Still at school, I was told.
So in fact, when I interviewed PK, that was 2008. It was 12 years ago, that interview. and I still think it's the last one he did. It probably is, isn't it? It probably is the last one. Behind the scenes now, doing everything. VK. So if you're on Facebook, good afternoon. Just going to log out myself. But all questions being answered on Facebook. Keep watching it on Facebook if you're logging in. And don't forget you can watch it on YouTube, on Twitch, on the GUKPT website. Barry Sweeney on YouTube says, did Ben Windsor win the mini-main? Yes, he did. And it was something like 8 AM in the morning when it finished. Ah, heck, it was late. Early. Whichever one you want to say it was.
He loves this place, Ben, don't he, the Vic? Always seems to get a result here.
Yeah. If you cashed out a Towers treble on Tuesday, then we had a winner. And considering that I did, can we class it as a winner?
Nah, because you followers don't know that. Who back it every weekend, and you're cashing out in secret.
Well, one of the games went 2-0, which is an instant win on Bet365. We had, to me, the best bet on the Coupon was by a mile Wycombe Wanderers against Blackburn. Against Blackpool. Plymouth scored in the 84th minute to make it 2-1, and we had Plymouth. And then Crawley equalised in the 93rd minute to actually make the treble lose. But Richie Pearson did a bit of a cash out because his was worth a lot more than mine. So he got 2.5, did Richie?
Nice little touch.
Yeah, if you did a little cash out, then we'll class it as a winner. But it was very unlucky. 93rd minute equaliser to spoil it all.
And it's back first of the year for the GUKPT Towers.
We will be there on Saturday with the mighty Rotherham United, top of the league. Top of the league, us?
I didn't even know.
I know you don't look past 14th in Premier League where you are.
Championship. I know Championship. What's going on in there? Well, the top 6 in there anyway.
Are you still in the top 6?
Who, Spurs?
Yeah. Fighting off relegation, this Spurs this year.
No, we're fighting for top half, ain't we? King H6, 2-club flop. So Ewan flops the best of it. Going to continue, and Johan just not going to continue. Base 5 off here. Should be going into the muck unless he's got some ideas.
Sorry, when they finish the hand.
Straight out.
Yeah. Yeah. We just, I think we went, still not.
James has said Derby had a fabulous season. They were a bit of a roller coaster on the other night against Luton Town. Wayne Rooney scored. Then they were losing, then they were drawing, then they were losing.
Get some. In the break we need to do the while they're cooling down. Well, I'm more the view on the floor as well.
Well, Lawrence in seat 4 comes to the table and picks up the old ladies.
No action at
no action. Brad Simpson's already looking at the fixtures for League 2 for next year and who they're going to be playing in that's local to Southend. Will there be any derbies in League 2 next year, Brad?
Open from Jack with the deuces. William going to peel the 7-6 of clubs in the hijack. Action going to be on the big blind and looks like a defence, so 3 to the flop.
Nine, 10, 3 is the flop.
Yeah, so Lawrence actually with the best of it here with middle pair. Gut shot for William, although it is to the dummy end of the straight, so and he gets there.
He gets there, the 8 of diamonds, straight in. Instant service, thanks for coming.
Let's bring a gut shot for Lawrence as well to a higher straight. William most certainly wants to be betting this after pinging the 8 on the turn. It comes in for about 1.2k, so 3/4 pot. That's a good fold from Lawrence with the Queen 9.
Pleasure, gentlemen.
James sits at the table for just 5 minutes and he's off. James Dempsey, skier extraordinaire, now commentating on poker as well, travelling the world doing that. Bracelet winner, James Dempsey. Not too sure why he's called the Doctor. That was his name years ago.
The Doctor?
Yeah. It's either a bracelet or it's a WPT he's got. I'm not too sure which. We'll find out what it is.
He's got a pot limit Omaha £30 buy-in.
£30 buy-in?
Yeah, first place.
Used to play at the old Rendezvous. This is a few years ago now, like. To be fair, was it the WPT? There you go.
There you
yeah,
go.
it is
Bracelet.
a bracelet. I knew it was a bracelet. I thought it was. I'm sure it's still on.
Pot limit hold'em.
If I remember rightly, James's bracelet is in the Rendezvous in Brighton, where he lives. If that's still the place where it is. Years since I've been down to the Rendezvous. About time we need to go and play poker down in Brighton again. Love the place.
Did he used to play on the GUKPTs?
James? Yeah, old chap.
I recognise him
Yeah.
a lot. Really recognise him. But
He does a lot of commentary for Party Poker now. Top lad, James.
Ewan with the kings here comes in for a free bet to 6-7-5. And Johan here, Queen Jack of Spades in position. I am not folding this hand. So, gonna peel to the free bet, play some post flop in position. We are very deep. Gonna have to smash a flop though to crack the kings, and this isn't gonna be one of them. 7-7 deuce rainbow. I like always speak about these dry paired boards in free bet pots when you have got the aces or kings. Check a lot of the time can be the best option. It's just one of them situations where there's no real bad turn card for us other than an ace. We're either way in front or way behind. But Ewan opted to come in for the bet, out of position, fine as well, and just takes that one down.
Look, Old Log says Ben Winder and Richard Kellett working in tandem to take all our money. It seems to have been like that in the last 12 months, that is for sure. They were the two on fire last year.
To be honest, we didn't actually see Ben until Blackpool.
No, late in
the year anyway, and then he just does what he does best.
Yep.
But obviously Kellett had an unbelievable
24
year.
final team.
That is unheard of. In the space of a year on the UK circuit, it is crazy stats from Kellett, but really good year from him. And obviously shipping the side event in the Aussie Millions for 130k as well. So you and it getting a bit fruity with the 5 deuce.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
So Jack comes in for an open, and Ben going to come in with the rebet. The old ace 8 suited.
One of the most decorated men in British poker, sat in seat number 8. And if somebody tell me there's a nicer man in town, I need to go and meet him. Ben Roberts, sat in seat number 8. One of the nicest men you will ever meet in the game. Been playing for years, and there is a reason why his nickname at the table is Gentleman. He's played with the best all around the world. He plays cash in Doyle's room.
He's had multiple cashes, 6-figure cashes.
Yeah, he's been at it years.
And the boots make the appearance first time of the decade on the tour. I'm sure we'll see him a lot more throughout the year, but Johan, first player to pick up the aces on our feature table this year, makes it 300, and we'll be getting some action. We've got an easy defend here, tap with the Queen 10.
Is there no kings and queens in the same hand?
587, all diamonds, very wet flop this, so Johan will proceed with caution with the aces. He's still going to come in for the continue here. We do have the ace of diamonds for a bit of insurance. Tableau now with just queen high, no draw other than the 10 high flush draw. Does have 2 overcards, 3-1 the call, but could get himself in a bit of trouble now after turning top pair here. I think on the flop we can just let this hand go a lot of the time. Talk about reverse implied odds the time that we hit our diamond. Is it going to be good? It's only going to be the 5th nuts. And now that we have caught the 10 and we did actually get to this particular turn card, we're going to have to continue facing this size bet from Johan here. Get 3-1 on the call, we have top pair and a flush draw. It's a 4 of spades on the river, and Should go check, check. Very hard for Johan to get value from worse now. The ball runs out like this. And tab's going to be very 6x heavy in the big blind. We'll have plenty of 6x hands in there, so I like the decision from Johan to check behind there. We can see that he did have the best hand, but it's very hard to eke value out of anything worse there. And what's the play if we get put in a rough spot and we get raised? So definitely get behind the check on that river with the aces.
Halfway through level number 2 of the day. First break for the team will be at 2:30, and then a new table will be with us for levels 3 and 4. Main event numbers are increased to 54. 5 and 4, 54. Ewan raising it up with the 4s.
William going to cold call the free bet from Jack in position. And he sets about for Ewan, flopping a middle set on a really dry board. Going to be loving that flop. Oh wow, is he going to come in for a donk here?
Yes. Uh-oh.
Donking in the old free bet pot.
First
on a
one.
king high board.
First one.
And William with the 7s. He's going to call once. Turn Jack of diamonds, so Ewan should be coming in for the second street here after donking the flop. We've now got the betting lead. And now William with the pocket 7s here. Just going to have to let this one go. Problem with calling here, it's very hard for Ewan to just have 2 streets here, donk and then barrel again as a bluff.
Yeah.
King 3-4 rainbow, there's just not too many bluffs you can have there in a 3-bet pot. Like King Queen, King Jack, plausible hands, obviously sets as well. Not always going to lead a set, but another pick up for Ewan. Chipping up nicely this first session.
So 5100 level 2. Billy in seat number 9. There's just 250 in the cut-off. Is that a raise?
It looks like a few green chips.
Well, I thought it was. What are the greens? Yeah, 3 bets to 1500.
Huge size.
Wowzers.
The old 6x.
The green chips are 500s and there's 3 of them there. I'm having them, he says.
So complete from Harry. Blind on blind here, he completes the 6-3. And Lawrence checks his option with the King 7.
10-9-7 flop. Lawrence connects. And the winner. So Ewan Jones, chip leader, level 2 of day 1-8.
As always, first session is usually fairly quiet.
Yes.
Players just want to get a feel for the table, settle into things. You don't really see too many big pots unless there's a cold deck being dealt out. But these first couple of levels, it's all about just start profiling who you got at your table.
Side event tonight is a satellite, 6 £1,100. Sorry, just reading about leg number 2. That's in Manchester. Still got a satellite on the Wednesday in Manchester, but Wednesday is in London. Thursday tonight in London is satellite night, and it is 6 £1,500 seats, guaranteed £165 buying, unlimited re-entries. So 150 plus the juice and unlimited re-entries. Starts at 6:30, late rages till 8:45. 4 30-minute levels and then 25-minute levels thereafter. The Omaha was last night, the high roller was last night, and the seniors was last night. It was busy last night.
I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine.
It was busy. Ah, look at the screen in the background, the first ever winner. Back in 2007, Prazbanzi. First ever winner of a GUKPT. Don't see him anymore. He's a sports trader now.
Really?
I think so, yeah. I know he used to do it on the cricket.
So action back on William. He's going to peel the 7s to the 3-bet. Try and flop a set. Ace, 5, 6, 2 clubs. And Tableau going to check behind here with the Ace Queen. He's actually induced a bet from the looks of things from William. And river is the 6 of spades, so tab with the Ace Queen gets the check mark. William here gonna have to check this over. I say he's gonna have to check this over. It looks like he's actually going to come in for a bet. 2.5k. So a little over half pot here. A quick call from Tableau. Not going to be folding there. Miko asks, when's the first break? The first break will be coming up in just over 15 minutes, 17 minutes time.
Yeah, 2:30. 2:30, new table after the break and the start of level 3.
Players in the main event, you have just over 3 minutes remaining.
So just over 15 minutes to go until the end of this session. Ewan Jones on 30,000. Start with 20. How was the party Wednesday? What party? What party? 3-bet Jim, yeah, gets an instant answer. What is the buy-in? It's 1500. 1350 plus the juice. 1500 buy-in. 300,000 guarantee. So a pretty impressive guarantee for the players. Ah, singing and drinking last night. Last night, once we'd set up the featured table, is that what you're on about? Yeah, we went into Covent Garden.
That was a nice bar. I had a karaoke with a band.
Rocky Okie it was called.
Yes.
A live band with 2 guitarists, a drummer and a keyboard player, and 18 karaoke singers all lined up ready to sing. And they were all singing rock songs. So, songs that weren't your normal. So, rock songs. But then Ed Sheeran's song won it.
Yeah.
Which was like, I know it was a bit of a rock version, but it wasn't, to me it wasn't amazing. Yeah, it was good, really different.
Yeah, really good night.
Enjoyed it. It was nice to get out, meet up with the team, have a group hug, and get ready for
today,
this weekend. Afternoon, Sean. Sean in the UK Poker Room.
How are we doing, Sean?
Main event score minus 75, big blind 150, 75, 150, dealers fixed in the deal.
So you can pre-make like whatever messages you want. Obviously when the prize pool gets announced, I can put it all in there, and then you can just put prize pool.
That's fine. Cindy's fine with it, I might deal with that.
Any free rolls happening over the weekend? We're guessing there's one on Sunday. We need confirmation from the online guys, but we do believe there's one on the final day, so a live stream free roll will happen on the final day.
And even if there's not one on the client now, usually Tom puts one in for us. So
if there's not one on there tomorrow, we'll make sure Tom puts it on before he departs for the weekend. I don't think that they are coming over to London for this leg, so we'll probably not see Tom and the team. I'd like to ask him quite a few questions about the migrating and changing of everything and what's happening, and do we know where we're going, and has anybody got any clues? I haven't. So as soon as we know, then you'll know. So at the moment, we don't know.
So Jack coming in with the free bet to 900. Harry with the 6s here, should be peeling.
We think that was on Twitch. We think that was a command that Jay put in to bring up the Nightbot. Is that right?
Yeah.
Mick the mod. Is that how you bring up the Nightbot's instructions? Mick the mod will tell us if we're doing it wrong. Sean Johnson says, UK Poker Room, Jay, why have you took yourself off Facebook? Have you got too many stalkers?
Long story, Sean. I can't really get into it on stream, to be honest with you. So
yes.
That's it. We'll call it. We'll keep it at that. We'll keep it at that.
Okay, there we go. Social media, no Facebook, malarkey. There you go. I think he must have wanted to send you the message. Now he has to do it in here. So, King Jack 6, Harry flops bottom set. gut shot for Jack with the ace queen.
It's been not too bad, Phil. Been alright. There's a couple of hands, cards missing, so Jack changed the deck. Thought it was the Queen of Diamonds or the 6 of clubs and all, but I've changed the deck again.
Just quads?
Just the first quads of the decade.
Yeah, there it is.
Wouldn't you like to see the 10 of spades?
Oh, Mickey Black's watching the old sixes
Yeah,
out.
they never fail to hit a set, to be fair, but then we turn it into quads.
So Jack coming in for the double barrel here, trying to fold out some gut shots, some flush draws and some Jack X, start applying pressure to them, as well as some pocket pairs that may have got sticky on the flop. Like, credibly, we can represent a very strong range of hands here as Jack. We can have ace king, we can have kings, jacks, king queen, aces, king 10 suited would be in there. Obviously sets of jacks.
Just a call. You don't want to see a 10.
And that's actually a really good card for Jack in the terms that he's just going to have to give up now. Once Harry calls twice, a large part of his range is going to be some King X holding, so now here as Jack, I'd be very surprised if he did actually go for the third barrel here. Like we're basically specifically targeting like combo draws on this river. If we do come in for the third street, but he's having a think about it here, Jack. May think about unloading the clip, but this is probably the worst, one of the worst river cards to potentially bluff on here. Like we do still beat some like Queen 10 of hearts, so we can't have that actually. We've got the Queen of Hearts in our hand, so yeah, I like the decision to check there. We just...
Yeah, he wanted to see Jack's cards, so Harry said, let me see the cards. See what he was bluffing with.
Well, would have been intrigued to see what happened on a brick river there, whether Jack did unload the clip on a brick, but just aware that this is probably one of the worst cards we can be bluffing on. We're just going to get snapped off by a king, which Harry can plausibly have in that spot.
So welcome back to GUKPT Action. Tower and Jay in the commentary booth for the next 4 days of the main event. Leg 1 for the team. Leg 1 of season 14, if everybody's counting seasons. So 7-5-3 two-spade flop. William with the betting lead here. Looks like Johan going to be coming in for a donk here, using that range advantage. Obviously this is a lot better board for the big blind range. And William not having any of it here, not believing the donk, and it's going to float, but both players turning top pair here. And it's so hard to give Johan credit for a jack once he leads his flop, and the fact that we've got one in our hand as well. So I bet 1.8.
Yeah, Johan gonna have to call it.
He is indeed. She does.
And the river is the 8 of clubs, so he's got runner 2 pair here, William, after floating the flop with Jack high. And Johan here gonna find it very difficult to let this one go. The way this hand's played, we donk the flop with Jack high, we then turn top pair. It's just gonna be so difficult to get away from this. Bet 5.5 from William here. And now Johan thinking, might I donk the flop? Put myself in a bit of a spot here. We have got unlucky on the river. I'm sure we wouldn't have seen this size bet if the river was not an 8. But Williams opened on the button. He can have a very wide range of hands on the button. He can still have strong hands as well. Queens, kings, aces are in there. Over pairs would probably take this line. As well as some Jack X that floated, perhaps with a spade, like some King Jack, Queen Jack, those type of holdings. I don't see he's got Jack 8 in this particular spot. That's not a hand that Johan's going to expect William to turn up with. But in terms of bluffs, it's quite a board that can have plenty of bluffs as well. You've got hands like 8-9 in there. They turn it into bluff 8-6. They may take their showdown. Also got spade draws. So plenty of bluffs you can have in this spot. And these are the worst spots sitting there thinking about your river decision when your opponent can plausibly have plenty of bluffs and plenty of value hands in the spot. And that's a very good fold from Johan there. Very, very good fold. After donking the flop, turning top pair and still being able to get away from it. It's a good lay down from the man in seat 2.
Well done, well done, well done.
Seat 2, I had the guy said his name was Johan, but it's spelled like a J-H, Johan.
Johan, yeah.
So I've changed it, but just so he's not right.
You could have changed William to Billy. Because I'm very surprised you didn't know who Billy Chatterley is.
Chatterley, I know, I just put
William.
I was sitting going, what's
It was William. See, yeah, you type it in and then that's it, you just think job's done. That's what it's like, you know, that's what we have to put up with you.
My heart.
Yeah, it turned out to be.
Oh, did you get the list?
No, bring it.
So we are heading towards the break in play. Kev Jackson says, I see many moaning about Joker's Wild at the Goliath being moved to Monday. I personally don't think the numbers will be down. What's your thoughts? I don't think. I think they've actually. I would have to ask Ian Bryan why they've moved it. I would say it's because of room in the main event, that they wanted more room and more players, because obviously at 7 o'clock or at 6 o'clock we took over the Joker's Wild, and the only side events on the Thursday next year, or this year now, is a super high roller of £1,000, which won't get that many runners. So I'm guessing it's done because of wanting to get more players in the main event, because for Thursday it is now nearly a Friday as it was 5 years ago, where it was sold out completely. I'm guessing that's why they've done it, and it has to be logistics. But I'll ask Ian if he's in. I know he's in meetings today, but I'm guessing that's the reason, because the only other side event on the Thursday is the super high roll of £1,000, which won't get that many runners at Goliath. So that's what we do.
Is the tag team event still on the schedule?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. I was amazing in that with my tag team partner last year.
Nah. Don't even go there. We bubbled that, didn't we? We bubbled it.
We actually did bubble it as well, and I'm actually living on the fact that I didn't get eliminated. So in effect, I'm still in the tag team comp.
Still in now, yeah. Laddering. Afternoon, Harry. Harry says, Happy New Year. Great to hear Jay still alive. Any mention of the B were 11 PM tomorrow. Focus on the poker.
There we go. Nice to have you on board, Harry.
Yeah, good to see you, Harry. Sorry, it was a bit of a paragraph to read that one.
Nice to have you on board, Harry. I remember Brad Simpson last year was begging for a tag team partner. Who did he end up with? Can you remember?
I don't know. I think they
did they all decline? Did they all decline? Did he end up?
He had a broom with a paper bag and a face drawn on it.
He tagged himself in.
Yeah.
Queens for Tab. That's not a bad flop when you're holding queens.
Yeah, just a nut boat.
Good job Ewan's not holding to threes instead of twos. Oh my word.
Tower, could you imagine? So 4 of clubs rolling off on the turn. That does actually bring in the second nut flush draw here for Jack. Now, Tab here. Gonna have to come in for a bet. We want to start building a pot for ourselves. We've got a very strong hand. Bet 325 and action over to Jack with the King Jack. Jack will make the call. Drawing dead.
Yes. Brad didn't play it.
He didn't play it because he couldn't play it.
Yeah, exactly. There's a difference.
Playing the main event.
There's a difference. This could well be the last hand of the session. And they were suited online. Heading down from Glasgow tomorrow. Any Scottish delicacies required for the commentary booth?
Oi oi!
Oi oi!
Shortbread.
Yeah, I like a bit of shortbread. Oh yeah, good bit of shortbread.
Shortbread. We could reply a dozen times, couldn't we?
Are you going to eat it here?
Yeah, just leave it.
So this is the last hand of the session. One more hand.
And we will return with a new feature table.
We will.
Tab's found the queens again. Back to back ladies. And that is that, guys. Raise and take, free bet from Tab, and we will see you in 15 minutes.
See you shortly. First session of 2020 is over.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back for the second session of the day. New feature table coming up. Just going to run you through who we have got. In 1 is AJ Kadyril. In 3 is Tidja Stein. 4 Attila Havex. 5 Tony Kelly. 6 Ryan Mandara. 7 Kev Allen. 8 Jamie Nix. And 9 is Phil Suki.
Ryan Mandara.
What a little table we got here.
The Ryan. Oh, we forgot to order squared sausage.
Square sausage?
From the Glaswegian.
Ah, no, I'm not a fan.
What?
Not a fan.
What?
Not a fan.
God, man.
Them and that sugar stick thing I don't like.
Oh no, the old tablet.
Yeah, that's the one, the tablet.
Oh, Brad Simpson can't play Goliath because he's going to be busy that week. Well, busy for 10 days. You only cooked for half an hour. Crack on, man. What are we going to do for desserts? Movie.
Sir?
Brad's not coming to Goliath. What are we going to do for desserts?
Well, there's such things as mail.
Mailable.
Just delivery people.
Deliveroo.
Don't take that as an excuse, to be honest. I think it's a very feeble excuse.
There you go. We'll stick the order in soon. So the blinds are now 75, 150. Let's do it again.
Chart. Card's not on the box or the circle now. Yeah, just been told by the old dealer. Makes it 450 to go. And Jamie going to defend the Queen 6 in the big blind. Ace King 9, 2 hots to Jargon. Easy continue here on the Ace King 9 after opening. I'd like to see a C-bet, but he's decided to check it behind. Want to be betting a lot on these types of boards, being the opener. The 8 rolls off on the turn, may come in for a delay, continue now once Jamie checks it over to us twice. And Jamie just going to have to get out of the way with his Queen 6, and Tajart going to take this one down. We've got plenty coming up as well, guys, regarding Grosvenor Presents events. We've got 25 at Edinburgh next week. So if you're up in Scotland,
I quite fancy that. Is there a 25 in Edinburgh during the summer where I can take up my golf clubs, play with the lads at golf, and then play the 25? That's what we need to know.
have a look. And then we do have deep stacks as well next week. Birmingham, Bournemouth and Bolton are our deep stacks.
Are we going through the alphabet? Will it be Chelsea, Cheltenham and Carlisle next week after?
Could be, it makes sense. Let's have a look for the 25.
Wonder if you could do that's how they sorted out the calendar.
Yeah, that wouldn't be funny. We just end up in Warsaw at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Yeovil.
That's what we need. A 25 in the summer.
There you go. 24th to the 28th of June. 25 Edinburgh.
Well, there you go. Might be in Vegas. June.
It wouldn't appear as a source on any other computer other than the server.
Well, we could do Dundee or Aberdeen or Glasgow or something like that. September, you see.
It's only going to list your sources.
All details for 25s and deep stacks can be found on GUKPT.com.
So we're checking them out a little bit closely for the 25s. Oh, there's a deep stack in May in Glasgow. Oh, 4th and 7th of June in Edinburgh.
Unless you bring in a sauce.
It's a Phil with Ace King in the small.
Have golf clubs, will travel. That's the motto.
10-7-3, Rainbow.
Masuki. Is this Jamie Nixon's re-entry? Or has he moved tables? Oh, yeah, he moved tables.
Moved tables.
He moved tables early doors. And he's ended up on a bit of a toughie. So that's always something that strikes you. As a better player, or somebody that's known as a better player, will he find it more comfortable playing on a table of better players as well? Or is it...
Well, you always prefer the easier table draws. You don't really want to be sat on a table with another 8 people that play this game for a living, because they're not really going to be making any mistakes.
I would say, but I'm also thinking they're not going to be making any mistakes, so they're doing most of the things by the book.
Yeah.
Where you can probably read them a little bit easier.
Yeah, the variance is going to be a lot lower probably as well. Like you're not going to get put in, like pots shouldn't really get bloated like for no reason, like they can do against certain players. But you just always understand. I understand exactly what you're saying, Tower. Like, because everyone else is good, like it's basically just going to be like a robot, just doing, folding, just making a right subconscious move. But just at the weaker tables, I just think them chips are easier to pick up. You know the big blind that you can open, and you know the players you can free bet and play in position against. Like, yeah, this is one of the tougher tables in the room, especially with Ryan, Jamie and Phil all sat in that right corner.
Don't forget, you can also download the Poker Live app to find out what is happening here in the poker room live as it happens. Click on it, click on tournaments, go to the Vic at the Poker Room London, and it tells us there are 60 playing day 1A, so well off the 200 needed to hit the guarantee. I'll just short the 200 to hit the guarantee. But tomorrow, day 1B, always the busier of the 2 buying days. So 60 at the moment, no re-entries, as only 3 players have been eliminated. And tonight, side event, 6-seat guaranteed, satellite, starting at 6:30 PM, late reg until 8:45. The 15k starting stack, £165 buying unlimited re-entries. That's going to need £9,000 to hit the guarantee. And £150 re-entry. That's going to take some doing. Might be a bit of value in that one. A little bit later, 6:30 PM. So,
is Jamie gonna continue here?
Ace 9-4, checked Queen of Clubs on the turn.
This should go check. Jamie here, after being called on the flop, after free betting the King Queen, we picked up a bit of showdown. We go ahead of some hands, not many, but it's going to be very difficult here to get an ace to fold, so he just should take his showdown value, and unfortunately it's going to be Tony that's going to take this pot. But I just think if we bet this spot in a free bet pot after the flop's been called, we're essentially turning our hand into a bluff, and most certainly get behind that check. And Tony, you're going to take that one.
quick check-in on Facebook as the cards come out for the next hand for early stages level 3. If you're on Facebook watching the GUKPT live stream, just about to log in, see who's there.
Yeah, hello Twitchers as well.
Oi,
Sean says golf courses surrounding Dundee is your best choice tower. There
Is
you go.
it?
There you go.
Cheers, Sean.
Oi, Jakey in the chat. Are you aching today like I am, mate? Running around last night.
What's that all about? You took
five aside.
You took up 5 aside.
Yeah, we were doing it this year.
Unbelievable.
Need to get some fitness in. And Miko says, is Jamie a Grosvenor Team Pro now as he has a patch on? He does some streaming for online, so that's why he'll be wearing the patch.
I see. So afternoon on Facebook, afternoon to Jack Allport. Jack and Josh watching the live stream. I hope all is well with you. Kev Johnston, how are we doing? Franco Simino is also watching as well. And Adam Capon is rooting for Jamie Nix. Well, yeah, a lot of people will be getting a bit of a following his Jam Nix, especially after his Twitch streaming that he does. Good afternoon if you're watching on YouTube, on the GUKPT website and Twitch as well. Facebook is open if you want any questions answered. Fire away.
So Tajara here, going to come in for a better 450 after he's checked in. Does have position, going to have a stab at this pot. Tony here with Jack 10, middle pair. Still have Ryan behind us. Most certainly can get behind that fold. And Tajara there takes the initiative, power of position, and takes it down.
So 75 150 level 3 of the day. Good afternoon one and all, welcome back.
Yeah, it's been
Woo-woo. It's been a break since we crowned Ben Windsor as champion of the grand final, and then we end up in London on the Wednesday to find out Ben Windsor's won again.
Oh, yep. Easy game.
He's done it again. It's all luck that game.
Yes.
You know? It's all look this game. Yeah, he's just lucky the most.
Oh yeah.
No, it's fantastic achievement from Ben. We'll be playing the main event tomorrow, I am sure.
So Francesco with the fives out. No action on the flop. I think I'm going to come down to Blackpool and play 25-25 at some point this year.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, last time you did that, you went missing for 3 days.
Yeah, that's...
So what's the point?
Well, I'll actually play it this time. Actually play it.
Where's Jay? Don't know. Yeah. Where's Jay? Don't know. No, Jay? No, I think he's gone home. Were you busy for the CAF Cup?
Yes, I was. Yeah. I was down here. Playing the.
Oh, you were? You playing the midi?
Playing the midi.
Yeah. He didn't miss much. Just a lot of singing and dancing and raising nearly 10,000 for charity and having a good time and falling asleep at the bar and all sorts. Didn't realise, I have to warn people, that if you fall asleep in a Grosvenor casino, it's a barable offence.
Is it?
Yes. Yes. We don't know whether it's 1 strike, 2 strikes or 3 strikes, but it's not the, it's frowned upon, to be fair. But then if you're asleep, you can't hurt anybody. You're not being aggressive by being drunk. You're just asleep. Why you says the picture's not very clear? Well, we've got it on Twitch and it's in HD condition.
Yeah.
And it looks amazeballs. And I've got it on my Facebook here. And I turn it sideways on my phone and that's as HD as you can get it. So maybe it's the connection wherever you are, why? Fingers crossed for everybody else. It looks okay because I've just turned mine sideways because it's full screen on your mobile device and it looks amazing. Looks even better because we can't see Dave Blackmore.
Poor Dave.
Poor Dave.
Unsung hero.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, well, I spoke to you last week, Brad. We had a brief chat on one of the breaks. Midi mate. AJ with the pocket 8s.
Hans Kun says, when is dinner break today comes? Dinner break live in the club will be 4:15 PM. So on the stream, the dinner break will be 4:45.
So 2 legitimate hands here. Tony opts to free bet the ace king, facing early position open from AJ with the 8s. AJ only really have one option here this deep, and that's just the flat, and see if we can flop a set. This is a board that we will be continuing on though as AJ checked over to Tony. Continue here. 1.5k. Just in case, Tony did have a big pair set on the turn for AJ.
Checkity check mark.
Yeah, but I think Tony's got to check this behind now. Like AJ's open under the gun +1 and peeled our 3-bet out position. He's most certainly going to have hands like 3s, 4s, 6s, 7s, 9s, 10s, jacks. Doesn't elect a 3-bet, even queens. So he's going to have plenty of overpairs in there. He's got all the sets as well. He can have the 3s, 4s and 6s. We can't. Tony is electing to come in for this double barrel and is now faced by a raise from AJ. And I'm sure we'll see a pretty prompt fold. So AJ giving Tony credit for a big pair now. An overpair to the board after he does come in for that double barrel. It's a story he's trying to tell here. Tony. So AJ probably not going to be getting any action here. He's having a long hard think about this one, Tony.
Made it look a bigger fold than it was, but AJ taking down the clock, moves up to 33.6. live stream, level 3, day 1A, GUKPT 2020.
They wanted to play today. That's what you do, right? So, I mean, it's like...
All falling around in turn to Ryan Mandara, who then makes it 400 with Jack Queen suited. Jamie Nix coming in for the ride as well. This is 1.2, should get a call.
Yeah, Ryan's not folding. Queen Jack suited this deep. He'll make the call, and we're going to be playing post flop.
King Jack 4, 2 hearts.
Yeah, a bit of action. Both players catching a piece here. Jamie may check this one behind. Yeah, he does. Not the strongest of top pairs in the 3-bet pot, so do need some top pair in our check behind range. And with the 10 of diamonds, little candidate. Now, do want to start extracting our value once Ryan checks twice. Want to start getting some value from 7s through 10s, maybe some Jack X in there as well.
So check twice from Ryan, bets from Jamie. Get a call from Mr. Mandara.
Could be an interesting river decision if it rolls off a brick and Jamie does come in for a value bet.
Or the 10.
No,
cements it for Jamie.
He most certainly will be coming in for a value bet now. After river in 2 pair here. The only thing is, what are we trying to get called by on this particular river? Obviously, it's going to be very hard to extract some value from Jack X. King X probably wouldn't have checked twice. And comes in for a bet, but I don't think Ryan's going to be paying this one off too often. Really nice size though from Jamie. He's gone small here. Just understand that it's a spot where it's a lot better to go smaller than big. Because Ryan's range, when he checks us twice and calls turn, it doesn't look that strong. It looks a lot like a 1-pair hand, exactly what it is. So really, really like this choice of sizing from Jamie. And Ryan in a bit of a spot now. Jamie never going thinner than Queen Jack for value, so Ryan will be aware it's one of them spots where either you just bluff catching and it's also the merit of checking back like top pair in certain spots. We get 2 streets there and we go bet. Ryan's probably just going to fold his jack on the turn, so we actually get 2 streets of action against a good player, whereas we may have only got 1 street of action if we go bet. But because of the check behind on the flop, bit of deception there, very hard for Ryan to let that one go, and a nice little pick up for Jamie.
Maybe used in the stream, when he goes twitching. He likes his 5-minute video clips, doesn't he? There's Jam Nix when he's doing his Twitch. Afternoon, everybody who's watching on Facebook. How are we doing, Nathan Slater, Edinburgh champion last year. And we're back up to Edinburgh. Train already booked.
I love Edinburgh.
Are you flying up?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
No, I've got the train. You got the train for like £1.80, something like that.
You could leave Blackpool on the train at the time that I leave Stansted on the plane. I'd still beat you there.
You would. You're right. But you've got to be in the airport 3 hours before. That's the problem.
Not for domestic flight.
Oh, do you not?
Yeah, they're like 40, 45
Oh,
minutes.
is that? Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
See you all in Edinburgh.
Yeah, see you there.
Edinburgh will be great at the end of March. Looking forward to Edinburgh. It's a fantastic city, superb place. Manchester's the next leg though after London, the end of Feb. We get an extra day as well in February.
Oh yeah, leap year.
Yes, we are leaping years.
So Francesco here, early doors coming in for the 3-bet bluff out the small blind. Nice little hand selection, got the old king blocker in there, it is suited, gives it more playability, and as well Phil, very competent player, he's going to be opening probably between 60-70% range of hands on the button, so you can put a lot of hands in the spot that just have to fold, but in this case Phil with sevens, can't go anywhere, has to call and take a flop in position.
Jack 6 deuce, 2 spades.
Now Francesco flopping a flush draw, going to be continuing this one more often than not. Phil making the call, just the one overcard, can't be folding yet, you've got to stick around, see a turn.
There it is, instant service for Francesco. Oh, what about the 7 of spades under it? Oh no, I can't root for that kind of card, can we?
7 of clubs.
Yeah, the 7 of clubs even tastier.
So Francesco now comes in for a check, trying to rep a hand like ace king, ace queen, just an ace high type hand that continued and looked like it's going to give up, but Phil now, he's going to be in a bit of a spot here. I think he may be a bit confused by this bet on the river. It's after, it's going to be quite tough to fold the sevens the way this hand's played. A lot of players nowadays with queens, kings and aces, they're nutted holdings pre-flop. They like to go for 2 streets when flush completes on the turn. Sort of check turn and then get your value on the river. So overpairs obviously a part of Francesco's range that he can have here. And then there's going to be some flushes in there. That's a good fold from Phil with the sevens. Years and years ago it used to be when an opponent check turn and bet river, everyone always thought it was a bluff, but I think nowadays it's probably more weighted towards value. That particular line, the check turn bet river, I think is a lot more value heavy than it was a few years back.
Good start to our second session. GUKPT, day 1A of the main event. There's been some cracking side events, but the main events is where we're at with the live stream, and that is where we are.
Jamie's turn to pick up the sevens and to jar wants to defend at 10-6 in the big. Queen for deuce rainbow. So Stuart should be playing flow, checking this over to Jamie, and this is a board we want to have lots of bets on as Jamie here, especially with our sevens, want to deny equity to overcards, not give them a free one, and obviously with a bet we can start ranging our opponent bet up.
$33,000 AJ. The chiller down the bottom of 16.7, but still well over 100 big blinds. Yeah, if you're on about trying getting the train to Edinburgh, it wasn't really £1.80, but it wasn't expensive, is what I meant. Book it early. Always book them early.
200 big blind ante 200. That's next hand new level in the main event. 100 200 with a big blind ante 200.
Always better to book early if you're going on the train, but yeah, it's pretty cheap. I think we actually got £25 return for Edinburgh from where we live, which is excellent. So it ain't bad at all. And hope to see so many people up in Edinburgh because it is a fabulous city, one of the best. And it's leg number 3. Music's blurting out in the thick today, isn't it? There's some great tunes in the background. I'm not sure if you can hear them on the stream, but I tell you what.
Queen 7-4, 2 spades. That's an up and down for AJ. Ryan just with ace high. However, you expect Ryan to continue this board a lot, but just going to check fold against the 6-5. We'll have plenty of Queen X peeling on the button. AJ, the Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 9 suited in there, King Queen as well. So out of position. Ryan's just done with the hand. And if you do want to get into the main event for a fraction of the buy, and a bit later on we do actually have a satellite for the main event.
We do indeed. 6 seats guaranteed. Is that Kev Allen? Oi oi, here he is. Yeah, we're there laughing and joking. Oi oi, he'll be saying. Biggest Tottenham Hotspur football fans.
I was just about to say, I'm surprised he's got a smile while the Spurs are going at the moment. It's been one of them years. And we see Ryan open under the gun. Phil Pilver's the 7-6 suited, and AJ. Very small free bet here, considering there was an open and a call. Want to size up a bit more. Now Ryan calls, and then Phil can peel this hand, getting that price, closing the action. And there's 3 runners to the flop. So, any action about? What a flop this is. Ace, King, 10, 2 clubs, flush draw for Phil, top pair for Ryan, bottom set for AJ. Everyone has caught a decent piece of this one.
Pick your flops. Tell you what. Three of Hearts rolls out on the turn. A bit of a blank card for Philippe.
Yeah, AJ wants to be coming in again here for a bet. No, we don't want to be getting trappy. We want to get some value from some Ace X. Obviously charged for the draws. And there is the double barrel now. Ryan snap folds the Ace Queen. Just knows he's no good. Good fold from him, and a snap fold from Phil as well. That's what I mean. Against good players, it's very hard to extract value when you are in front. A set of 10s are good.
Nathan Simmons says the UKSPC taking place this year. If so, any idea when details will be released? Unfortunately, the UKSPC is not going to be in Coventry this season, but I do believe there'll be an online UKSPC, which is why we need to speak to Tom. Unfortunately, there will be no live UKSPC in Coventry. It's been there for about 5 years. Fantastic events. We loved going down to the student championships, but it's not been held in Coventry this year, unfortunately.
Just online, are they going anywhere else? Or?
I think it's just online, I'm not sure, but I do believe it's just online. 67 in the main event with 2 re-entries including that. Yeah, fantastic, really fun event. I know you guys make up the team events and all the universities that come down, we do have a good laugh. We've done some fantastic videos over the course of the last 5 years regarding the student championships. But,
yeah. Creslow says, will the Goliath be in Coventry still? Yes, it will.
It is.
We're not moving that to online.
29th of July until the 5th of August or something like that, off the top of my head. The Goliath is there, the online, the schedule is there, it's all in place. GUKPT.com for the Goliath schedule. It is all. So Jamie raises to 375, AJ calls with 7s. Tony could come along with the 10-8, but he decides against it.
This is a tiny free bet from Attila here, and Jamie coming in for the 4 bet to 3.4k. And AJ gonna have to get out of the way now of his 7s. Just the clash of the Ace Kings.
So now then, Attila, what do we do? Well, what do we do?
We have position. This many big blinds, what we 200 odd big deep. I think just peel in position, take a flop. Wow, AJ has called here. With AJ's call in there against Jamie, I actually may have been more inclined to 5 bet, but AJ's just cold called the 7s to the 4 bet from Jamie. Oh wow.
Oi oi oi, this is wowzers.
Yeah, Jamie's got the complete free roll here.
And it flops about
against Attila.
For Jamie. Sure. Let's just pick your flop. If you know the other guy got ace king, oh my word. You just love it.
So the 7s should just get out of the way, they shouldn't even be in this pot. But there is only one overcard, but it's a 4 bet pot. At the end of the day, it's very unlikely that we're ever ahead here with 7s, and we'd still have a player behind us as well. And then it's going to be action on the tiller here, and should just be calling. Want to keep Jamie's bluffs in if he's got a hand like ace queen, or a hand that he did elect to come in for a 4 bet bluff with. But we still need to be wary. Aces are obviously a hand Jamie can have. So, free roll for Jamie here.
Do we get there, or do we chop it up? Or do we lose Attila? Yep, we get the chop. Never easy.
No.
Always a sweat.
That one is going to be chopped up.
We've got some music going. I tell you what, it's like there's a proper DJ in the building. It's great tunes.
This is what I sing when the dealer forgets to run it twice.
Thursday payday. All right, lads. So if everyone is good, we are. Is Thursday payday Adam?
Adam
Neal.
I'm not sure. Tower. So good afternoon everyone, if you are just joining us, this is leg 1 of the GUKPT 2020 Day 1A, £1,500 buy-in, £300,000 guarantee, and we are the early stages. But the Vic slowly starting to fill up, tables are starting to be filled. Jamie going to defend the 10-7 free to the flop.
Well, there is a flop out there. Honest. 8-9-4.
It's a good flop for the 10-7 of Jamie, up and down. Middle pair for Tony and bottom pair for Attila. Attila comes in for the continue and Tony makes the call, and action on Jamie here with 10-7. Going to come in, I thought that was a raise, but no, just going to come in for a call.
Turns a 5 of diamonds. It's more juice in this this board.
Yeah, I say that Tony does stay in front, but be very shocked if this doesn't check through three-way here. Tony here, I thought he was reaching for chips, but he's going to check. And the river is the 10, so Jamie now makes the best hand on the river. Going to come in for a check. Hard to get. Got to be wary of hands like Jack 10, Queen 10 that can be in there. Better straight draws. So Jamie just going to check call this spot, but it's check through, and the 10-7 is going to be good.
Indeed it is. And it is Adam Neal. How are you, young man? And yes, we will be there for the deep stack in Dublin. We'll be there going over on the ferry on the Wednesday, streaming Dublin Thursday till Sunday, back home on the Monday. Tower's birthday party on the Wednesday. Birthday in Dublin, boom baby. On the Wednesday. What do we do we think Kev uses? Do we think Kev uses just for men? I'm not sure he does. He's only in his 30s.
Some people are just blessed with good hair.
They're just blessed.
You're one of them, Sal. You still got a full head of hair.
I feel, well, it's not certainly not black. Not the colour it used to be at school. My hair was Kevin Allen's colour until I was about 18, 19, and then it started going grey.
Hello.
Oi oi.
Thank you very much.
Love you. Good old Yanis. Congratulations, Yanis.
Oh, thank
on
you.
Being a dar.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. You've become parents and everything. Top man. Parents and everything. Good old Yanis. Had a couple of weeks off maternity leave. Couldn't miss us, and he's here.
4 weeks.
4 weeks, and he's now back for the main event. He is a top lad. Hope all is well with Olga and all the family. Yanis is now Pops. Daddy Yanis. Yeah, we're over in Dublin Street. The deep stack will be there, and then straight after Dublin, it'll be Manchester for the GUKPT. Adam also says, glad all is well. Calf Cup looked amazing as always. It was, and have a great week in London. Boom, boom, boom. So all is good.
King Jack suited for AJ. Wants to be opening his hand under the gun.
There's no one here, Dave.
Taking the line down, booking a cruise, getting there to get here for free. You're going to have to slip on, baby.
Jot makes a call on his direct left. Ace 10 of spades. Brings Kevin in the cut-off with the sixes. And Francesco not going to defend the Jack 4. 3 runners to the flop. Action alert. Flop a king, 6-3, 2 clubs, top pair for AJ, set of sixes for Kev. So AJ most certainly going to do some chips in this pot. Bet of 450 to Jot, just going to have to get out of the way after whiffing completely. And now action on Kev here. Obviously 2 options. Kev's going to opt for the call option, keep his range wide. Ten of diamonds on the turn changes nothing, gives Kev the check mark. And AJ going to come in for another street hit. And facing this second barrel, I think Kev can start giving AJ credit for at least a King X type holding. And then it just comes down to, we raise here, are we going to get King X to continue? And if we think King's going to fold to our raise too often, then we can just flat and take a river. We still get to dictate the action in position. And a bit of an action killer here for Kev. And it looks like AJ is coming in with some betting chips though. I guess it's hard for Kev to have any ace-x here other than ace-x of clubs are the only real means of ace-x hands he can have in this particular spot. But against this size, we still shouldn't really be too worried, as Kev still want to be coming in as a raise. Like Queen Jack does get there, but has to continue flop and double barrel, so that's the only real hand we're worried about. But I think even with Queen Jack, he's not going to opt for this size, AJ. I think he's going to go a lot bigger with more nutted holdings. But Kev now makes it 4.7, and it's going to be so hard for AJ to find a call here with just second pair facing a river raise. And it's a good fold from the man in seat 2. How you doing, Harvey? I will not be at the Irish Open, but Tower will. Tower's doing the comms by himself, flying the flag. They obviously have people coming in and out, but I will not be over in Ireland helping out with the comms. Oi, oi, Doss just came to the table. And he's straight into the action in the low jack with the King 10 and Kev with the boots. Incoming 3-bet makes it 1.2. Means Jamie can get out of the way with a freeze. In action, going to be back on Dost here. King 10 off out position. Usually one of them hands you want to be folding to a 3-bet. And there is the fold from Dost and Kev with the aces. So Brian's going to be going up in 7-8 minutes time. That'll take us into level 4 of the day. We do have an hour dinner break after level 4.
I'm not sure what it was the first attraction.
Remember that was
So Doss has come to the table to liven it up. Ace deuce this time, under the gun +2, makes it 400. Going to get some action from Tajar. King Jack 4, 2 clubs. So both players with a lot of the time pot's going to be shipped to Doss after the continuation bet. Bet fold. So no one short as of yet. Limited price. So Kev opening the ace queen, Jamie king queen suited in the low jack, just going to flat. Francesco should be coming along here with the eights. And AJ going to make a very dubious pill on the bum, jack 7 off. You can see a lot of players muck that instantly, but maybe AJ thinks that he's going to have a post-flop edge plan in position. That could be the reasoning. And it's actually brought the small blind and the big blind along as well now. So we are going 6 ways here. Queen 7-7. just gave a massive speech about not peeling the Jack 7 off and it's flop trips for AJ. And probably going to get some action here. Kev does have Ace Queen and Jamie does have King Queen. However, going 6-way to a flop here, it's very possible that someone can have a 7x hand, and both Jamie and Kev, both very competent players, will be aware of that. Like, I don't even think Jamie may not even overcall here with the King Queen after AJ bets into the whole field and Kev has called. Francesco gets out of the way with the 8s. The turn is the 6 of diamonds and the Jack 7 of AJ. Still the best hand. And Kev's probably going to get away cheaply here now. Ah, it's getting a bit tricky, AJ. Checking behind. And Jamie's actually picked up a better 2 pair on the river. Now he's going to come in for a bet. And he may just flat here, AJ. If we raise the dynamic of this pot going 6-way to the flop, like if we raise this spot, it's almost just always a 7, and we're never getting called from King X. So yeah, he does opt to fat. I know it looks like we should be raising that hand there on the river, but the way the hand's played, a lot of the time it's just a lot better to flat there. We don't want to raise and value own ourselves against better 7x or boats perhaps. So AJ picks up a nice pot.
$72 playing the main event at this moment in time. 300,000 guaranteed tournament, 1,500 the bind, 1350 plus the juice. The dinner break in live in the club is at 4:15 and 4:45 on the live stream. We're both coming to the Irish Open at Easter. I intend to get my flights sorted out. We're over for the deep stack, not working the Irish Open, but may well be over for Easter. And the Irish Open, the Easter is Good Friday, the 10th of April. Yeah, check that out.
Yeah.
Do you know what last year's 180 got?
No. Last year they still know.
what we did, I won like £3 grand. Fucking ace on the flop.
How is it?
So Jack's the tart, AJ with the ace king, and Dost has got the queen jack suited. With a raise from AJ, Jart makes it 1.8. Dost gets out of the way, very surprising. Pretty active is Dost, and decides against it.
I think we've got a 4-bet here as AJ. Hijack versus cut-off dynamic.
Dost just folded Jack Queen suited as well.
Not Dost.
That's what I can believe. That's exactly what I said. How did you manage to find the fold?
And AJ does come in for the 4-bet to 4.2. And to Jar now, he's not going to love this spot with 2 jacks here. Sometimes you sort of get into a leveling more with yourself in these spots because it's a late position open. You don't actually give your opponent credit for a hand. To Jart now coming, I thought that was a 5-bet, but it's just a call. I can be very player dependent what line you choose to take with jacks in this particular spot.
2, 4, 6 flop, 2 diamonds. Actions on AJ. It makes it 2.7.
Yeah, I like it. Nice sizing in a 4-bet bet, 4-bet pot. You want to go fairly small and go as small as 1/4, 5th pot in these spots on 6 high board. That's a Jart here now though. With the jacks, problem is he makes the call here. We're looking at less than 1 SPR, so we're going to have less than a pot size bet behind. So he may elect to just go with it here to Jart. He's faded the queen, king or ace on the flop. He may just choose to go with the jacks and does. Snap fold from the ace king of AJ.
Knew exactly what was happening. Thought, get me out of the way. So as you can see, watered and fed at the tables, as always happens down here in the poker room.
Jamie makes it 450 with the ace queen under the gun. AJ can appeal the ace 5 suited in a low jack, brings Tony in on the button. Dost ain't going nowhere with a suited ace, and Kev getting this price going to defend the jack 6 suited. Red flop.
A red flop. Here we go. Chances are pretty slim. Five-handed. Flop time. Ace 10-7.
So the case ace has came out on the flop. Jamie with the best of it.
The old check all the way around. And still pretty dry for all those hands.
I bet 600 from Dost with the ace 3.
Jamie calls with the best of it. AJ will probably call as well. Yep. And the queen 10. Does he want to? No. Absolutely no.
So this should check through. Once the 4-liner rolls off, I don't think anyone is going to be betting here. Way too high up showdown to start bluffing with an ace. So pot is going to go Jamie's way.
So the last level before the dinner break of 60, I think it's 60 minutes, normally is. We'll find out if Yannick, so I think it's 60 minutes. Radio relief. Oi oi. Little boots. Got Jesco in C1.
I was trying to do something. I'll try again. But at the end of those, okay.
So Kev coming in with the free bet here to 2.8k. Good hand selection, King Queen, probably one of the nut free bet bluff hands from a removal standpoint. Block a lot of our opponents' continue range versus our free bet as well. Free betting out the small blind versus an early position opening does look very strong. Unfortunately for us, we've just run into the top end of Francesco here with the aces, and it's going to be interesting to see how he proceeds here, because once Kev does come in for that free bet out the small blind, it does look very strong. But then on the flip side of that, if we come in for a 4-bet, it just looks super strong. Like, I don't think we're ever going to have a bluff, 4-bet bluff in this particular dynamic, under the gun +1 open, flat, and then a squeeze from the small blind. I don't think we're going to have too many 4-bet bluffs here, if any, at this stage of the tournament. So, it does come in for the 4-bet, and Kev's just going to get out of the way now. He'll be done with a hand.
So level 4 of the day.
Oi, oi, Cara's in the chat on
Who's
Twitch.
that? That Cara Cleggbird? Is she not travelling around the world?
She went to, I think it's LA. She's gone to LA.
Yeah, and then she's doing New Orleans and San Francisco and Vegas and everywhere in the world. Good on you, Cara. How you doing?
Yeah, I hope you're well, Cara.
Hope it's a fantastic trip, by the way. You're just going out at wrong time of the season because the NFL's nearly finished now. You could have gone to the Superdome in New Orleans, which looks amazing.
Does that mean the Super Bowl is
It's
on Sunday?
Yes. Yeah, 20 quid on heads. Another year of GUKPT. Will we see you in Manchester?
I'm sure we'll see her in
Manchester. Is that the next leg for you while you're off on your jollies right now? Amazing times in America. Six of hearts, it's a turn as it's checked. The 7-6 deuce flop.
Don't talk with me behind today, will you?
And then the 4 of diamonds, it's checked again.
King High is good for Jamie.
That'll do nicely. So a 1, 2 and a 2. Quick check up on Facebook. See who's watching the live stream over on the Facebook page. Race to 400 with 10-8 in mid position.
And Francesco easy to defend with the Queen Jack. Jack 7 deuce 2 spades. Should see Tony continue here, but maybe a bit of spidey senses. Checks behind with his gut shot. Really nice candidate to come in for a continue on that board, but thought better of it. and on this occasion it's worked out because Francesco does have top pair. Tony getting fruity, making it 2.5k to go here with his gut shot.
He's got a bit of a look of Tony Ringe on him. Do you not think? A little bit with the hair.
I can see where you're
from the
coming
side
from
with
a
the
little
hair.
bit.
And then he's getting a bit fruity as well. It could definitely be Tony.
Now, the thing is, it's very hard to rep a credible line now, as Tony, like a lot of the time, our flush draws are just going to continue flop. We wouldn't check raise turn, so it's very hard for us to rep a flush here. And sevens and deuces, like checked sixes. Sixes make sense. Sixes is probably one of the few hands we can have here in this spot as Tony. Maybe if he can get creative and overpair with a spade in it, that could be another option. That elected to check flop for some deception. But regarding range of hands for value here, as Tony, he hasn't got too many. You don't expect flushes to take this line. So basically giving him maybe sixes, the one combo of jacks, and then some overpairs with a spade in them. So it's not really got too much value here, but then again, you always got to ask the question, what bluffs are there in this spot that Tony can show up with? And once again, there's really not many. So it's a really, really tough spot for Francesco with the Queen Jack, but I think the way it's played, just going to have to play it off. And does make the call, and a muck from Tony, and the Queen Jack Francesco is good.
So 34,000 is our chip leader. Afternoon, everybody, whichever clients you're watching on. Ben Richardson says Vegas is best for poker. Best place for poker. I think you're right. I've been in Macau, but it's a long time ago since I was in Macau, so couldn't say it was or wasn't anymore. It was an amazing place when we went, but a long time ago. Vegas is the best place in the world to play poker because you can play in your flip-flops. Because it's warm enough to play in your flip-flops. You walk outside and it is middle of the World Series and it's 40 degrees and you just wander around aimlessly and get a beer and watch the sights. Ah, yes. Ah, is it June yet? Log says, has anyone ever fallen asleep at the poker table? Not while we've been live streaming. It might have happened in cash games, and wouldn't surprise me, it happens every day in a cash game. People falling asleep at the tables, playing 8 and 10 hours after work.
I've been there.
Yeah, playing for 8 and 10 hours after work and you fall asleep. Yeah, I can see that happening.
Check 3 deuce from Rainbow, a flop, and a limp pot, and Dost going to try and take a stab, timing wise. It looks good, but AJ going to get sticky with bottom pair.
And there it rolls off. I was just about to say, watch the two of spades, hits the turn. And oh, boom, there it is.
And Dost going to continue firing here. I guess Dost's thought process could be he expects AJ to lead all of his Jack X in a limp pot. So maybe Dost just trying to apply pressure to some pocket pairs, some 3x, as well as hands like 4, 5, ace 4, ace 5, the wheel draws. and 9 of diamonds on the river. So check once more from AJ, and is Dos going to unload the clip?
Yes. Nope, not at all. 3,700 and a snap call. Just a call. That'll do. So Dos down to 3.7. Well, everybody's just about finished their dinner. There will be a 60-minute break at the end of this level. Cheers, Mick the Mod. Straight in. 72 players playing day 1A. Last year was an incredible 174 on day 1A, but it was a £1,000 event and there wasn't a midi. So it's a little bit different.
I still think
174 last year on day 1A.
You get a lot of players coming in at like level 5, level 6.
Yeah, of course you do. And I always said it again to 3 figures today, but and last year's was a £1,000 event, and there were no midi, which makes a big difference. It's like you've got a mini, a midi, and a main, and then the Omaha, and then the seniors, and then the there's a lot of poker in the last 10 days down here. Harvey Norris, so we're both coming to the Irish Open at Easter. I think I've covered that. And I think I said I'm going to book my flight. Yes.
You've got the comms out there, are you? You're doing commentary?
Not for the Irish Open.
Oh, it's not for the Irish
Nope.
Open. It is in Ireland though, isn't it?
That's the deep stack in February. Yeah.
I know there's something over there. It's a bit of action here. Got 2 players. Oh, the 8s just get out of the way. Really good fold from the pocket 8s. Didn't even get sticky, especially against Dost as well. Kev's still got card. It must be Kev with the 8s.
Where's yeah?
I do think it's a bit peculiar.
Yeah, here comes the rewind.
Folding 8s to 1 bet.
Yeah. They're sat there thinking, oh!
There they are.
There they are. Just over 30 minutes to go until the end of the session, and a 60-minute dinner break.
You requested this. You did. I don't even do requests here.
Kev Ace King under the gun +1. Makes it 450. Folded round to the blinds. Attila makes the call, and Tony comes in the big as well. Interesting. King 10-5, 2 hearts. So up and down for Attila. Top pair, top kicker for Kev.
I think the Ace King's coming out lately. I'm connecting. 8 of diamonds on the turn.
It changes nothing. You expect Kev to come in for a second barrel here, especially against a small blind calling range. Like, they're going to have all the King Queens, King Jacks type of hands there, as well as up and downs like Queen Jack. There can be some 10x as well. So as Kev, this is one of the hands we want to be going bet on good run-outs. But Queen Jack cannot call, facing the bet on the turn, gets out of the way, and Kev picks that one up just below starting stack.
As in players in the main event, then the appropriate will be a chip race for the 25-point chips, with one player on each table. Please buy in the 25 chips before the end of the level.
Queen A suited for Attila on the button. Opens to 5. And Dost will be defending the same hand. Do you expect? No, just lets it go. Unlike Dost defending his big blind.
Cards coming out. 30 minutes to go until the end of this session. And the break.
Four 3 suited for AJ in the hijack.
Active comes in for a raise.
Yeah, don't mind it. Hijack, folded shut. If you're comfortable playing post flop, fine to open the suited connectors.
Yep.
Attila going to peel 10-9 of clubs, and Dost is in the small with the ace-9. He gets involved. Kev gets out of the way in the big.
Oi oi, 3-4 diamonds.
Yeah. So AJ here wants to be continuing with a pre-flop aggressor, king high, and gets it through with just 4
Good. We saw the pleasant dealers in today's main event. Finish and in progress, and there will be a 1 hour dinner break.
There we go. Exactly halfway through level
Once again, all the players and
4.
dealers in the main event.
41,000 for AJ and chip lead.
Just remind all the players,
Tony,
we are racing off
7.4.
all the 25
Down, there's a
point
short
chips
stack.
on this break.
See, you come down to London, they know how to play, you see. You go to Didsbury, they've no idea.
Oh, I came to London 6 weeks ago and got a package.
I got invited to breakfast this morning. Yeah. No, because I were in at 10 o'clock helping set up, I didn't go. Brian went. Brian went and paid, got offered for breakfast, and I had to say no because I were in here at 10 o'clock. And they went to, where did you go to?
The fire station.
The fire station. It's been renowned as one of the best places ever to eat. So him and 3 people from Blackpool went with them. I missed out. They had breakfast, just a normal breakfast. It wasn't my poached egg and sausage, nothing expensive. He says, well, how much was the bill? I says, I don't know, about in London, 60 quid for breakfast. 120. They videoed him when they get in the bill. Joe's videoed him when he's got the. He opens, he went, Jesus Christ!
I've been moved to the pizza table.
120 quid. Well done, Brian. Didsbury winner last week of the deep stack, and he's also one of the diamond package winners from last year, which is why he's here in London. And went for breakfast this morning. And he paid £120 for breakfast for 4 people in a place called the Fire Station. If you know where it is and you've heard about it, you'll know that that's a very exclusive part of London. But there was a little video. It was good. So good old Brian who won Didsbury Deep Stack last week, so I thought he'd treat everybody to breakfast, and he spent his winnings. Yeah. Do you hear about Brian's breakfast antics this morning? So fun. Went How many days on the series?
AJ opening the King Queen under the gun, makes it 400. Tony going to flat the 8s in the low jack. Boss comes along to his left with Queen Jack. And Phil here, King Queen in the small blind. It's going to be continuing, it's just what route he's going to take, whether he's going to come in for the squeeze or whether he's going to flat. Yeah, makes it 2.3k, very good here from Phil. As you say, one of the best pre-flop bluff hands, the old King Queen. Gets the same hand to fold. And Tony in a bit of a dilemma with the 8s, simply because of his stack size. And get 2 quick folds, nice little pick up there from Phil. with the king queen. Squeeze gets through. Altilla with the king queen suited under the gun +1 makes it 500. And that's raise and take, no action for Attila there. And for all your social, you can find us on Grosvenor Poker on Facebook, Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, YouTube at GUKPT and Twitch/GUKPT. If you are following on Twitch today, make sure you've hit that follow button. Get a notification every time we do go live. Plenty coming up this year. We're off to Manchester next, then Edinburgh, and then London, Luton. We'll have the Goliath off to Leeds, Luton again, Blackpool, and then the grand final at the end of the year. So plenty going on throughout the year on the live stream. Jamie ace 10 in the hijack race to 475. AJ here in the small, A6 suited. It's obstacle, and Josh going to call in the big blind with the king 10. 3 runners to the flop. Complete whiff for all 3 players. Ace 10 of Jamie, still the best hand. 9 high, fairly dry, 1 club. I think we've got a pretty easy continue here as Jamie. And AJ with A6 of hearts here, gonna pull out the float out of position. And now turns the nut flush draw. Jamie here with ace 10. Decides to check behind, not going to double barrel this spot. And the river is the 7 of diamonds, so check mark goes to Jamie. And check from AJ. You expect Jamie to check behind here, and does, and he's going to take the pot. Tony going to limp the Queen 10 under the gun. A lot of the time just want to be mucking. Sorry, it's Queen 10 suited, want to be opening. Even off of our 40 big blind stack, still chunks of big blinds. So much better as Tony here to open this particular hand.
It's a SIM card at the front of that white laptop, please. Data card. Just push it in. Push it in and it comes out. Yeah, got that. Cheers.
Flop of ace, 3, deuce, 2 hearts. So AJ going to fire once checked to him. Attila here has to let this one go. I know we see he has the best hand, but we have 2 players behind us and a player betting into 3 players. And a nice little pick up there from AJ with just 9 height. Going back to that limp from Tony there with a Queen 10 suited, it's just so much better to open. We're probably just going to get heads up with a big blind in that particular spot and continue and take the pot, but a lot of better things can go for us when we come in for an open early position rather than a limp. We can take the pot down there, we get the betting lead, we can define ranges better. It's just a lot more better things can happen. So 15 minutes just over left of the session, and that will lead us into the hour dinner break when we do return at around 5:45. It will be a new featured table. Francesco here, 8-7 suited, makes it 400, and a big blind. Defends. Queen, Jack 5, 2 diamonds, the flop. And Francesco counting out continued chips, snap fold from Tony. Plenty going on over the next couple of weeks in terms of 25-25s and deep stacks. We've got 25-25 next week in Edinburgh, following week Leeds, after that in Walsall, and then deep stacks going on next week are Birmingham, Bournemouth and Bolton, and then the following week after that is Luton. All details for that can be found on GUKPT.com. Kev makes it 450 under the gun with the ace-9 suited. Raise and take. Francesco with the 10s, and could be some action here because Josh has him pipped with the jacks, but looks like Josh has just called. No, he has raised. He's made it 1.2k to go, and action back on Francesco, who makes the quick call and heads up to the flop. Oh, top set for Francesco, and Josh has got to like this flop as well. No overcards to his jacks here. Going to be coming in for a continuation bet here, almost always. And now Francesco sitting here with top set. Going to probably lean more towards call on this one. We can raise, incredibly raise, but basically just trying to get action from overpairs. If we do come in for a raise, we lose all of the bluffs that Francesco can have in this spot. We've got ace king and ace queen drawing nigh on dead, so looks like he is going to come in for a raise. Nope, just a call. Just a call. Looked like a chunk of chips. The king of diamonds on the turn. This is actually a really good card in terms of us as Francesco here. Josh is going to be very... He's going to have a lot more king X than we have in this particular spot. But the king's rolled off, so Josh should be checking this one behind, you expect. Hard to get another street of value from worse after a king rolls off, but looks like he's coming in for a small bet, I take it this is. 3.5k, so half pot. Now Francesco here with the 10s may decide that now's the time to raise this up. There's a lot more hands we can get called by now in this particular spot, so you do expect a lot of Josh's bluffs to shut down. Yeah, I like the decision here to raise this turn as Francesco, making it 9k, understanding ranges and what hands his opponent can have here. He has got plenty of hands that can continue against us. Problem in these spots, like, not too many people raise turn as a bluff, but there are some bluffs you can have in this spot. It is a free bet pot, so probably not as many as you could in a single raise pot here. Like 9-8 suited, Jack 9 suited that just picked up a double gutter, heart draws. Nut hearts, king X of hearts as well is also a hand that he could plausibly have in this spot, Francesco. King 10 suited would be another hand, and a good fold from Josh with the jacks. Probably lost bare minimum there. May have had to pay off a river bet on a brick if he checked behind turn, so probably lost the win. So it looks like AJ is going to be chip leader at this table heading into the break. Tony, when he comes back after the break, going to be around the 20 big blind mark. Kev makes it 450 on the button. Once folded to us, any ace on the button, good to open. And Francesco going to defend the king deuce and big. Heads up. Jack 10, 3, 2 hearts. Kev should be continuing this board higher frequency, especially with the ace of hearts. Comes in for the continue, and Francesco here just going to have to get out of the way, and that's...
Oh, I'm back.
You're back.
All that filming. All that filming.
Superstar.
Heck, I tell you what. You take a break, so we have to go filming, do some stuff. We're back. Jay's been holding the fort as always, top dude. We're only about 5 or 6 minutes away from the break, aren't we?
We are 5 minutes away from the break.
And then a 60-minute dinner break.
Soft ice. How's Jamie Nicks doing? He was doing alright until he got moved.
Again?
Yeah, he got moved again.
Is he the man?
Yeah, he's the man.
He's the man. It's about third move already.
He had about, I think it was like 28 when he got moved, around that. So chipping along nicely. But he's already been on our feature table twice. I could imagine if he's on again after the dinner break, if he's drawn onto that table. Cheers, Miko. See you a bit later.
They'll be thinking we're moving him on purpose to make sure that he gets on the next stream.
So Tony with queens here wants to be opening here.
Mick the mod is off. See you later, Mick.
Makes it 500. And AJ with the defend. King Jack 6, the rainbow. Bet 600 from Tony, quick call from AJ. Seven on the turn. And Tony's queen's still best. Comes in for a 1,000 bet. AJ not going anywhere with his second bet, no kick up. And River is the 9 of spades, and this should be going check check now. And chose the queens, and they are good.
Adam Neal's on his way to Dublin, the deep strike that we're going to be filming. He just stuck a post on social media about an hour ago that he's selling action. Why didn't he put it in our chat box? I'd have bought some. I don't know.
We always get the front, us poker players, when we forget to, when we sell action and people can't get a piece. No. We always get the front.
Anyway, good luck when you're over there, Adam.
Yeah, good luck, Adam.
We will see you there. No, I was definitely filming.
Just 10 minutes while I do these things. Did you bring the mic back?
Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely filming. Really on the circuits and all that malarkey, and got to keep everybody happy. Level number 4 of the day. Good to see Kev Allen still playing and loving the game down here. Travels to Luton every now and again and London, and that's about it. Every now and again he'll rock up in Blackpool. Just he fancies a weekend away in Blackpool. Been on the circuit for years, Kev.
Jack Hart's on the turn. Up and down for Phil. Top pair for AJ. Bit of an action turn cop. Brick on the river.
So just 40,000 as chip leader, doubling the stack from the start in 4 levels. Not a bad start for AJ. Francesco just behind him.
So this is going to be the last hand of the session.
Last hand.
We will be out on an hour dinner break.
Tony under the gun, ace 9 suited. Looks like he's better than that. 500, he has. That's 5. Philippe coming in for a raise.
He will be indeed. May mean that we might actually get one more in.
We might indeed. Yeah, we are doing. The dealers screaming about start everything. And the players will be on a 60-minute. Nice steady start to 2020 and leg 1 of GUKPT season, whatever it might be, 14 if we're still counting seasons. 2017 to now. It's bigger and better. 300k prize pool guaranteed this week, and it is indeed the last hand of the session. Thanks to Jay. We will see you in 60 minutes as Kev Allen has just won the last hand. See you back when the clock strikes 0.
Sorry? Is there some kind of stream of this? Yeah. I'm not sure if it's stream or not, but we make a recording for sure. Maybe they're gonna delay it.
Under the half an hour.
Half an hour.
Players in the main event, you have 1 minute on your break. Players, please take your seats. That's 1 minute remaining on your break. All players, please take your seats.
Welcome back to level number 5. Everybody's been watered and fed. They've all gone down. They've had the dinner break. We are now set for another good session. I can see Chris Howden. I can see
Lee French.
Brian Clark.
Lee French.
I see Lee French. Oh, we got Jane total.
So, going to run you through the table we got for the next couple of hours. In 1 is Mark Caffrey. In 2 is Kevin Charalambos. In 3, Brian Clark. In 4, Ahmed Abdelhadi. In 5, Lee French. In 6, Dragos Bulgara. In 7, Chris Howden. And in 9 is Juha Helpit.
Juha Helpit. I wonder if we can YouTube Tower speaks to Juha Helpit at the World Series Poker Europe 2009.
There's a great hand from the Premier League of Poker. Juha Helpit against Phil Hellmuth, and Tony G is commentating on the hand. It is the best commentary you'll ever hear. It is, if anyone's seen that, it's one of the funniest bits of poker commentary you'll ever hear.
He is a blast from the past, is Juha Helpit. Finnish legend in the game. Where's Essa when you need him?
Yeah, he'll probably be tuning in. He did say be tuning in a bit later, Essa.
So level 5 all the way through to level 10. That's what we're here for. Day 1A. Currently stands at 91 runners for the main event, 81 and 10 re-entries. 10 re-entries, that's a lot.
Do you know who chip leader is?
Albert.
Nope. Close, very close.
Terry.
Yes.
Is it?
It's got over 100k. Terry Jordan cashed in the grand final, didn't it?
It is.
Had a very deep run.
Well, we are now back for levels 5 through to level number 10 and the end of. Live stream finishing around 12:30 midnight. Well, good afternoon, well, good evening as it is now, yeah, on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, GUKPT.com website, whichever one you're on. Good evening.
So 9-8 suited for Lee, going to be opening this early position. Yuhar's going to flick in the call. And Kev finds the boots in the big blind. Going to be squeezing. So 3.2. Fairly small size with an open and 2 calls. Expect to be a pinch bigger, but it's going to get the job done. No one can continue.
What? Alright. In dark. So. Here's 10, raising in the small blind, just small blind and big blind. Brian calls the 10-8 off. 10-8 flat would have been a little bit of true play.
And the ace high of Kevin going to do the job.
No. Well, this could be interesting. We look down at the table. UR has got pocket aces, and guess what Kevin's got?
What?
Guess what Kev's got?
Aces again for Kev.
How do I get the money? I'm all in, yeah. I call, yeah. He's not going to make it 8 or 9, is he? Should just be the lot, I reckon.
Mate.
Yeah,
Flat,
make it
you
9.
are, but no, flatten's an option here, Tower, against a 4-bet. Obviously, we can see they've both got aces, but we've got position. I wouldn't actually be surprised to see a flat, but it looks like he's just going with it. And there's the call, and nice hand.
Aces against aces.
Oh, that's it. Shut me up.
That's as dry as you can get.
Ace-8 suited for Chris. Makes it 700. And Brian with the ladies on the button. Raises it up, makes it 2.1. And action going to be back on Chris, who makes a swift laydown. Brian picks that one up. It's been a fairly quiet day so far in terms of hands at the table action. No real big pots, suck outs or anything like that. Everything's just been raise and take, not really getting to too many showdowns. Queen to their diamonds for Chris. Raises to 7.
So the blind's 100, 300 with a 300 big blind. No 25 chips on the table, so the 153 has gone. Former champion in C3, Brian Clark. Over 10 years ago now, 2009.
Is that Blackpool, was that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's home like Blackpool.
So Lee on the button, 7-6 suited, comes in for a race, going to get called in 2 spots.
Flop time. A9-10.
Oh, we got action here.
Yeah,
we got 2 pair, we got a flop straight, and we've got middle pair.
I don't think we have.
I'm pretty sure we have. We've got 7-6 of hearts in there, 9-8 off and king 9 off, I believe.
There you go. Bring the king 9 off of Chris is out of the way.
Yeah.
Seeing 1 doesn't have cards.
Yeah, this is good news for Lee here. We'll be on our way to winning a nice pot. Alright, a lot of action killers on the turn.
Oh!
What?
That is not an action killer, that is delicious.
Boat.
Oh, we got an up-down straight flush draw. We've got a flop straight, and Dragos has now turned the full house. He can make it up.
Oh, that is a cold turn card. Because Lee's just not going to be able to get away from this on the turn if Dragos puts it in. And if he picks rolls off, he hates it. The problem we got here is Lee, we just can't fold because like Dragos can have
Jack, with the redraw we can't fold.
He can have Jack 8, he can have 7 8, he could have had like an 8 and then up and down, and he's just going with trips. We just can't let this one go as Lee, it's just unfortunate, it's just a really cold deck.
Full house on the turn. Wow.
This would be the sickest
5 of
hand.
hearts, 10 of hearts. It's Dice Knight's pen, it's the Queen of Spades.
That's just a bit of a cooler there.
Yeah.
Most exciting hand we've had so far today.
Oh, the turn cut.
I was literally speaking to Lee on the dinner break, and he goes, I hate going on the feature table, I run so bad on the feature table.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
and then
no.
half an hour later.
Oh. Half an hour later, he's got the flop. Turns up and down straight flush draw. And he's miles behind. Oh dear. What is it? That leaves Lee with 1 chip by the looks of that. 1 chip.
Chip in a chair.
He has 1 chip.
Well, we'll have less than that used to.
First next stand then.
See it?
On the
Good. Okay, 300 to go. Fold. 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 That's a raise to 7. Can you pop the cards up the logo, please, sir? Cheers. Raise 3,000.
8-5 for you all. 3 bets in the big blind. 3,000. Vegas gets out of the way. Raised under the government cabinet, A6 suited. Five-way action. With Lee's 1.2 in the middle. drawing a little thin. Needs to hit a 4 that's not a diamond. Mark calls with the ace of diamonds on the big. The jack of clubs means we're going to be losing. Lee French. Ryan turns 2 pair. And that's 2,000. That should be it for the hand, and we'll see Lee's cards come on the back. Knowing he's drawing dead. And that's it, Lee knows the table has been tapped. Cannot hit the card in the deck. Then we'll keep him. Brian Clark takes him out. And the river's an 8. So Weebrick pulls in a few more chips. Gets back over starting stack. Up to 22,000. Five, 6, 7, 5 of diamonds checked, and the jack of diamonds on the river. So we turn into a boat on the turn when it's checked all the way down. Bet wins. We're going to check. That's never getting up anywhere. That's where he seems to have given up on that hand. No bet, no bet, no bet.
See that bet there? Can you see that bet there?
What are you doing?
I can see you jump on.
It's all right.
Board.
So I'll raise to 700. Time for the Starlight to start. 6 seats guaranteed to the main event. There you go, 6-6.
I know, yeah, I know what it is, I know.
So what it does.
sorry, Jay. What are you justifying to? I'm just showing you what's happened. Those folk coming in off straight away. That's the hand to the check to bring the cast in. That's how I dropped the foul of it. No, it was a mistake. I didn't mean to. I was trying to avoid it. You'll see him like.
So level 5 of the GUKPT, first event of 2020, leg number 1. Welcome on board, everybody. If you're on Twitch, good evening. If you're on YouTube and GUKPT website, well, click into Facebook.
I know, I remember that.
So look, like,
Numbers 98 so far, so we're going to hit the 100 mark plus. Could easily end up with 120.
How many do you think we'll get for this event tower total?
If we get 120 today, we'll get 185 tomorrow, 303, 310.
Do you know what? I set a live with Yanis and I gave him exactly that number.
Did you?
310, yeah, and he had the overs on 310.
Wow.
Yeah? Exact same thought process as me there.
There you go. Where is it on Facebook? Why can't we find it?
So rare situation here, all fair. So there's going to be some action. Brian has a gut shot to go with his top pair. Dragos has Brian and Ahmed out kicked. We're going freeway to the turn. And it's a jack. So Ahmed had the worst of the equity share on the flop. Has just jumped into the lead after turning top 2.
9, anybody? No, pairs of 7.
This is close for Ahmed here, whether to come in for some value or whether to check call out position. Obviously we can target some 10x hands, some Jack X that had gut shots like Jack 9, Jack 8, target those type of holdings. But the problem is there will be some 7x out there, 7 8, 7 9 hands that had a pair and a gut shot. It does come in for a very thin value bet, 2k on this river, very nice, and gets paid off by Dragos with the Queen 10, and he shows it. Gassan with the 6s under the gun. Just sat down, starting stack. Straight into the action, racing it up. And Ahmed elects to just flat the ace-queen suited on the button. Going to put the heads up with the opener.
Whoa, the Mickey Blacks have missed, but still in front.
Want to be continuing here as Gassan. We're going to have the best hand more often than not. Ahmed will have some 10x peeling on the button, Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, those type of holdings. But we really just want to deny equity to the overcards. perhaps get called from some worse hands, like ace queen in this scenario. 4 on the turn, that's quite an interesting card, because if a deuce does roll off on this river, it's very hard to get Gassan credit for a 6, and Ahmed could potentially lose a big pot. I guess it's down to whether Gassan is going to come in for this double barrel here, and he is. We're probably not going to get to the river here. Ahmed with just ace queen can be the best hand here. But we're just a bit too far down our range to kill this. We do have a will draw, 2 overs. And it's a good fold, disciplined fold.
Gassan came second in the IRL last night.
Did he?
Yes.
How much was that for?
15 runners, just paid 3. He got 13.5. Guy Taylor came third.
Who won it?
Somebody else.
Somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't Guy Taylor come third in the mini main as well? Yeah.
Lander. He's commonly known as Lander. Lander?
No.
No. Lander L. I would not even try to pronounce the surname, and I would apologise profusely if I did. It would win at Scrabble, let me tell you. No, just seen the Aces versus the Aces. Brad Simpson's on catch up.
Yeah. Where you been, Brad?
Click the live button, Brad. Unless you want to listen to the live comms on stuff that happened 10 minutes ago.
Brian with the ace jack, going to be raising it up.
He is. This is one of the first times Brian's been on the feature table. In the years that Cardroom Direct have done the live stream with the whole cards.
That's how much respect Chris gives Brian, folding king queen on the button to an open.
That'll do. Not too sure if we're going to get paid.
If Chris did peel the king queen on the button, he would have lost a lot of chips.
I think Brian's winning hand in the GUKPT is one of the most famous hands that we had prior, well, pre-hole cards. It was absolutely just, you couldn't have written it in the stars. Local favourite in his own card room, rode on by everybody. He's been outplayed. He's got himself down, he's got himself the chip lead, and it's queens against ace king, and it comes ace king 7 9 queen, and the place went mental. That was obviously the time when there were no rails and no TVs looking like this. The setup was completely different. It was on a normal table. There were no hole cards, no cameras or anything like that. We were doing the videos from above with a Z1 kind of.
Showed me the spot last night that you filmed Phil Helmy with, weren't you? Pointing at the spot.
Oh, the exact spot that we used to film in the Empire. Yeah.
So back to the action. Kev opening a6, Ahmed with the 9-8 coming in for a free bet.
when Phil Elmworth walked in as Caesar and he walked into the
cinema,
walked into the cinema at the Empire Cinema rather than the Empire Casino. Yeah, that was funny. What is a hand live, says Brad. Well, we just dealt the cards. Brian's just folded under the gun in seat number 3. Ahmad has got Jack 4 and 119. Says on the top of the screen.
Aware of Kev's holding. U-Heart is going to continue with the Ace-8 and the Ace of Hearts. Mark's in with his middle pair.
8 of Hearts, it's a river.
That's probably it for U-Heart.
Four diamonds goes check, check.
He's lost his phone. You haven't seen it, have you? Lost his phone. That's Steve, yeah, that was being handed in. You just go in the back to it, no? Just did the bit on the bar.
Yeah, just behind the bar to the right.
Machine.
Yeah.
Go on.
This is level 5 of the day. Just a quick deck change. Back to the action. Afternoon, Essa. So we're on ham 120, Brad. Hopefully you're live again now. 120. As Chris A7 suited, going to make it 700 to go. And Brian not going to defend the King 6, another raise and take. Yeah, 8 million in light earnings, Essa. U-Har LP in seat 9. Just lost the action for that hand, guys. Sure, it will be back. This one.
So, steady day.
Oh, been so quiet.
Yes,
Other than the hand with the boat and the straight.
Yeah, very steady today. Another long way to go. Yeah, live stream finishes in 6 hours' time.
Three places. What was first place? What was the percentage? Is that the guy you mean? No, what was the percentage of the prize? 50%.
That's 12.
Yeah.
Big football. Yeah, the home game, no good with that.
9, ace, 4, jack.
Get two lovely flop tops to like the goal. Two of each
Five on the river, so the jack deuce of Ahmad is going to get the check mark, but Dragos isn't finished with this hand yet. He's coming for the bluff with just king high. Well, this is a free barrel here. He's gone bet, bet, bet. Oh no, sorry, it was Ahmed that bet the flop with the. So Ahmed Donk led the flop with the jack deuce.
Then he slowed down.
Yeah, and Dragos bet the turn. Ahmed made the call. I can't see how we can call in this spot tower. I'm just looking back through the hand, the way this hand's played, unless we have some sort of specific read or we know that Dragos is a bit of a someone to get out of line, a bit laggy. Then maybe you can make the hero here, but we just lose to too much the way the hand's played and facing that donk on the flop as well, and the fact that we donk flop, like a lot of the time it's always just capped at one pair, never better than that. So well, he has made the call. It's a non-believer. I do not make that call. That is
a big call.
Yeah, that is a hero and half that. I know he's got second pair and we see ace high heroes, but just the way that hand's played, I just don't really see what we're beating. We need Dragos to specifically with air. We need quite a few things to happen for us to be good in that particular situation where he felt like he was good, but that is a very good call from the man in seat 4.
50 minutes time. 54. Very close to the guarantee already of 6 seats. And the main event is over 3 figures, 102 at the moment. 102.
Dealers in the satellite, please ensure your button is in seat number 1. That dealer button in the satellite will be in seat number 1. This satellite has a 15,000 starting stack. The first 4 levels will be 30 minutes on a 25-minute clock.
So Kev, 10-8 suited.
And re-entry
Makes it 700 to go.
Opening line starts.
Ahmad sees this well.
Dealer button seat 1. Best luck button, dealers you can
Dragos
You have 3 or more legs.
gets involved. Yeah, seeing Dragos now peel the 8 lean you more towards calling in that hand we were just talking about before with Ahmed. If players peeling hands like ace-4 off out the small, then potentially they can come up with some crazy lines. Dragos with a will draw. We've got Ahmed's holding. Flicks in the call. 5 would be cold deck.
7 of spades.
Yeah. And now that should be the end of this hand. I don't think either player is going to call with their gut shot, even getting this price.
So over 100 runners, we eventually got there, and 54 in the satellite. That should grow even more. We're 2 hours of late reg. Should end up with about 90 runners in that as well, or 90 buy-ins in total.
Brian with the 10s makes it 800. And Gassan going to flick in the defend.
No, 3-bet Jim says his stream keeps cutting out. I noticed that the YouTube picture was bad. I just thought it was the Wi-Fi in here. We'll check it out for you.
So flop check check, turn check bet.
5-8. I don't think we can even attempt to call in this one.
No, he's going to let this one go. Gassan, I'd be surprised if he did continue. Just got no rivers to improve. Oh, he is going to flick it in. Non-believer.
We could have an issue with the stream. Let's check his connection.
None needed set for Brian.
He runs well, that Brian.
Wow. This is why he called turn, but he's going to get snapped off. Brian with the, well, 4th nuts, as there is a straight flush there. But I actually like to see that from Gassan. He's actually called turn with a plan on the river. He's called to lead river, and obviously we're going to fold out all Brian's hands that don't contain a heart. With 4 hearts on board, it's more likely that he doesn't have a heart in his hand than he does, just from a mathematical standpoint. So I actually really like that line from Gassan. It didn't actually work in that occasion, but call turn, lead river.
Chris Kemba says, how's your legs?
Yeah, I'm aching a bit, Chris. I'm aching a bit, I must say. I was blowing after 10 minutes. Honestly, gone. I started at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And then you can't do it like you used to.
You can't play like you used to at 25.
Yeah.
I don't expect that kind of answer from PK who's in his 30s.
Yeah, it's like...
Not somebody who's 25, blowing out his arse because he's been running round a 5-a-side pitch for 5 minutes.
It was 10.
At 25. Let me tell you. Yeah.
I think if I paced myself, Tower would have been alright, but the first 10 minutes I just went hell for leather and that was it. And then I was just gone for the rest of the match.
Here's Essa watching his one of his compatriots and a legend in the game, who I help it.
Gassan with the free bet with the ace queen on the button makes it 2.1, and Yuha with the kings in the small blind comes in for a 4 bet to 5.4k, and action back on Gassan here. And this is not a nice spot to be in with the ace queen with free bet, and there's a cold 4 coming out of the blinds. Super strength shown from Yuha. Gassan with position and getting an attractive price. Going to make the call. Play heads up post flop. Looking for an ace from space. Now this could spell trouble. Ace of spades with the queen. I can't see how Gassan is ever going to get away from this one now. So about 2k from Yuha, like the size, in a 4 bet pot. Can go very, very small. And now Gassan with ace queen. It's all in, and as expected, Gassan gonna need to get lucky and find an ace or a queen or running spades. Running deuces would also do the trick.
Please don't. Not the running deuces.
So down to an ace or a queen. It's the ace of hearts, so it will be a double up for UR. And Gassan left on fumes.
So the King 9 needs help, and a lot of it, and that's none of it. King 9 is now out. Kevin. There's been
So Gassan couldn't get the spin he needed after losing a chunk of his chips to GUKPT.
Unlucky Gassan, the man that came second in the eye roller. I think the action tracker may have just had a bit of an issue.
Kevin already had aces twice this session. Jacks in the small. Free bet to 2.6k from him.
I'm guessing all the live streams should be back now. If we need either a refresh or just press the live button. Looking right now, and it seems to be bang up to date with a great picture. Just give us a thumbs up in the chat box if everything's okay your end. We've got a flop of 958. Kevin in seat 2.
Good flop for Kevin here. He does have the overpair. And comes in for a continue, and Yuha expect him to just get out the way here. And there's the fold. Blinds going up in just under a couple of minutes, and takes into level 6, and that means we're at halfway point of the day.
102 so far in the main event. 102. And over on the satellite, 72 already in the satellite, and 10,800 collected so far, and that's got later edge until 8:45. That could be nearly 20 seats by the time it's finished.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Good numbers.
Pocket 8s from Mark. Raise it up. Makes it 800. I wouldn't mind free betting this spot as Kev with the A7 suited, but he's just going to call, and good timing as well, because free bet would have got nowhere with Brian behind. And Brian will be free betting for sure with the Ace King. Makes it 2.1 to go, and Ahmad here, ace queen in the small blind, bit of a tricky spot for him.
Go on, the Ahmad.
Don't think we can be calling here. It's comes down to whether we want to 4-bet or fold. If we pill, it's likely that the two players now coming behind us getting the price share. It's a good fold from Ahmed, like that. Get behind that a lot, especially a 3-bet from Brian as well. Brian's been playing fairly snug, so good fold from the man in the small. So a call from Mark, and Kevin closing the action here, getting over 4-1 on a call. Might want to see if he can catch a piece with the A7 of spades. Does make the call.
Oh, the 8-6 jack. Delicious for Mark in C1. Checks all the way around. 2 of diamonds on the turn, brick for everyone. Mark will bet out. And that probably is the end, and I can't see him getting paid, unfortunately, for Mark.
3,000. And 2 quick folds.
Yep. Evening on Facebook. If you're watching live on Facebook, all the pictures have now come back and everything's hunky-dory. Good afternoon, everybody. Steve Taylor. Oh, Nine Toes. How are we doing, pal? Watching the live stream. You can also watch on Twitch, /GUKPT on Twitch. GUKPT.com. And also on YouTube as well. Whenever you're watching, whatever you're doing. We had Thailand on this morning. We had Gran Canaria on, sat outside on the balcony with her vino in hand. It's alright for some. It's alright for some.
The life you live.
And I heard Neil Wolfe was on his way to Portugal today for golf in the Algarve. Beautiful.
Ahmad with the ace-8. You're going to open this on the button.
Leroy's just confirmed that the quality has gone back to normal. Cheers, Leroy. Thanks for confirming that.
Point 10, 3, 2 spade. Ahmad doesn't elect to continue this one, checks behind.
Okay, so 2-4.
Are you already thinking of supper? I thought you were. I thought you were eyeing it up and thinking, oh, are you, When you go to Waitrose, can you fetch me a grapefruit, please? Thanks.
Be shut now, won't it?
No, it's London, isn't it? 7 o'clock.
You know they do plates of fruit in the big?
What?
Yeah, they do plates of fruit. Really nice fruit platters. Maybe get one of them.
Sixers. The Mickey Blacks, seat 2.
Well, we had, I think, 2 sets and quads today with 6s, we've seen.
Yeah.
Not this time.
No, Queen 10-10.
It looks like Broadway on the turn for Mark. No. There's the 3.
3 diamonds on the turn, 7 of diamonds on the river as it goes. Check, check.
6s are good for Kevin. Folded all the way around to the blinds. Yuha with ace-8 suited here. Makes it 1.5. Quick fold. Jacks for you, Hot. Makes it 1k on the button.
Mark does not defend the small with 10 deuce, and Kevin lets the king 6 go. The Royal Goat, evening gents, what's the buying? The buying's 1,500 total, so 1,350 plus the juice. £300,000 guarantee, and there's 102 runners so far. 102. Do we think numbers will decrease as buying has gone up? Yeah, probably slightly on last year, but what you might end up with is a bigger price pool. So, yeah, and it's also been quite busy, and noted that there was a mini of 340 in total, wasn't it? 560 for the midi, and then 1,500 for the main. There's been the Omaha, there's been the side events, there's been the satellites, there's been the seniors. It has been busy 10 days here in London. And I suppose, eventually, even though it's still London, the coffers can only stretch so far.
Brian's in with a 5-3.
He's been watching.
Bottom 2.
He's been watching the student championships. Get him in with a 5-3.
Good fold from Mark there. Very good fold. I think that's about knowing your opponent. With the ace, a lot of the time we are going to be behind. The times we're not, Brian's probably going to have like a pair and a straight draw, which we're not even that far ahead of. So, good fold.
Decent. Might have to be a hot chocolate soon. There's a bit of a draft. So I'll keep you updated with the satellite seats. At the moment the guarantee has been smashed with still nearly 2 hours to buy in. So busy down here. 103 in the main, and the satellite has got 82 runners and £12,300 in the prize pool as it stands.
So Chris opening the pocket fives. Till up here in the 7-6. Flop of ace, ace-6. That from Chris, quick call from Tila. King on the turn. Nine of diamonds on the river. It's very hard to bluff this spot as Chris with our fives. He probably knows his fives and not going to be good once he's called on ace, ace-6 rainbow. Nothing we're really ahead of once we get called once on the flop, and our opponent can have an ace feeling our EP raise to our direct left. So just had to be done with a hand once getting called on the flop. Open from Yuha with the Queen 10 of heart, pill from Brian with the fours on the button, heads up.
Well, a Queen 10-5, 2 spades.
Shot 2 for Yuha. Comes in for a check.
Check. That'll do. Checkity check. The check mark for who has to come out betting. About 900 and a call from Brian. Drawing dead.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Does not want to see a 4.
Call him once. That size can be ahead of some of Yuha's range. Obviously we're calling just to hope to get a check on the river. But if we are facing a second barrel, we're going to have to let the 4s go. Which we will be facing.
.5 from Hua. You are helping. Steady fall from Brian.
Here's a please, Nachi Mohammed. Move now.
That was some kind of mixed message.
Mike's buffering.
It is. 103 in the main event to start proceedings for 2020 and season 14 of GUKPT. Season 14, man. I don't think Chris Howden's played hand yet, has he?
He's been in a couple. We had the 5s. He opened the 5s.
He's been on it. He's been on his phone. We'll just check Facebook. You guys who are watching the live stream.
You have a seat in the sunlight, please make your way to breakfast. That's Graham Wilson, please make your way to breakfast.
Ahmad with the free roll.
Better the call. Will this be better than a raise?
Just going to call with a tower. Don't want to be raising. We only really get caught by a better hand. It was shove. Want to keep some bluffs in of our opponent as well.
Check on the turn from Mark. Check on the river as well. And then a bet. And a call, so we chop it up. Choppity chop chop. So no side event today apart from a satellite. And there's 70 odd runners in the satellite with over £10,000 in the prize pool so far. So they all equate to £1,500 seats. Get to 10 seats at 15 grand in the prize pool. Yeah, let's go for that.
Ace Jack. A U-hop makes it 1k to go. Brian's going to come in with a King Queen. Ahmad here with the Ace Queen in the cut-off. Has called. Ahmad still in this pot. So we're actually freeway to the flop here, guys. Probably not going to be going freeway to the turn though.
King 8 deuce. Brian. And we'll check bet.
Be fold fold.
Yep.
Hey then, Wayne.
Who said that? Wayne-o. Oh, Wayne-o 75. Getting removed. So play continues, day 1A of 2020.
Attila.
Leg one.
Ace Jack in the small. The Royal Go, yes you can. On Twitch, ask can you re-enter the same day?
You can re-enter the same day, and then if you're still bust out, you can buy into day 2. The start of day 2, you have to be in the seating draw at the start of day 2. It's also choose a stack. If you want to play day 1A today and you bag up say 30,000 and you want to try again tomorrow, you can, and your biggest stack will be taken through to day 2. and that's on any multi-flight tournaments within Grosvenor Casino. So you've got your deep stacks, your 25-25s, the Goliath, your GUKPTs, all those kind of events that have multiple day ones. Then choose a stack is the way forward, and it's an option if you fancy it. And yes, there'll always be somebody saying, well, it's deepest pocket wins. Well, it doesn't always. It's just one of those things that a little bit of progression. They're never the forerunners in making new rules up, Grosvenor, but they keep it with what the players want. And one of the things we're choosing a stack. You can't add them together. That'll never happen. I think that was tried in a couple of comps in Britain, and then was
they tried it.
Got rid of it
about 5 years ago. They used to have something called the WPT accumulator, and there was 3 flights, and you could play all 3 flights, and your chips accumulated through to.
Terry Jordan was chip leader at the first break.
Yeah.
Or the second break.
Dinner break, he was chip
with
leader.
100,000. Doesn't need a re-entry.
He didn't need one at the grand final either, did he?
No. Terry one bullet. So over Christmas, a fantastic turnout for the Alan Vincent Memorial. Really well attended. Well done to one and all who turned up for one of the Vic's regulars who sadly passed away before Christmas. Great turnout for Alan Vincent's Memorial.
Waynio, we have a free roll on Sunday. Not sure what it will be yet, but we need to get in contact with the old online guys, see what they're throwing on for us on the final day.
We will sort it out and let you know. Fingers crossed it with the same old free roll at 6 PM. We're glad to be back, Wayne. We are good, glad to be back. Been a long break. We were texting each other every day, me and Jay. Oh, I miss you. Yeah, I miss you too, Tower.
What was it you called me the other day? I didn't actually hear you. When you called me up, you said you were like the Velvet Coaster or something. You couldn't get hold of me. You called me something.
The Scarlet Pimpernel.
Oh.
the Velvet Coaster.
The Scarlet what?
The Scarlet Pimpernel.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, Google it. He was an elusive man.
My coat's under there, is it, Jay? Just passes it off there. It's on your end, that's it. If I hold that end of that, you can put that end on there. So much here.
Absolutely, they seek him here, they seek him there. He's just read what it is now. He now knows. So, Chris with an up flush draw. Attila with the flush draw.
See it on the stream. Right. I'm not going to get in on here.
Chris moves all in with the ace-3 after a bet. He goes check.
Yeah, see a bit later.
Yeah.
Tiller was going to call off here, 18k, 2.5 to 1. He got gut shot at the club.
Gut shot
But
at
the
the shot.
problem is, against hands like we can be dead, against boats, jack X of clubs, we're drawing to 3 outs. So, not going to be able to call it off, and that's power poker there from Chris.
Two, 4 with a 4 big blind ante. Level 6, halfway through.
Just over half hour, and then that will conclude the third session of the day. And as always, switcheroo with the table, get some new players on, fresh faces.
Indeed.
So Kev going to open suited queen on the button. Ryan wants to peel the ace-4 in the small, much better coming for a free bet this particular hand if we want to continue versus button open.
The queen do sketch there as well. There's check, check. There's 4 picks up a half a wheelie. Good turn card.
Going to lead for 1.1. Kev will make the call to see a river, which is the 8 of hearts. Now Brian waves the white flag. Kev will come in for some value, and we'll see a pretty quick fold.
Good evening. If you are on Facebook, quickly log in and see who's watching the live stream. Don't forget to tell if you're going to your club and you could try and get onto one of the monitors in the room, you do that. If you have to play poker.
So no action for Chris with the top pair, bets and gets it through. How are you doing, James?
Oi, oi, the Jambo.
Jambo.
How we doing, pal? On his way down, won a package.
Playing tomorrow.
Yeah. Got himself a diamond package. Boom and beautiful.
Leave my man alone.
644 flop. U-Haul making 2 pair. Unaware of Chris's hold it in the C7. Chris is going to continue. Let's play a hand from U-Haul's perspective here. 2 of diamonds on the turn. We should have a pretty clear check here now as U-Haul, and he does check behind. 8 of clubs on the river. Check from Chris, and it's going to...
Yeah, the 6.
Check, check.
It looks like Chris...
8-7 maybe? That makes sense. Calls flop with 8-7, 8-5 in there as well. Oh, 9s. 9s.
Okay, 9s. Yeah, it is good to be back. Quite a long break for the team, but we are back now for leg number 1. Leg number 2 is the end of February and the beginning of March. 23rd till the 1st of March in Manchester. £1,000 main event to 11.10 total. This event is a 300k, 1,500 buy-in, 1,500 total that is, so it's 1,350 plus the juice. Barry Sweeney says, what level do they play down today? We play the end of 10 levels. So on the stream it's around about 12:30 in the morning.
U-Haul has had some hands.
He has.
Kings again.
And here they come again. That's an awful flop for Kings.
It's better to see 2 than it is 1.
Ace, houses. Chris checks again. Who else coming in for a gamble? Better 1.5.
This is actually value from U-Haul from his perspective here. He's trying to get some value from some like Queen Jack holdings, 10 Jack, 10 King, like gut shots and pairs. And it's very difficult for Chris to have King Jack because we have 2 kings in our hand. River is the 5 of diamonds. Check from Chris. I'll probably go for another street here, but U-Haul senses something and Chris turns over trips.
Rakesh Shoudopal is Hussein Ensan playing. That I can't tell you at the moment. We'll try and find out, see if he's on the board somewhere. We will let you know. It has been a while since the grand final. So good to be back. Another season starts. GUKPT. Another one not missed. Touching wood and all sorts. If there is any. It's all plastic these days. Where's it all gone? Touch some wood.
There's a video of Sadio Mane sitting, someone's interviewing him, and they said like, how's it feel that you basically won the league now? And he was talking about it, and as he said it, he was touching the wood of the chair.
What are they, 16 clear?
Yeah, something like that. I just can't believe it. Unheard of.
Yeah.
Back to the poker. I'm sure there'll be plenty of football talk come Saturday. Towers treble.
Oh, cashed out for a winner on Tuesday night. Not supposed to cash out, but we did. 19 points clear, says Brad.
Oh yeah, they played West Ham yesterday, didn't they?
Which wasn't even on TV. Wasn't streamed, wasn't on TV anywhere. It was like it was behind closed doors. We will be looking for the weekend. And of course, Sunday night, the biggest and the most watched one game event of the year, the Super Bowl.
Who's playing in the final, tower?
The Kansas City Chiefs against the San Francisco 49ers. And I want them both to win. Quite weird, really.
Opens King Queen, Dragos, going to kill the Ace-4 suited. Clean flop for Brian. Queen of Diamonds for a bit of insurance as well. Going to be coming in for a bet, and Dragos with Ace-4 just going to get out of the way.
So Brian with the Jack 10 under the gun raises it up. Looks like 1.1. It is.
Free bet from Chris here, makes it 3.6 with the Queens.
I don't think Brian faults. I think he
And
won it.
essentially, Reza, Fazli, have a seat in the set.
Very nice hand, Jack 10 suited, good playability.
Reza.
Going to find lots of gut shots, flush draws. Thinks better of it. Especially with Ahmad behind. I think maybe if he didn't have Ahmad behind and he was playing heads up, equity's running closer.
Yeah.
Then I think we'll probably see Brian call, but do have to worry about Ahmad. Now Ahmad here, we can't see his cards, but this sort of line here, it looks a lot like a pocket pair. Call the open, and then after the original razor folds to a free bet, and then call still to try and flop a set. So I'm going to say Ahmad is going to have like anything from like 4s through 9s here. That's going to be a large part of his range. There's a very good flop this for Chris with the Queens, and come in and comfortably continue and try and get some action from the overpairs. Snap fold from Ahmad there might have been.
Gary Wilson tells us that it was on Mobjo Super Sport 3 last night. That well-known channel.
That's the like streaming thing, ain't it? Mobjo?
Yeah. So there you go, the old Mobjo coming on with Super Sport 3. I think every time somebody does that, should throw a link on social media so we know.
So Ahmad, Ace Jack under the gun. Makes it 1k to go. Attila going to fill the 3s and mark on the button with the Ace Jack. Call as well. Brian looks like he wants to defend the 4 deuce and does flick in the defence, so going full way to this one. P4-3 Rainbow. Attila flopping bottom set. Checks through. Jack of clubs on the turn. Both the ace jacks make second pair. Top kicker. Attila now got to come out betting after flops check through. Start trying to extract some value. It's called by Mark, and that means Ahmad should be able to get out of the way now with the ace jack. It can be good some of the time, but Mark calling with two players behind him, I don't think he's going to have a hand worse than ace jack in this spot. And you've also got to factor in the fact that Attila has bet into the whole field, which was 4 players there, so it does show a lot of strength, but I'm sure has the reasons for the overcall. Can be up against 2 worse jacks, perhaps it's clutching at straws, but made the call. 8 hearts on the river, so the freeze get the check mark. And I love this bet from Attila here, 4k. It doesn't really seem like from the flop action anyone's really going to have a hand better than 1 pair here, so it's going that small size to really try and get a cry call from some good Jack X or Raggy King X in there. So very nice choice of sizing here. And Mark with Ace Jack here. Don't think we can call this one off with a player behind. And Attila here is taking a pretty strong line. But looks like we have a non-believer in Mark.
Have attention please, players remaining in today's main event. You're welcome to start with safety seats.
And Ahmad just cannot overcall here with second pair. I know it's a hard spot because it might flip over, Mark might flip over Queen Jack, and Attila might have a bluff, but the line he's taking here, Attila, there's not really too many bluffs. He should have clubs, perhaps. We've got the Mark with the ace of clubs. Wow, they both call. Both call. Wow. Actually gets called in 2 spots there by second pair. Very, very nice size on the river. That's how you get the maximum, guys. Evening Span. See you tomorrow. Make sure you pop in, say hello. All treats and sweets are accepted. But it's been a slow day. First one of the year. Not too many talking points in terms of hands. No real suck-outs. Action hasn't been that lively. We've still got another 4 hours left of the day when we come back from the break in 15 minutes time.
The final call will play in the main event. Your total recommends in 1 minute. James Fennell, please make your way to the desk. You have a seat in the satellite. That's James Fennell, seat in the satellite.
U-Haul making it 1k with ace-9 suited. Kev with the jacks on the button. Doesn't elect to 3-bet here. Just going to call play post-flop in position. Wow, flop of 9, 9, 10, and U-Haul continues to run hot. Flopping trips now, and he's actually up against a hand that he's going to get action from in the jacks of Kev. 6 on the turn. So U-Haul not deciding to come in for a second street, playing this very tricky, and Kev now We've got a clear bet here with the jacks. The way this hand's played, we're just going to have the best hand here so often. Unfortunately for us, we've run into the ace-9 of Yuha, and is Yuha going to come in for a raise now perhaps? This bet from Kev looks a lot like he wants to check that river. It's fairly small. Could be a bet to try and potentially check back river, so raising now to get the betting lead back on the river, and that is what Yuha has done. He's made it 5.9k, and now we are in a bit of a spot here as Kev with the jacks. But we didn't free bet pre-flop. We are somewhat under repped, so going to have to make the call here. And if this is a brick, and that is basically a brick the way the hand's played, this is going to be a really, really gross spot for Kev here with the jacks. Yuha basically repping a flop boat, 10-9 suited, only 2 combinations of that. It's pocket 10s, 3 combos of that, and then obviously the 9x as well in there. Can be some 7-8 suited in there as well that continued and then decided to check raise turn. So his value hands here, basically 7-8 suited, obviously flop boats, and then the 9x that he opens, opening from middle position, he's going to have ace-9 in there, he's going to have maybe king-9 suited, some 9-8 suited, 9-7 suited, so can plausibly have quite a few 9s, and this is a tough spot for Kev here with the jacks, probably the toughest spot we've seen someone in today. It's just very difficult because there's also some draws out there, heart draws. Jack Queen shouldn't really be a thing. We half the combos of that as we hold jacks. But this basically is right on the line because Yuha is basically repping a 9. And the thing here, Tower, this spot's interesting because Kev should have more 9x here on the button. He should have a lot more 9x potentially than Yuha. He's going to have some Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited, those type of hands he pills, and the fact that Kev can actually have those 9x hands and Yuha is still going for it here on the river, like we're not going to try and get a 9 to fold, so maybe we can lean more towards fold. Simply because there's better runouts to bluff on, and Yuha, a very good player, like this isn't really the best runout to run a bluff the way this hand's played, because Kev, after calling the raise on the turn, can quite easily have a 9, and the fact that Yuha's still shoving into us when we can quite easily have a 9, it makes it a bit easier to let go. It's still a very tough spot, but good fold from Kev there. Nice little hand.
Yuha help it, moves his stack up to 31,000. The bloop's back from Thailand and the surroundings. Got to go to work on Monday. He's been off since last year. In fact, he's been off all decade.
I was off all decade until...
He's been off all decade as Kev, and he's now got to go back to work. And he's just noticed that Brian Clark is sat in seat 3.
You've been off all decade as well.
He's been in foreign parts for all of it, you see. Numbers are getting better. The side event is over 100 runners. The Super Satellite that is running 104 runners and £15,600 in the prize pool. There's already 10 packages, or 10 seats so far. Ace, deuce, 9 for Brian with ace 10.
Okay, attention please, play 1. 1, you have a seat in the satellites. That's game 1, seat in the satellites.
This could be the end of Dragos here. Tower may just choose to rip this off of his stack size, but just opted to call, leave himself 4.5k, just over. But now we got around 0.6 SPR.
Jack of clubs on the turn.
And that Brian coming in for a second street. And are we calling flop to fold turn? That's the question off of this stack size. Come back after the break, we're going to be playing 255. So we're going to be left with sub 10 bigs. Yeah, sorry, 205.
Standard stars, please make your way to poker desk. You have a seat in the satellites.
Dragos does call, leaving himself 2.1k behind.
Oh, and gets there on the river.
Wow, wow, wow. That is very unlucky for Brian there.
He just sees he gets rivered and doesn't show his ace 10.
Very, very unlucky. Finds the pre-hour.
When due to Dragos being all in, he has to show the ace 10. Now we're doing Dave Collins. He says his Blackpool closed. How come Weebrick's in the big? How come Weebrick's in London? He was a diamond package winner last year via the 77 players that came down to London. He got himself a package. Well done, Brian.
And don't forget, National League is running again this year, guys. So
it
do
is.
your travelling, play your tournaments, get your points, and potentially next year.
Who's leading it?
Rolling. I think it's Bousey, isn't it? Last time I looked.
What do you mean you think?
Ah, well, it should be Bousey. Yeah, it is Bousey.
Once again, Daniel Styles, you have a seat in the satellite. Please make your way to the desk if you wish to play. That's Daniel Styles, you have a seat in the satellite.
Oh, mate, Leo from the grand finals up there.
Really? No.
Pete Wigglesworth's up there as well in the top 10.
Well, Wiggy's just gone to Vegas, so he won't be winning any points this week.
And Carefoo's on the table right now in seat 2. He's actually third on the leaderboard.
No, the old Cheryl Ambos. The old Cheryl Ambos.
So Mark getting in his last 10 big blinds. That can't be right. There we go. Juha's Ace Jack is back, and he will not be folding for sub 10 bigs. Make the call, and Mark going to need to get lucky and find a king. Stands up for the extra 5%.
That's it. King of Hearts in the window.
Coat, extra 2%.
There you go. King of Hearts in the window. Oh.
Backdoor spades.
Deuce 3-6. Needs help to survive. 4 or 5 make it interesting. Oh, that's one of them.
Chop outs.
Yep, 5 to chop it. Jack, no good. So we need a king.
He called the Jack, but no good.
And it's the Jack that's no good.
So we lose Mark. He is out the door.
So just under 5 minutes to go until the end of the session, and then a 15-minute break and back for levels 7 and 8. We will need a refresh. We will need an F5 because we will be stopping and starting for video recording purposes. So the start of level 7 in 15 minutes time, so around about 8 PM, and you're coming back, make sure you refresh your page for F5. And we'll be back live with you. We have to stop and start it for recording purposes.
Evening, Mel. Happy New Year to you as well.
Hey, Mel. Happy New Year. Are you still in Lanzarote? Or wherever? Where are you?
It is. It's the first time I spoke to her in the New Year. So Happy New Year.
It is. No, let's just put that. Last time we spoke to her, I think she was in Lanzarote, wasn't she? Oh, we've had to wait till the 30th of January to get back working live. Yes, the last MPN, you're off to Madrid. Won a package for €11. Nice one, Melanie.
Yeah,
enjoy
nice.
Madrid. We never got the comms job, so won't be in Madrid.
We will be in Manchester though.
We will definitely be in Manchester. Yes.
And a shot from Brian there. Old Big Slick gets it through.
Can we touch please, Philip, and go. Please make your way to the desk. It seems
5 to the flop, King, King 5. Dan Oliver, Oi Oi Town and J, if you win a ticket on the online server, do they have a list of ticket winners at the desk so you don't need to register for a holding tank? That is correct, yes. And is this for every stop of GUKPT? Yes, indeedy.
And 25s and deep stacks.
And 25s and deep stacks as well. So if you're in a holding tank and you've got a ticket, just turn up.
once again, Philip,
You
and
will be
Roy,
there.
see the stats line. Please make your
How
way
did the
to
two
the
kings come out to make you are and Attila split pot?
Unbelievable.
Not split
We're
pot
not
just
split,
yet.
but yeah, this is pretty cold, to be honest, Joe. He actually don't flop after flopping trips you heart. So ace on the river. So the King Jack does get the check mark here. Now we see a check from U heart.
You just woke up?
No, not just woke up, but it's yeah, I'm not so good.
No.
Will not be playing today.
You need practice. You need practice.
Yes, I know that, Phil. You can do it, can't you? Me and John Birchfield stayed out till about 5 o'clock.
How's he even thinking about this tower? This is a snap.
It is a snap. I don't know how you can think about it.
Let's
It's
this
a
one
definite
go.
snap. It's a definite snap.
For this price, I can understand if he goes pop, but we're getting what, nearly 4 to 3.7 to 1 on a call. I cannot see him folding in this spot. Way this hand's played. After we don't flop as well, like our opponent's not really going to give us too much credit for King X, so potentially we could be our opponent could be value only out themselves.
And he has an house call. King 8 and King Jack. So the King Jack plays. We're back in 15 minutes.
the big blind and zero. 200. Dealers in the satellite and new blind levels, small blind of 100, big blind 200, big blind ante 200. That's satellite dealers 100, 200, big blind ante of 200. So final call, all players in the main event. Your tournament will recommence in 1 minute. James Fadel, please make your way to Broken Desk. You have a seat in the satellite. That's James Fadel, seat in the satellite.
Okay, fine. But good to know, straight away to the have you done any other take? Okay. It's more recorded. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Like moving here.
No, you're stable over there. You're stable. No. You came from that stable?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
It's alright, it's with us. Yeah. It's one of us. Sitting opposite you, my glasses.
I was pretty sure that you was playing like previous
Seat
level
4,
here.
yeah.
7, yeah?
Dealers and players in the main event. Your new levels, small blind of 200, big blind 500, big blind.
So 200, 500 is the blinds for the next level. Everybody needs to F5. F5 all. If you haven't done it already, make sure you press F5. And a quick refresh, stopping and starting for YouTube purposes. We are now back to level 7. So let a refresh, everything's up and running, everybody's sat, and we are now on level 7 of the day. We play 10 levels, which means the live stream will finish around midnight, and then back to do it all again tomorrow after a decent night's sleep.
A new featured table. In 1 is going to be Daniel Rudd. In 2, Cully Sadu. In 3 is Michael Dunleavy. 4, Pedro Pele Coloma. 6, Ben Morrison. 7, Jan Nanazada. 8, Linda Ledempa. And in 9 is Tatvidas Basaniskas.
It's easy for you to say, let me tell you. Let's do it. Evening, James. James Huff in the chat box. Where's Linda from?
Helsinki, Finland.
Wow. Helsinki.
Actually, I've never been to Finland.
No, me neither. And if I've only got Essa to go with, I don't think I'll bother. Only joking, Essa, you know that.
Good evening, James, in the chat. And good evening, everyone, wherever you're watching. Twitch, Facebook, GUKPT or YouTube. Make sure you hit that follow button on Twitch if you are watching on Twitch. And make sure you never miss a live stream. So Linda straight into the action, going to open the ace-3 in the hijack, makes it 1.1 to go.
Do you think she could be Mrs. Who Are Helping?
Yeah, very, very possible.
We've not seen Who Are for a while. You are helping. We've not seen him for a while. And all of a sudden, 2 Finnish people are playing in London. Are some of the videos missing from the Goliath? He was on the feature sale on Friday around 3:30. I know they were missing on Thursday when we were doing the Joker's Wild. because that was due to the music being too loud. Apparently they thought we were doing some privacy things, but I didn't think Fridays were missing. I'll ask PK when he comes back if anything was missing from Goliath. If they were, we will let you know. But I didn't think any were missing apart from the Thursday evening. Well, that was quick.
There's a Bible in it. Sorry.
Are you on the alternate list?
Yeah.
All right, okay. On the alternate list. I thought you were sat playing. Mikey Clark, champion in Bolton 2013. Oh, living the dream. Living the dream, let me tell you. He's come down to play the satellite because Dad is playing the main event. And he's on the alternate list. What's that, over 100 runners then? That must be 120.
I can tell you now.
All you have to do is click on the Poker Live app, but you should have downloaded, and it'll tell you. It's there. Right there. 116 and 17,400 people. 17,400 pounds. So nearly 12 packages so far. Or 12 seats. Nearly 12 seats.
You're supposed to put on charge if it's got white.
Yeah.
Drink.
No, I'm alright, thanks. No, thank you. 110 in the main. 116 in the Super Satellite. Great turnout, 110 for today. Late reg all day.
Your attention please, Samir and Graham Wilson. You have a seat in satellite. That's Samir and Graham Wilson to vote with us.
Here's 3 for Linda. Raises to 1k. minus 3 bets to 3k, which could end it. And does call 1099, check the flop. Midas, tell Midas just flops the world. Queen of Spades brings the flush draw, and 18% equity for Linda. And it pairs, so the full house might even go check check. Linda's trying to get some kind of tell or read off Tatiavaris, and that's it, slicks her in the hook. Tatiavaris with the full house. Sure. Mr. Mickey Smiles, good evening. Happy New Year to everybody out there. The last day in January is tomorrow, and we're still wishing everybody.
What is what's on the line?
That table. So Pedro flopping a middle pair here with a 7 on King 7 3-2 hearts. Bet and a snap fold from Linda. First ever time to 500 level has been in a GUKPT main event. Which means that now we can get the 25 denomination chips off the table quicker.
Your attention please, Frank. Hello, if you have seen the satellite, that's Frank. Hello, to make your way to the desk, proceed the satellite.
So Michael making it 1.2. Dan is going to defend in the big blind. And
Marius, you have a seat in the satellite. That's Marius. Make your way to the desk. You have a seat in the satellite.
So that and a quick fold. So 12 Vidas, big chip leader at the table, 73,000. Great position to be at this stage of the day. We have 4 more levels left to play today, finishing up on the live stream around 12:30. Pedro opening the 7-6 of hearts under the gun +1. Jan is going to make the call. And looks like Cully is going to flick in the fend in the big blind. Fully to this flop. For deuce rainbow. It's a very dry flop here. Pedro stone cold bottom of his range here with 7 high. Never a bad thing to continue and try and have one stab. We've got some nice backdoors as well here as Pedro. Very dry board texture. Most certainly going to be a flop. That will going to be continuing high frequency. And does choose to continue. Jan will make the call with just a 1 over card to his 5s and position. Cully gets out of the way. We'll take a turn. Which is the deuce of diamonds. So now Pedro probably going to put the anchors on. Does check. And Jan may put in a small bet here just for equity denial purposes. Just Broadway hands, the ace high hands. We're going to have 2 overs. So don't want to potentially check and let our opponent realise their equity for free. So Jan does fire and a quick fold from Pedro with 7 high.
Got your mixed grill yet? Nice.
SRR's how many Finns playing? Well, we know of 2. Obviously, Juha Helpi, who was on the feature table in seat 9 previous session, and we've got Linda playing as well. Don't know anyone else. That's up. If I do find out, I will let you know. Pedro with the 6s. It's been folded all the way around to Michael in the big blind here. Should be flicking in the defend. King 5 suited here. More than a viable candidate to defend. It does make the call for an extra 600 heads up to the flop. What a flop for the King 5 of diamonds. And Michael checks. Pedro, clear continue here. Going to have lots of bets on this board. King 3 deuce being the under the gun opener.
Your attention please, card pickles, please make your way to the desk. You'll see the satellite, that's pickles to the desk.
So that 1.2 here from Pedro. And Michael here is going to make the call, take a turn. 3 of clubs on the turn, so changes nothing. Michael's still out in front. Pedro probably going to check behind on this turn. It's very hard to get another street of value from a worse hand here with 6s as Pedro. We're not folding out King X to another barrel. Obviously there are some deuce X he can have peeling out of the be very surprised if I saw Pedro do anything else here but check behind with the 6s. It does come in for another bet, and if this is a small bet it could be one of them scenarios looking for a cheap showdown, and it is very small, 1.6, so Pedro going this size to snap check behind river rather than facing a big river lead and maybe having to call it off. So just wants to potentially preserve his stack against the King X hand. I don't want to get put in the spot. But Michael here with the King 5 suited, not going anywhere.
Make your way to the desk. You'll see the satellite, that's Raphael. See the satellite.
To the river, which is the Jack of Spades. So should see this go check check. I think Pedro elected that to choose that size on the turn to snap check back river, and he does snap check back river. Nice little pick up from Michael.
That wasn't your fault, was it? I think he's down in the club room. I think.
So we've got Ben under the gun here, 100 in the pocket 8s. And we've got Linda moving all in. I believe she had around between 15 and 20k, so in terms of big blinds, if that is correct, it's over a 30 plus big shove. She's got 10k, that makes a lot more sense. With the 10s, shoving for what is 21 big blinds over an open with 10s, this is perfectly fine from her. And Talvidus gonna come in for the call with the ace queen, and Ben will be able to get out of the way now and let the 8s go. And it's 10s for Linda, it's ace queen for Talvidus. And we're off to the races. Who flips best? Flop 9, 4, 6, clean as you like for the 10s, no runners for the ace queen, so just an ace or a queen to fade. Clean turn, jack rolls off. Oh, it's a queen on the river, and we're gonna lose Linda from the tournament, and loses a flip, gets rivered by one of the overcards, and Talvidus has increased his chip lead at the table. Yeah, on goal. I didn't really mention the call with ace queen because it was straight to the action on the flop. But 21 bigs, Linda's never going to have ace jack there facing an under the gun open. So it's basically ace king and then like eights for aces, I guess. So we're basically hoping to see one of them pairs that we're flipping with the ace queen there as Talvidus. And fortunately for him, it was a pair that he was flipping with and got there on the river. He may have called because he had chunks of chips. It was only like, I know it's still not a reason to call, but that may have been his thought process in the situation. It was 10k out of his 70k. About 15% of his stack. We lost Linda.
No way!
Yep.
That must have been a big... What, 15,000 maybe?
She was all in for her last 10k with 10s against ace queen pre-flop. Queen on the river. Yeah, queen on the river.
Tristan, it's nice to be back. Tristan Chaplin in the chat box. It's nice to be back.
How are you doing, Tristan? I actually played some poker with Tristan the other night.
No way.
Yeah. We went to me and a few pals. We went to a casino. Yeah. I'll say, and we just had a few drinks. They wanted to play a poker tournament, so we flicked in the poker tournament. Excellent. There, and that was it.
You've got a guest commentator coming in soon.
Who is that?
And he only wants to talk to you.
Who could that be?
You have got coming in very shortly Jamie Nixon and Jack Hardcastle. So we're going to get them in soon. Because Jack's walked up. I think Jack had a score this week, didn't he? I don't believe.
Yes. Oh, what did he win? I saw the picture on Twitter. He won some. Omaha.
That's right.
He was holding 4 cards.
That's right.
I remember.
And they were an awful 4 cards as well. It was something like 6, 7, 3 king.
Yeah.
How's he won that?
He's heads up, ain't it?
Any 2 or any 4 as it was. Can I buy into Sunday's side event in the casino tomorrow? I'm not actually sure. I will find out for you. Their suited vlog. If I will find out for you. I'm not too sure if the holding tank for the side event is open that early. We'll find out very shortly when the guys come in to help Jay out.
Any players wishing to enter this event, entries for the Satellite event will be closing in 15 minutes.
We're halfway through level 7. Blinds are 2-5 with a 5. I'm not sure you can, you know. But we will ask the question.
Do you want me to go find out?
Yeah, please. Can you buy into Sunday's event tomorrow? Two pair for Jan. Numbers coming through the doors. I tell you, this card room is absolutely buzzing. James Williams is in the building because he's a ledge.
Viewers and players in the main event, your new level is 300 small one, 600 big blind, out of 600. That's main event dealers and players, your new level 300, 600, big blind out of 600.
Yes, you can.
You can?
Yeah?
Woohoo!
I'm with Dina.
They're suited. You can buy into Sunday's event tomorrow. Awesome. So the last time we saw was 120, 110 in the main, was it? Yes.
Does that mean, obviously it does, both Jamie Nixon and Jack are out of the main event if they play today? Well, we know
Jack
Jamie
hasn't played. Jamie's out.
We saw Jamie play.
Yeah.
Pedro with the Kings, no action.
So don't forget to get the Grosvenor Live app. It gives you all the information on everything Grosvenor related. Make sure you check it out. If you click on the details from the poker room, it tells us that there are 114 runners so far for the main event, and then you click onto the side event that is running the 6 seats guaranteed for the main event. 128 in at the moment, and 19.2 in the prize pool.
So nearly 14 seats then, nearly 14 seats. Nose jack for Daniel in the small, going to make it 1.7 to go. Cully here, jack 9, blind on blind. Expect him to defend here. Going to be playing heads up in position. And goes defend, and going heads up to this flop. Blind on blind between Daniel and Cully. And Cully flops top pair. Goes from a dominated spot to having his opponent drawing to 3 outs. So, going to bet here, and we should see Daniel make a call here with ace jack. Got a call once. Here is Daniel. It's very hard to make a pair with blind and blind. Cully can have a whole host of hands here. So, correctly so, makes the call. See on turn. Which is the 6 of spades. A bad card for the ace jack here. Daniel, a lot of Cully's bets on the flop that weren't pairs are going to be hands like gut shots and up and down straight draws. All those hands except the 10 jack and the jack 8, sorry, 10 jack and jack 8 now either make a pair or a straight. So facing the second barrel, just going to have to let this one go. And quick roll from Daniel. Cully takes that one blind on blind.
So we've just got confirmation that the free roll is on Sunday at 6 PM. We just had a message from the online team. Thanks for that, Tom. And also the online 10k GUKPT is on at 6 o'clock on Sunday, so we can multi-table.
Yes.
The £110 buy-in. 3 hours later, the National Poker League qualifying event is also on. Tonight, Friday and Saturday night at 9 PM, there's 2 tickets. On Sunday at 4 o'clock, there's a £30 feeder with 5 tickets guaranteed. Sunday at 5 PM, there's a £30 mega feeder and with 10 tickets guaranteed. And on Sunday at 6:30, the £5 rebuy and add-on, the last chance for 5 tickets guaranteed. And it'll be the UKOP final weekend with all the £150,000 guaranteed tonight and over the weekend with the final 15 events. The main event Sunday evening, €110 in, 50,000 guaranteed, and the high roller, and if you fancy it on Sunday evening, €320 buying, 40,000 guaranteed. Plenty more news from Tom when it comes in.
How are we doing, Chris? Chris McGuire in the chat.
Oh, where's Chris?
He's in LA.
What?
What are you doing in LA?
We'll be back in March. He had that much of a good season last year, on every GUKPT last year. He's off to LA to play some poker out there. Good lad.
Got Jamie and Jack coming in soon, Chris.
You have?
Yeah, so you might be able to get your own back on Jack from the time you were commentating.
Yep. But shall I go and get them while Chris is here, so we can bounce? Let's grab them for half an hour. We'll go and get the team. So plenty of news coming in about the online and plenty more over the next 3 days about that.
We'll need a chair as well. That's what we will need.
We will. We'll grab one from there.
Blind on blind. Pedro completing in the small. Ben checking his option with 9-3. Going to be first bet wins this. Oh no, it's not. Pedro has actually caught a pair. 5-7 ace. He's going to fire snap fold from the 9 height.
And Lawrence Murphy overseeing the stats flight, who's making way to program best. That's Ben can probably come in for some thin value here. Sometimes we do value on ourselves through sevens through kings. I like this bet a lot. Don't need to go too big. Bet 1.3 gets called, shows the 10-6. Did value on ourselves against sevens through kings. It looks like queens. But that's actually in a good way. We've saved money there because you got caught by. It couldn't have been king queen. No idea what happened there, Tower. That one is a mystery.
It's a mystery.
So Yang getting the chip scoop to him, but 10-6 was ahead of king queen. I'm guessing it was queens. It had to be queens or kings. But if Ben checks there, the queens or kings can come in for value and probably go a little bit bigger size, so might have actually saved ourselves a little bit of money there as Ben. Ben in seat 6 actually chopped the grand final 2 years ago for £123,000.
Lawrence Murphy, if you wish to take a seat in the satellite, please make your way to the program. That's Lawrence Murphy.
Anybody going to Madrid for the final MPN treaty?
I think Mel is.
Not me. I tried getting the comms job but failed miserably. So I won't be in Madrid myself, the final MPN. Worked for them a few times, they're a class bunch and it's such a shame that they are having to wind it all up. 30 qualifiers so far from Grosvenor on Grosvenor Poker. So well done one and all if you have satellited in. Have a great time in Madrid. And myself, it's a shame we won't be there, but I'll be watching on intently. And also we've had quite a few, we've also had quite a few questions about where's Grosvenor going. It will be announced to the public very soon. I don't actually know myself, but as soon as we do, or we know that it'll be happening in May, and exciting prospects, and they're looking forward to migrating to a new website very soon. They're all looking forward to it, so everybody involved, good luck with migration, and we'll look forward to playing on it a little bit more. But as it is at the moment, carry on playing on Grosvenor Poker, because this week's GUKPT Online 10K, we've got a free roll, and it's a UCOP. Plenty going on, man. What are you doing in LA for 3 months?
Relax, I guess. He's probably playing poker out there, to be fair.
Yeah, is it the commerces out there?
There's loads of different casinos out there. You've got the Bike, I think the commerces are. I've never been, but I've heard it's a very good place for poker, so it's...
Is he going to sit in seat 5 in the Bike? So Talvides is facing a 3-bet and gets out of the way with 5s. Even though he's got all them chips, he doesn't want to see a call, a flop. I think we would.
Definitely when we're 65 big blinds deep.
Yeah.
We've opened the button, we've got position. It's a 3-bet out of the small, facing our button open. Doesn't necessarily have to be a hand. So yeah, I'm surprised to see him let the 5s go there. I didn't actually catch the sizing that the small blind went, but if the sizing was fairly big, then yeah, probably get out of the way. But if it's a standard size, I'm certainly going to be cool in there, trying to flop a set and win a big pot.
Well, good evening and welcome to leg 1 of 2020. GUKPT starts all over again.
Ben making it 1.1. Pocket 7s for Ben here under the gun. Makes it 1.1.
Cully wakes up with the hooks. Cully Sidhu, who's got a resume on the database as long can be. Very talented poker player, Cully Sidhu, and won the leg that the tower nearly missed.
Ash Cloud leg.
Ash Cloud leg.
I can't remember where it was. At Bolton, was it?
Manchester.
Manchester.
The Ash Cloud leg. Cully Sidhu won it.
So we've got 3 pairs going to the flop here. No set for anyone.
King 8-4, 2 clubs. Oi, oi! Set for 7s, but we both have a club. Cully and Michael both have clubs as redraws.
It's going to be an interesting spot for Cully here with the jacks, whether he's going to overcall or not in this particular spot. Our jack cuts may not be live, could just be drawing to 2 outs against King X type holding, especially Michael pulling out the small blind. He does have a lot of King X hands, King Queen, King Jack, King 10 suited, those type of holdings. But Cully getting that price and position as well gets to dictate the action on the river.
Oi, oi!
There
it is. The worst kind of card in the deck for Ben. Yeah. Wow, the jack of clubs for Cully. And the 7s just after him up with. Tristan Chaplin says he wonders if Grosvenor will do the Vegas packages with the changeover in May. That would be leaving it rather close to Vegas, do you not think?
We wouldn't get much time promoting it.
I think the Vegas packages are only running now, aren't they? Be very surprised this year, Tristan. Would love to see them back for next year. Yeah, they will be migrating over in May. An exciting new start for the team as soon as it's made public, and even we know, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. Hopefully by the time we get to Manchester GUKPT, then they will let us know. If it's been announced by them, we'll be able to shout from the rooftops.
Tom Mylan, please make your way to the desk. Tom Mylan and Raphael for Stephen Sandler.
Run 3 times.
Designate Kenny Stevens, 1-1. Designate Rob Porter for the number 17. Rob Porter for the number 10.
Sixers for Pedro is all in. Has he missed? The Mickey Blacks today have been terrible, and he's walking out the door.
And he is going to be out the door. No outs for the Sixers.
Yeah, unlucky. Not the best flop. You see, when he goes Sixers against Queens, the turn was even worse, and by the time he gets to the river, we're already out the door, calling the lift. Lost in one.
So we should get some players filtered in. We are currently 6-handed after just losing Pedro in seat 5. Outsiders makes it 1k under the gun. And Cully going to call the ace-5 suited, middle position. Michael does the same, and this time it's Ben who finds the ladies here in the small blind with all It's dead money in front of him. This is a slam dunk squeeze for Ben. Gonna probably want to bump it up to around 5-6k here out of the small, somewhere between that remit. 6.7. It's gone closer to 7x. And Tout Vidas with the king queen here. Literally has no other option but to fold. Guess we could sometimes 4-bet, but under the gun, small blind, two strongest positions at the table. Usually in that dynamic, I don't really want to have too many 4-bets unless the small blind is known to get out of line. Oh, we have a call from Daniel here with the 8-7 suited. He wants to see a flop and could potentially get himself in a bit of trouble, but he does catch a piece.
I'll lend you money when you needed it. I'll sit down for you. You're welcome to sit in the boat.
Oh, 9, 8, 7.
Wow.
So Daniel gets rewarded for a call that probably he shouldn't have been making, and Ben correctly checks queens on this board, understands that Daniel will have 7s, 8s and 9s in his range. This is a lot better board for Daniel's perceived range than it is for us as Ben. Yes, we do have all the overpairs, but we don't really have any sets. We're not going to squeeze the 9s, 8s or 7s with all that money in there against an under the gun open. So correctly checks it over, moves all in and sees the bad news. Daniel does need to fade some outs. We got a fade the 9 or a queen or backdoor counterfeit out. Like the old running deuce tower or something like that.
The running 10 jack would be ill.
Yeah, or the running 10 jack, yeah. Got that there as well. Ben's already on the WhatsApp group.
A 10 as well. That was a bit of a opportunity with the 6 or the 6 with the 6.
Yeah. Any 10, 9, jack or 6 or queen. Daniel doubles up. Hard one to take then. I find those pots a lot harder to take than getting it in like good and getting sucked out on. It's just, you should never really have this hand here, Daniel, and it can be quite frustrating once we've made it nearly 7x out the small, facing an under the gun open, someone peeling 8 high against us and getting very lucky. It can be quite frustrating, but you just got to take it on the chin and go again. Not much you could have done there, Ben. Played the hand fine. It's just unfortunate he ran into it.
On the schedule for Goliath this year, there are some Red Tooth side events. Can anyone join them? Now, I do think there are restrictions, and I do think that you need to have played a certain amount of games in a Red Tooth league somewhere. Best thing to do, Matthew, will be find your closest Red Tooth pub and your league. Go in there, tell them about Goliath, and see if anybody's got any pointers on what to do regarding playing the Red Tooth events at Goliath. Because I'm not 100% sure myself, because we don't have much to do with Red Tooth, to be fair, apart from when we see them at events like Goliath. All I can do is point you in the way of your closest Red Tooth league and go and ask the guy that run it, or the guys that run it, and see what they can come up with, or if anybody else is watching from Red Tooth, let us know. 117. It's not a phone number, that is it? Has anybody ever rang 117? Right, it's nearly 118, but 117 in the poker room main events, and 131 in the side events. The 6 seats guaranteed, which at the moment has got 13.5 seats, which is superb.
So action, sorry guys, it's gone so quick there. There was a bit of a problem with the computer a bit earlier on. Both players here are actually rivering top pair. So Michael going to come in for some value now. Daniel's actually checked this river, didn't actually elect to lead after rivering top pair, top kicker. And Michael with a better 2k here. Potential thin value raise coming in against this size. Probably not going to go this size with 2 pair, probably going to go a pinch bigger. We're never folding here as Daniel, but like these spots you can really, I like it, love it. Raising 1 pair for value on the river correctly as well. When you are playing, like, just look out the table, you'll be surprised when you concentrate how many players do actually have sizing tells as well. And this is really good from Daniel on the river. Raising top pair for value, knows where he's at. And I just think it's indicative of the sizing that Michael went. When Michael goes that size, it's very hard for him to have a 2 pair type hand, and very, very well played from the man in seat 1.
Yeah, we've not been eliminated just yet, so we'll get that corrected. Don't know what Dave heard in his headphones, but it wasn't cold.
Nick says, will there be a replacement tour once the MPNT is finished?
Not live, no. Not live. There is no thoughts on change, on anybody taking over from the MPNPT, unfortunately. Fantastic tour, and everybody's gutted that it's finishing. In Grosvenor we've got 30 qualifiers going over to Madrid, which is a fantastic number. Shame I can't be there myself, but we didn't get the comms job. Would love to have been there, but it is what it is, and everybody will be having a great time. But Tom will be over there with Grosvenor Poker Online, and all the guys there as well. We'll be enjoying the final MPNPT, and unfortunately nobody's taking it over. Something may appear once people have migrated and we've gone onto a new website, whatever it is. You never know those things, but there is no news of a new tour being started or created just yet.
So Tavares blind on blind first. Bit of aggression takes it.
Nick's got a seat to the tournament. And good luck and enjoy. It will be a mad party. They know how to run it, and they know how to look after the players that are out there.
What does the M in MPNT stand for?
Microgaming. Microgaming Poker Network Poker Tour, MPNPT.
So Ben, last 15k, all in with Ace Queen for what was 25 big blinds. now playing 3 and 6. Blinds did go up about 3 or 4 minutes ago.
3-6, weather 6. 600 big blind ante. So when do you arrive in Manchester? It'll be the Wednesday, won't it?
Yeah, it would be the Wednesday, yeah.
Are you going to flick in the Omaha?
I might do, yeah. Actually, yeah, I forgot about that. Wednesday night Omaha now.
You got to be there for 8?
I think it's very likely. Unless we go to the karaoke booth again that we went to in Manchester that time.
I might even buy 10%. You never know. Which one?
The one we went to in Manchester.
Oh,
Dalsey, Dave.
Not the one that I don't sing karaoke,
Yeah.
and I'd never had a microphone in my hand before, and we had to prise it out your fingers because you super glued it in. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Oh yes. Yeah, Manchester is the next leg. All information GUKPT.com. All social media on Facebook and a lot of it on Twitter as well. Follow us on all social media platforms. Who's in the old Twitch chat box? Have a quick butchers. Oh, what did you lose?
Nah, we forgot about that. It's gone. It was last year, wasn't it? Remember, I had to do something. I can't remember. I do remember what it was, but I'm not going to say it. Actually.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, talking about all the details, follow us on Grosvenor Poker on Facebook, at Grosvenor Poker on Twitter. Follow us on YouTube and watch all the action, GUKPT, and /GUKPT on Twitch. And if you want to follow us, at the Tower 68, and you can actually type in at Just J and it comes up without the underscores. So you might as well get rid of them.
What do you mean it comes up?
If you type in at Just J.
I've never typed in my own handle. But
Yeah.
I never knew that.
So if you type in Just J, it comes up without the underscores. So you can follow us on all social media clients, and if you type in Just J without the underscores, it comes up. There you go. So you don't need to say that underscore anymore. So it's just at Just J, which makes a lot more sense. And why is it private? What's the point of that? What's that? You're a legend in the game. You're turning into a guy that everybody wants to turn to. Get it? You need to have it on so anybody can ask you anything about Grosvenor. So when Patrick gets in touch, you need to make it unprivate, so all these guys watching the live stream can ask you questions. That's what it's for.
Dealers and players in the satellite, any level is a small one.
Michael is with the King Jack. It's the Ace 10 and Jack 9. Who's betting on the side. Six diamonds on the turn.
I thought that said ouch. Just a quick scan of that. No, it's in. Yeah. Michael is eliminated with King Jack. It's all in. Tatividus has got himself the remainder of the chips. Jack Hardcastle's coming in, going to tell us all about how to play 4 cards and how to play danglers, because that's what his winning hand was. But apparently Chris only had 4 big blinds when he took him out. So here comes Jack to.
I had less danglers than he had big blinds.
So Jack's coming in for half an hour. I'll probably might be up to the break, and then we'll take it from there. Any questions for these two? Fire away on all formats. Jay.
Right, see
here comes Jack.
See you in an hour, Tower.
Good man.
Enjoy your break.
How you doing, mate? Right?
Good man, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Not playing today?
I did play. I was busted, yeah. Just leave some ball ins.
Yeah, it does.
I'm on like a 1 buy-in downswing, so it's pretty rough.
Yeah. Yeah, got quite a good table actually. It's we're short-handed at the moment. Waiting for some players to come in, playing 5-handed, but
good.
Yeah.
No, they should just stay like that. Yeah. That's way better.
We've got Cully Sadu, Ben's on here, chopped the grand final a year and a half ago.
I'd squeeze this ace-10 seated. I just think like all of these seated will always play a lot better for a squeeze than the small blind calls, because the small blind's always pretty capped.
Most certainly I would 5-handed actually, yeah, being 5-handed.
And it's not like Harley can start just ripping in on you super wide
exactly,
either.
yeah.
It's like sometimes he'll rip in 8s and you fold, and that's a bit annoying, but...
A6, 7, 2 diamonds. So both Cully and Daniel flopping top pair action as well, because Talvidus with nut flush draw.
Yeah, everyone's got something.
Should be going 3-way to the turn. Dan does an overcall with the ace-10, lets it go. So Cully now with the best hand.
Yeah, I think there's too many draws in that block to be folding. That's a hand as strong as ace-10 now.
Yeah, I agree. I'm most certainly going to overcall and evaluate on the turn. Cully with the ace-deuce here. Not going to come in for a check. Wants to come in for another barrel. Talvidus makes the call. He's been running super hot as well the last hour, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a diamond on the river.
Oh yeah, just
it's like when someone's running like that, it's just like...
Sorry, excuse me, not the nuts, but...
Looks like lead body language to me, and it's going to come in for a lead now.
Is. And Mr. Terry Jordan joins the table.
Oh yeah! Must be another bullet.
I mean, this should be a very easy fold for Cully. Yeah. It's just not a bluff. With Cully's hand, I'd check back the turn anyway, because you're so low down in terms of all the aces you can have. You want to check back some of them, and you can't get worse than ace-deuce for aces. So.
And does let that one go. Terry Jordan comes to the table. He was the chip leader at the dinner break with 100k, but he's obviously lost some chips and busted out, and he's back in for another bullet.
I was fully expecting the 200k join of the table.
So it's been a quiet day, guys, but may start to get some action now. Terry might entertain us for the last hour of this session.
I feel like if he busts, they should just automatically put him back on the feature table.
Yeah,
it should just be a rule now.
Just watch Terry all day.
Yeah.
Crush souls. I hadn't seen much of you, Jake. I remember you used to play like 3 years ago, and I used to play, but then like you disappeared for like 2.5 years or so. Like
yeah, I just didn't really play too much live in that period of time.
Just playing online, yeah.
A lot of online play. I was playing a little bit. It's probably more that I just didn't catch anything for a while. It's like you normally see when people have like ran deep in something. I was playing a bit in Vegas. Every time I went over to Vegas, I just got crushed. So that happened like 3 or 4 times in a row. So yeah, it was always following a cycle. If I'd go to America, I'd play some tournaments. I'd go, actually, I don't want to play any tournaments anymore, so I went and did a bit of travelling.
Okay.
And then I'd come back after losing some money and I'd grind it back online, repeat that a few times. But yeah, it's been going a lot better in the last few months.
Yeah, I've seen you've had some results, you've had some really good results. So the Kings have been here, ace high flop, but we are against Terry, so he can have any 2 here out of the big blind.
Yeah, these spots are kind of interesting when someone can have literally every combo of the nuts in some weird way on every board.
It's unique when you got someone.
It reminds
like
me
Terry
of some
at the
of these
table.
limp pots that you get where like everyone has every 2 pairs somehow.
Yeah. So a small bet on the turn from Ben. And against Terry here, probably going to come in for thin value. As Terry will call a 6, a 7, and a queen as he's got now, and shows the kings, which are good. What was it like, Jack, playing like for $1 million up top on the final table?
It was
like,
pretty bizarre because if I've had a deep run online on a Sunday and there's X thousand up top, like nowhere near $1 million, and like I'd be sweating that more. But I felt just so zoned playing that final table. Well, not just the final table, the entire run, because it's like I had no room to think about anything else apart from doing the best thing that I could at every single spot. So I actually didn't feel too nervous, to be honest. I think it kind of like it became apparent what I'd done after I'd busted the final table, and I had a moment to think about it. Like, oh, that was pretty cool. I was also just tired because I had 2 day 4s back to back. I got to day 4 of the 1k and then day 4 of the 10k, so I was just knackered.
Got some players coming to the table. Going to be falling again soon, should be. So Johan makes it 2k. And Terry's in, obviously, with a 10-7 in the small blind.
Premium.
Hand 2 hand 2 for Terry on this bullet. Ace King Jack, 2 clubs, so 3 overcasts of the 10s of Johan. Still going to continue. So about 5th pot there on the flop of the 10s. Terry made the call.
Now essentially is Michael Dunleavy, overseeing the satellite, please make your way to the photographs. That's Michael to the photographs.
Is Terry just all in?
He threw something in, I think.
Honestly, if he'd moved all in, I'd have been a big fan.
So Terry loses that one as well, down to 8.7k. Do you reckon Terry's going to last an orbit?
It's very hard to judge these ones, isn't it?
He'll definitely be
It's
all in.
pure
This
guesswork,
orbit.
whatever I say.
Yeah, he's, I'm sure he'll be all in the next few hands, and just whether he gets a double or not.
He's down to 10k, right?
8.7, yeah.
8.7. Oh, in that case. Yeah. I was thinking if it was a full stack, maybe it's a bit close whether it's the next orbit, but.
He's in with a Jack 7 suited here. Calling off of 14 bigs.
Hi Brad, I've just seen your messages. I am very well.
Queen at 3.
Oh, this is it. In it goes.
This is the hand, yeah.
He's actually going to get it through as well.
Yeah. Yep, there we go. Young continues, Terry's all in. These spots are difficult against Terry, like sitting here with ace high, but like even up against the hand that we got, we're basically flipping Maruba, drawing to 3 outs.
It's like,
or
you could easily say Terry has every flush draw, but you could also just have every queen.
Yeah,
This is the
exactly.
problem when ranges are so wide, it's
yeah.
how do you even like count up what he has of each, a flush draw or a queen, or a 3 possibly, or...
But Jan does make the call with ace high. And this is very close to a flip. Terry actually favourite here, equity wise. Assuming
it's good for the game when we win this.
Yeah, there we go, there we go, 7 on the turn. Just fade in the ace and a 10. Ace from space on the river. We lose Terry Jordan, and Jan is up over the 60k mark. Short but sweet. I think that was three hands at the feature for Terry.
He got it in ahead.
He did,
yeah.
Got it in ahead.
Well, what can you do?
Pretty wise, yeah. That's it. Just got to fade the ace. You playing? I take it you have another bullet tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll try it again. Yeah. Today was like kind of interesting. I think I got a couple of tougher draws. I was on the same table as Tom Hall for a lot of my second one. We've actually been playing on the same table quite a lot in the last few months. It seems like I'd never played with him live before, and then like every other tournament, it feels like I get on his table somehow now.
Folded round to Johan in the small blind. 3 do suited. Comes in for a raise, makes it 2.2. Then gets out of the way.
Do you get to play these anymore?
I play some of the sides and stuff if I travel up early, but I haven't played a GUKPT main event in it'll be 3 years this year. Yeah,
brutal.
Yeah, no, it's
fine though because you normally just go and win a 25-25 somewhere instead, right?
To be honest, I'm going to play more comps this year. I don't know why it's so stupid. I just play cash every day and I never play tournaments like ever. And I do commentary on tournaments and get to see how all the good players play and watch them play. And I don't play tournaments. Like,
yeah, it starts to feel like a bit of a waste once you do that. Right? Like you need to get in
so last year we played a few and had some alright results.
Yeah. Brad says I want to play like Tom. What a player! I want to play like Tom.
Yeah.
I think we all do.
So Talvidus with the jacks, and Ben going to call with the 6s, and Jansen with the king 3. King 3 takes the lead. He's very good to watch on stream actually, Tom Hall as well. Like very rarely makes like an incorrect river decision or it's just like just knows.
But I think almost as impressive as how well he plays is just the volume that he puts in.
Yeah.
He plays a lot and plays really well all the time.
Yeah.
It's like I play not very well and infrequently. So.
Yeah. So checkmark goes to Jan here with the King 3. I didn't actually see any of the action.
It's check down to the river.
Check down to the river, so it comes in for a value bet.
Jack's calls, which is fair, and then good value bet at that point. Seems like a pretty reasonable call.
I did play the WPT last year, the one that you had a decent cash in.
The 3K maybe.
Yeah.
I didn't even play the 3K.
I thought you won it.
I won the 500.
Oh, the 500.
I won the 500.
Yeah,
I was like,
500, sorry.
thanks,
The
boys.
500. Yeah, I remember, Yeah, it was the 500.
It's like, actually, do I want to play more tournaments or do I want to go chill on a beach in California? I think I'll do that.
Oh yeah, after shipping that, I think I'd do exactly the same. I'd be off as well.
It was like my birthday 5 days afterwards as well, so it's just like a very decent celebration.
Yeah. You ever done comms before? Any comms?
Yeah, I did some comms before. There was one in Tallinn in Estonia.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I got 15th in one of their 500 main events there, and I got invited on to do comms there. They found me downstairs at the bar and said, do you want to come join us? I stopped crying into my beer and I said yes.
9-4-5 rainbow flop. It's not as fun without Terry, is it?
No, everyone's like playing normal hands and stuff. Like, this King Jack suited should definitely get continued in some way, shape or form. Race seems fine, call seems fine. Check raise all in on the turn and get double barreled. I'd be a big fan of that.
It's got the right stack size for it. Alex checks it over.
Especially on this kind of board where like
I
an
know
ace
Alex
10,
very well,
ace
actually.
queen sort of hand could barrel twice if they wanted to. King Jack of spades is a really good one.
Certainly bluffing this river here as Alex, after we float the flop. A lot better board for us. Out of the big blind. Johan just going to have to make the fold with Jack high.
Those discipline folds.
Yeah.
You got to do them.
So I've got half hour left of the session and then we will head out into the last break of the day. New feature table when we come back as always. Probably get some chip counts as well from around the room on the break. Let you know how some names are getting on. As Cully going to be opening the ace 10 hit.
I did definitely see some names in the field today. There were a few lurking.
You are helpies here, ain't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was speaking to Tom about, well, because he played the 3K yesterday, so he was talking about the table that he had with him.
Still, one of my favourite hands of all time is the hand Helpy's playing against Helmuth and Tony G's doing the commentary. Have you seen that one?
No, it sounds like I need to.
It is the. I'll show it to you on the break. When it's the break, I'll show it to you. But
just show it now.
Yeah.
Just turn the stream off.
Yeah, Guy Taylor came third, I believe, in the higher roller yesterday for £9,000. Also came third in the midi main for 16k as well, I believe.
Yeah, Guy's been picking up some heat recently, from what I've seen. I've still yet to play a hand with him, I think.
To be honest, I've never played a hand with Guy until I drew him in the heads up thing that we had to play, heads up championship thing.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Because it started online, right?
Yeah,
then
we came live to play.
Yeah,
but that was the first time I actually played with him, like, and it was heads up.
You won that one?
I won that one and I lost in the final.
So you must be better.
Nah, I ran very well. I know he's a bit of a crusher, heads up guy. I think he's definitely got the edge, but I just think I ran better at the end of the day. And we got action here because Alex has run into the Kings of Tout Vitus. Everything is going right for this man this session.
We're still at big blind 600, right? And he's now going to pick up a number 20, most likely.
Alex not folding. He's going to see the bad news, drawing to an ace.
$95k is such a heap already.
Yeah, like at this stage it's like...
Yep, and then add some more.
Running clubs or running aces, and that is that. So Tout Vitus continues.
Just
with,
destruction, really.
Just like before you even came as well, just winning like pots he shouldn't have won and things like that. It was just. Don't get me wrong, he's played well as well. He's done the right things with the hands. Sometimes you're just unstoppable. 121k.
Just a casual 200 big blinds. No big.
Are you going to be supporting the tour this year then? Are you going to come and play more stops, or is it just literally this one down
Well, this
here?
one's quite easy because it's near me.
Yeah.
I don't know, there are some fun ones, like Manchester I did it a couple of years ago, it was a very fun stop. I went there with a few friends and I'll potentially do the same this time around. Normally it's just the London ones that are the most easy for me to do.
Edinburgh is a very, very good stop.
I went to Edinburgh last year as well. I ended up drinking way too much of the bar of the Scots then.
Yeah. Who's been your favourite leg, Edinburgh? Just different.
Do you know if they're doing a high roller event for Refuge GUKPT this time?
No,
or is it just
it's
this
just at the bit.
Okay.
Just
because I was wondering if the 500s were going to get a 1k as well, or
basically the schedule is now not the same for every leg. The schedule's like been changed up. It's different for different legs.
Yeah, because the Vic ones look almost a bit more like festival-y now than before.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think it's good we dropped the high roller to 3k instead of 10k like we had it in the thing, because it's just like...
it does improve on not running.
I'm sure you'll cash soon, Brad, in the chat. It will come, I hope.
He's searching me this hand now. Oh god.
And it's on primitive poker.
Brad, who's your coach? Oh, Jamie. I've taken Jamie Nixon's room for this evening. He's gone back to Leeds. He offered me the room for like 40 quid. And it stops me having to get the train home and then back again in the morning. So, okay. The problem is when you try and search for field hand pads, there are so many that it's very hard to. Oh, is this the one? Okay. I'm guessing it's just the Tony Geo commentary bit that makes it. Yeah, Jamie busted. So I was on his table a bit earlier as well.
So Ben, Ace King suit here, opening under the gun. Cully going to peel the Queen Jack suited. And Kalis just come to the table. Ace 8 off in the big. Thinks better of it, lets it go.
Yeah, that's a good fold, I think. I think a lot of people in the big blind just peel any ace, and a lot of the time it's way too dominated. And then peeling ace 5 off is better than peeling ace 8 off there, but I'd still probably fold ace 5 too.
Ben flops top pair, no diamond, comes in for continue, and Cully just gets out of the way.
Which sandwich did you have? Which sandwich did you have?
We don't do at the moment sandwiches. We have no staff to make sandwiches.
Okay.
Only the food from here. We don't do it. Okay. Cannot do it, yeah?
He made so many of them in like the monthly one game, but he started taking it really seriously. I lost. He had like nearly 5k I think in these slides.
Ace Jack deuce the flop, 2 overs to the 7s.
Looked like a check move very quickly.
Having some problems with the graphics. So Ben now coming in for a lead after turning a wheel draw.
Big lead from the big blind on a card that definitely favours the other two players, which is kind of interesting. It looks like he's going to get it through. Yep.
Timing is everything in this game.
Yeah, just
timing,
know when they
like, just
leave
know,
them
yeah, just lead like Mike Postle style.
That already feels like an old news.
Yeah,
within like the last 6 months or something, right? That's the first time I've heard of him in a while already.
Yeah, like, everyone was so like captivated by it because like it never happened before. And
yeah, everyone got so riled up about it, and it was like, listen, he's like 5,000 miles away. I don't think you need to worry about it. He's not going to come and scam you.
He wouldn't be able to scam you unless you went and played the game anyway. Johan, ace 3 suited, gonna open.
King 10's a pretty close spot actually though.
I think it plays personally like better as a 3-bet out of the small, facing cut off open.
I think it like kind of depends. I think at this stack depth where they're all pretty deep, I wouldn't want to have king 10 off. I'd rather 3-bet 7-8 suited kind of hand. But king 10 off probably just has a more equity versus a cut-off opening range to deal.
So continue from Johan. Jan going to call just the 1 overcard. Sevens. Ace of clubs on the turn. We'll certainly check this one behind after turning this ace.
I think it's pretty cool with a barrel. You can bet all your queen jack, queen 10, jack 10s. You can have, yeah, I quite like this if he's like definitely going to just snap check back the river, get your street at value now versus a king. I think 7's just folds in this spot, but versus a king I think this is pretty reasonable. Sevens is not so good of a call, not only because the queen jacks, queen 10s have better equity versus you, but also you block a lot of the bluffs. You want them to have 8-7, sorry, 8-7 suited, 7-5 suited, etc. I think that hand was played pretty well. A question for you, Jay.
Go on.
Would you like a beer?
I can't have a beer until I finish.
You can't have a beer
yeah, I can't have a beer until I finish.
But I can.
But you can. Yeah, you can. You're
Right,
more
sweet.
than welcome.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right. I'll catch you in 2 minutes. Daniel opening queen jack suited under the gun, makes it 1.2.
You have 3 minutes to break that. Just over 3 minutes remaining on the break.
Michaelis with the 10s in the cut-off. Makes the call. And what a flop this is. Bit of action, 2 overs flush draw for Daniel, and Michaelis with the overpair and gutter. At 1.5 from the 10s, and Dan here with the queen jack suited just makes the call. Just taking the more passive line against the cut-off call. Five of hearts on the turn. Check, check. Looks like I was about to say a spade on the river, but it's black, but it's not a spade, so the 10s of Michaelis get the check mark. And is Daniel going to think about potentially bluffing this hand? And it's going to get snapped. Basically repping 9s, 8-9 suited. You expect basically the only hands just really trying to rep here, Daniel. It's a nice call from Michaelis with the 10s. Don't think we can ever fold their way that hand's played. Don't really see what Daniel is repping other than a straight opening under the gun. We're not going to have too many straights in that spot. So well figured out by Michaelis. Takes that one.
Are we streaming on Twitch as well?
Yeah, we're on Twitch, Facebook, GUKPT and YouTube.
Oh, the lot?
The lot, yeah.
The final call, players in the main event. You have just over 1 minute on your break. That's main event players, 1 minute remaining on the break.
It's descended into the football chat, I see.
Yeah.
Not claim to be an expert.
So Cully been fairly quiet. Now comes in for an open with ace-8 under the gun. On the loose side. But hasn't really been playing many hands, so might think he may get a bit more respect. 10-4-3 rainbow. So ace-8 of Cully. Still the best hand. Wouldn't mind seeing a bet there from Jan on the button with position. The Queen Jack there.
I also feel if you're going to open as wide as ace-8 off onto the gun, it's probably better to start betting it and go into some check call mode. Because otherwise it kind of defeats the point of opening if you're not going to really... You can't check call this hand really.
Now Daniel comes in for a lead and Simon again spot on. Neither player can continue.
Main event dealers and players heavy levels, small blind 400, big blind 800, big blind 800. Dealers, you can get the deal. That's 400, 800, big blind 800. This is going to be the last 2 levels for tonight.
You in from the start tomorrow, or are you going to late reg, have a few extra hours shut eye?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a fan of 400 big blind ante-less poker.
Yeah.
So I'll probably miss the first level. I mean, the tournament begins when antes begin.
I always say though, in these comps, especially at the Vic, sometimes you get them players that are going to be there from level 1 that are going to do multiple bullets, and they're just like sometimes a lot of chips on offer from certain opponents.
There definitely can be, but if they're going to be re-entering the whole day, you don't really miss out too much from that because they'll be around still. Of course, if if I was trying to be on my absolute best behaviour, I'd be here from 12 PM. I'd go have an early night tonight. But,
it's hard to do.
There is also something to do with the fact that also, if it goes from day 1 tomorrow straight through to day 2, day 3, maybe saving those extra couple of hours earlier in the day is pretty much, it's going to be better for you.
Yeah, that's very true actually. So
less time, a lot of energy in the levels where you win the least chips in theory. So there's arguments for both. If you've got the stamina for it, sure, do it.
Yeah, I've never actually looked at it like that before, playing less time out of the days.
Yeah, saves your energy for when it really matters, which would be later on in the tournament, near the bubble, and then as you run deeper.
Aces for Ben. And if anyone's going to crack them, it would be this man.
It's got to be 50-50.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it already. Especially when 9s makes the most sets.
He's through bet the 9s make the most sets. It's 6s, ain't it?
The upside down 9s.
Yeah, 6s.
As Ben, I would definitely like a call here, and that's not just looking at the cards and knowing that he's got 9s. I think as the huge chip leader, he's probably going to be messing around with that.
Yeah, so Ben does just call. No 9. Lovely flop for Ben here with the aces. And playing flow, check it over to Talvidus, who chooses to check behind.
I'd rather bet these 9s. If you want to check back some hands, I probably would still bet most of my hands here, but 9s needs a bit more protection.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'd say if you wanted to like have a range of things that would either check or bet, like nines is way more of a bet than queens is in this board. And I'm somewhat surprised that Ben didn't bet the turn.
What, coming for a lead on the turn?
Once the flop goes check, check, sure the king pairs again, but I think a lot of the king could just bet the flop and have the aces and shoes, so I'd be pretty comfortable with my aces.
At 4.1k. And it's the first time this session I've actually seen Tao Vidas with an actual decision on the river. See if he can make the correct lay down. Got to remember Ben's open, UTG +1, Hildar 3-bet out of position. Will plausibly have plenty of King X in there. He's even coming for thin value with Ace Queen on this river now as well.
I feel like if you're going to decide to 3-bet knights free instead of call, that a bet should go in on at least the flop or definitely the turn when it checks twice. But he does make the correct fold.
It's usually you writing things like that.
Oh no, I only troll when Chris Maguire's in the booth.
Yeah, he was here earlier actually, Chris. He wrote in the chat. He's in LA. Why is he in LA?
Playing cash out there.
Is he just gone for cash? Yeah.
Yeah. As much as I warned against him doing it, because I went to LA and I got absolutely beat up. Yeah, they got me. They got me good. And I was trying to warn him. I was like, they will get you.
What was it? What, good players or running bad? Or?
Oh, it was a mixture of everything. It was the strange way that the games play in America somehow as well. Like LA is like a style that I've never seen anywhere before, and it's kind of hard to get used to as well. Like things that you've never seen in Europe will happen there. It's pretty bizarre. Yeah. No, I'm not kidding. And then there was one hand, and this is what made me leave LA. So there was one hand I had a dead live read on a guy. Every time that he was weak, he would do some ridiculous hand motion into a check. He'd lift it up very high in the air and then like hit the table with some force. And then I saw this read in a 3-bet pot, and I called him down for like a $2,000 pot, and he was bluffing with better. And then I'm like, right, I'm out of it. I'm done.
See you later.
Yeah.
Just over 5 minutes before the end of the session. I think Jack might be coming back in to join either me or Tower. Might have a little chat with the Tower.
Cannot wait.
Now, the way Tower thinks about poker is like blows your mind. Absolutely blows your mind.
Has Tower played any of the GUKPTs?
He's never played a GUKPT main event. He's played a few 25-25s. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at his Hendon.
Should we go for the Hendon search right now?
Let's have a look at old. Here he is. Best live cash, 842.
$842. Okay.
He loves the old £30 comp at Blackpool. You can see. Still yet to have a first.
No first.
It's got a few seconds. No, 2 seconds.
Lots of final tables by the looks of it. In
they're like
small field.
240 in the £30. But he's good. I wouldn't be able to do it without him, this job. The way he's keeps everyone entertained.
Yeah, for sure.
This is strange. Ben didn't choose to peel the king 10 off, but happy to peel the king 7 suited against the same opponent.
See, this king 7 suited, I think, is a better 3-bet because it's a better stack deck to do it with. Like, it's just for a pure blocker and then like still playable, like post flop. And then this king, this king queen squeeze, I like. I'd go bigger, but I like the thought behind it. Normally in spots where the small blind peels, they're pretty capped, so you can go pretty wide from the big blind in these spots. As you see, king queen just has the king 7 dominated.
Johan,
Tower great, but supports Rotherham low. So we're back to the football chat.
Here it comes, 4-bet. Oh, we're back to football.
Back to football chat, yeah.
Oh, Johan, 4-bet.
That's a bob as well.
Yeah, huge size.
A nuclear weapon size.
And time to perfection.
Show these.
Yeah, you gotta show the deuce. I actually like that from him. Like, dynamic there with open cut off. Big blind can squeeze a bit wider once the small blind's fat.
The idea of the 4-bet I definitely like.
The size, I'm like,
I'd say like 14, 15k is pretty reasonable.
Like 2.2.
I think the 18k is kind of indicative of please fold, which is what he actually, the sort of hand that he had. Jack, we need to get you into football. That point in my life has passed, I think. I don't mind, like for World Cups and Euros, like sure, I'm in for that, like, because it's more the atmosphere of it than anything.
Yeah.
Like the idea of going to watch football every single weekend is like painful to me now. And I did that when I was growing up because like there was nothing better to do when you're 10. You could go and watch the games with your dad or whatever. But now I just really couldn't do that.
King Queen opening under the gun to 1.2. Ben peels on the button. Yen gets out of the way, and Johan is in with the freeze. Oh, and Tal Vida's here with the pocket jacks and all the chips.
Absolutely has to.
Yeah, squeeze. Yeah. You expect them to squeeze, but
if he's 3 better than nines, I'm definitely expecting this to. Yeah. Again, I'd go bigger just because of how deep you are with Daniel. Like Daniel gets the price of POA 5-seater there and just try and take you to the streets, but squeeze is definitely the right play.
So we have got 2 minutes left before the end of the session, so probably one more hand, maybe 2, and then we'll be on a 15-minute break. I actually played football for the first time in a year and a half last night.
How did it go?
I
absolutely blowing.
The first 10 minutes I was alright. I was playing well, running and everything, and then after that, I just couldn't. I was struggling. I just couldn't run. Honestly, I could not run.
I think the last time I played football, it was with friends, and like they were all back from uni for, I believe, a Christmas break or something. And we used to play semi-regularly, maybe when we were like 16, 17, and it was just, you should have seen the absolute state of it. There's some guy on the side like losing his breath, like just can't even breathe.
That was me last night. That was me last night.
That was like half of us after 15 minutes.
It just felt terrible.
Like everyone had just put on like 2 stone and like hadn't done any sports and just couldn't do anything. That coupled with the fact that I'm very bad at football to begin with, it wasn't the best performance you ever seen. Yeah, the sort of football that I could possibly do right now is if I were to just kick it around and have to do no running, I could maybe do that. Is the feature table being switched out?
Yeah. So we're having a there's actually a pretty beastly table in the film as well. I've seen.
What table is it going to be? Do you know?
It's not this one, but this one looks right. That's what we're going to be. There's a table with Sato on, Ryan, Mandala, and June.
Florian.
Florian. Was it Tamer? Was it Tamer? No.
Florian's very good.
Yeah.
I'd say of what I've seen in the field today, I'd say him and Tom are the two best players on the field.
Yeah, to win the Goliath, but to have the chip lead on day one and basically hold near the chip lead the whole tournament and go and win it is like...
In what one, sorry?
The Goliath.
Oh,
he was chip leader going into day two.
That just seems
just
unfair.
like, and
someone as good as Florian, he's turned up just for like a laugh and then just wins the Goliath anyway.
It's just like...
Seems unfair, to be honest.
And then just held the chip lead the whole comp after that day one. It was incredible. Right. And this will be the last hand because players are getting up and Queen 6 not going to defend. So that is it for the session, guys. We will be back in 15 minutes and Jack is probably going to be returning too. See you then.
The final call, players in the main event. You have just over 1 minute on the break. That's main event players, 1 minute on the delivery.
Something like that. On everything intolerant. People intolerant. Fine intolerant.
Yeah, I'm people intolerant. I've got the best job for it. I feel like I'm men intolerant too.
Yeah.
Especially after
That's like, sit down with the monthly fantasy, 3 pints. Salad, how many minutes salad?
30 minutes. Yeah, do you want table 2?
So in salad, I just need 1 assist.
Are the cards being shown? Are the cards being shown? So we need to slide them here.
You need to show them in the circle, yeah.
Main event deals and players journey levels, small letter 400, big line.
I've never been on this seat ever. This has always been the dealer seat. This has always been the dealer
This is
seat.
going to be the last 2 levels for
Never ever.
We're back. Well, for about 20 minutes.
Making all the old man noises.
While
Sit down.
while Jay gets a coffee. We got myself for 15-20 minutes. They were awesome. How do you turn the sound down? This. Jay, done it.
Figure it out.
Well, yeah.
Just the technology.
That's what I'm here for. That's exactly what we're here for. It's great when you can sit over there and watch Twitch and listen to you two talking away. It's great. I love it. Loving it. Tyler Gotcha in seat number 1. Billy Chataway in seat number 3. Tom Hall in seat number 4. Timmy Kamel in seat number 5. Claudian Checker in 6. Jack Lorraine in 7. Eunice Barakat in 8. And Euless Harry in seat number 9. Who's texting all his mates at this moment in time just to let everybody know that he is live on telly. How was the last session?
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable.
Yeah?
Yeah, so some interesting plays, as is normally the case in this tournament.
I heard you'd already played.
I have already played, yeah. It was
And you
fine.
probably ran through it already.
It was, yeah, it was pretty normal to be honest. There was like one hand I got it in reasonably well, but it was also like a very normal shot from them as well. Just like random cards they won. No complaints.
So Jack Hardcastle and myself to tell it for myself for about 15-20 minutes while Jay gets himself a breather, a bit of fresh air and a cup of coffee, and then he's coming back in with Jack. That's if Jack wants to stay. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, I'm down to do it.
You don't have to. It's entirely up to you. We're not forced you. We're not changing to the chair.
No, I enjoy this commentary. Like I did it before for another tournament. It's like I've always found it quite enjoyable.
Yeah.
So.
You can have a laugh. You can, as long as you're informative and you can have a laugh. It's pretty decent. I've just been speaking to James Dempsey actually, who does obviously a lot of commentary for Party, and he's been around.
Yeah.
He's on 10k at the minute, so he needs a bit of help. And he's sat next to Adam Wilkinson, who's on 6. So not the best table to be at. Not Joe either.
I just come to say hello.
Joe, but look, if we'd have thought you were stopping to help out in commentary, we'd have thought it was 2010. Them days have gone, my friend.
You don't need my help.
How are you?
You've got a whole line of people that want to come and sit with you these days. You're a star.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
What have you been up to?
I'm just playing PLO.
Did you play the PLO last night?
No.
See, they changed it to a Wednesday.
I know.
What's that all about?
I got all confused. I came here to play it, and they changed it to a Wednesday,
and the seniors as well.
You
So
could have played the
I
seniors, you could have bust the seniors, and you could have bust the PLO.
I wasn't here.
Well,
Yeah,
mate,
I need to give my apologies to someone in chat.
go.
Andrew has said, "Congrats on the PLO, Jack, despite the 3 outer you knocked me out with." I will say, I can't remember. I'd had some beers.
That's the way to play PLO. That's Joe Beavers.
Super Bowl weekend. Who's going to win it?
No, flipping it. I really want the Chiefs to win it, but I really think the Niners are going to do it.
Do you know what? I'm the exact opposite. I really want. I backed the San Francisco at 6-1.
Yeah.
And now they're 11-10. It's 11-10, 10-11.
Yeah.
And I think Kansas is going to win it. They're like 1 point favourites. Over or under?
I just hope.
Over or under 53. Over or under?
Overs.
Overs.
I just hope it's not the sham that it was last year, when the two best teams turned up and it was just terrible. Patriots and Rams last year.
I can't wait till Sunday. You're going to be working.
We are going to be final tabling. We're going to be live streaming the final table, and we hope and pray for an early finish, but that won't happen.
You don't think so?
No, never does.
What time do you think it will finish on Sunday? The main event.
The main event, fingers crossed, before midnight.
Oh, there you go. It's like 11:30.
We'll watch the second
But by the time they sung all the songs and everything, it'll be in the bar.
But the time zones are pretty weird for it as well, right?
It starts,
Florida,
kicks off at 11:30.
11:30.
11:30 p.m. So you're playing the PLO cash?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're blinding me away.
Are you up in Manchester for the next leg, or is that too far north these days?
It's too far.
Is it?
It's not impossible. I might be.
I'm just saying, if you turn up on the Wednesday, you can play the seniors and the Omaha.
Is it the Wednesday every leg?
Yes.
Now? Why do they do that? Any idea?
To make it a satellite night for Wednesdays, for Thursdays.
Oh, so people can satellite and then go and play straight away.
Yeah. Yeah. 15 seats today.
How many were there in the Omaha?
93.
Oh, that's not so bad then. How many turned up tonight thinking it was tonight? Oh, is this the champion?
Yes.
Congratulations. I know you shook your hand already, but congratulations.
Thank you very much.
If you
Honestly, it's like the highlight of my career.
If you can guess the 4 cards he won with, I'll probably get you a beer.
Deuce 5-7.
I've been berated by Tao already for
No, you haven't been berated. Chris had 4 big blinds.
He had 4 big blinds.
You were always calling.
And I had a king.
And he had 8 pints. So that's
heads up 4 big blinds and you got 4 cards. There you go.
Obviously wins.
Alright, good luck, boys.
He won me a pair of 3s. See you later, Joe. Joe Beavers, part of the team. Don't tell me them 10k's gone. Yeah. Oh. He'll be flicking it back in again tomorrow.
Nah.
James Dempsey, bracelet winner. Is the bracelet still in the rendezvous?
Apparently.
Is it? Apparently. Unless somebody's run off with it. Bracelet winner. It's on show in the rendezvous in Brighton.
I didn't know it was a bracelet winner.
Yes.
I'm not surprised by it either, but I didn't know that.
James Dempsey, bracelet winner. He came home and they had a big ceremony down in the rendezvous in Brighton, and it's on a.
It's been left there since.
It's in a glass cupboard with all his other WPTs and his awards. Top lad, James Dempsey.
Very good commentary.
Very, very good. Yeah, I always listen to James when he's working. Really good. So 2 hours left of poker tonight. We were on 50 players when we started level 9. 120 it was. Don't forget, you can always check the current state of play live on the Poker Live app. And if you download it, check all the details in your local card room, what's going on around the country, the deep stacks, the 25-25s. You click on it right now, and you see the main event has had 121 runners so far, and there are 44 players left. So we'll probably end up with about 30-ish by the end of level 10, which will be around about 12:15 on the live stream. Did you not fancy chancing your arm in the satellite?
No. See, it's like, I wish I was one of those guys who could bust the 1500 and then hop in the stat immediately.
And start again, no.
I just don't have the heart.
There's a lot of people don't do it. 143 runners it had, and 15 seats it's got.
That's pretty good.
Not bad for a 6-seat guarantee.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know what the guarantee was.
15 seats. Very, very good.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate that.
Yeah, a 5-diamond classic winner. Yes, he is, James. If you go down to the rendezvous in Brighton, there is a cabinet or there was, with his bracelet in it and all his other trophies as well. So proper top lad, James Dempsey.
This is definitely going in.
This,
I can't see how this
has to be. What we got? We got the blinds are 4.8. Well, the race is 2.8. The race is 7. No, they're not. They're locked in. Straight in.
Versus a size like that, I'm just going to be all in.
Yeah.
When he makes it 3.5 big blinds.
So we're one of the best flips there is. Jack's against Ace King. Claudian with Ace King. Ulyss with the hooks. The hooks are at risk.
How at risk are you when you can re-enter for 2 days there?
That's the thing. We always shout lost one and then they end up buying straight back in.
Lost one? Oh, no, not really.
Lost one back into table 3. Well, oh, the ace of space. The ace of space means the hooks look like a re-entry option is needed.
Rebuy.
Yeah. So Ulyss in seat number 9 does have an option of a re-entry today, a re-entry tomorrow, and also a buy-in for day 2 if needed.
Oh, there's buy-in for day 2 still?
Before the start of play, you have to be in the seating draw.
Okay.
Or the start of day 2.
I mean, I busted midway through Big Blind 500, and I was thinking about maybe hopping in, but then I realised with another day tomorrow, I'll just play from the start.
Start again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And also, starting this year, it's choose a stack. So you can play a day 1A and bag up a certain amount. If you want to play another optional day 1, so a day 1B, you can.
That's what happened to me in the midi. Bagged 14 from 20, and I was like definitely firing another one at it.
Well done.
I treated it as if like I'd already busted the tournament, and it was like my pure backup just in case. So then find like a third bullet out of that one.
Well, that is now an option, and the bigger stack goes through to day 2. And if you've, so I'm guessing, if you bag up less than 20,000 and you've had a bad last session, you don't want to flick it in on day 1B. I'm guessing you could buy into day 2 with 20k.
You could, but then I'd also just play the 1B instead of firing it off 20.
Yes.
Because the point of playing 1B is you can spin up a stack, and if you reg for day 2, you just have 20k.
Well, there's 4 genuine hands just turned up.
I think if Jack's got like King Queen suited, as playable as it is, of course, I think I'd squeeze versus
that's playable now. 7-5 deuce, 2 hearts, Jack in 7.
I'm getting rub downs from Brad in the chat. Just I saw you at the desk, pissed myself laughing. Yeah, it happens a lot, mate. I bust a lot. He
would probably stood behind you because he had multiple bullets as well, did Brad?
Yeah, he said he had 2. Love this, just come in the comments booth and just getting rubbed out.
That's it. You come in voluntary. You thought you'd show us your expert knowledge, and you get picked on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to it. It's fine.
Snap, and I've been doing it 13 years. So. There's a Philadelphia.
When I was railing the mini FT the other day, I wasn't even playing. I hadn't even played that day, and as I was watching, someone came over and gave me a rub down of my millions buster. Like,
you cashed in that deep, didn't you?
I found on the table with the 10k. Yeah.
Very nice.
Someone came over, it was just like, yeah, I saw you got it in bad, right? It's like,
all right, thanks for that.
Like, yeah, cheers, buddy, thanks.
So a decent start to 2020 then.
Decent start, yeah. I mean, it's been just a good last 4 or 5 months overall. Yeah.
Excellent. Are you having lessons? Have you had lessons?
See, I
actually haven't
for a while. The last sort of very serious coaching that I got was like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
But I'm often speaking with players who are very good. So there's lots of subconscious learning when we're just discussing how to start.
Yeah.
It's like I think I've been playing well, but I wouldn't say so well. Like I'm obviously just running good.
Yeah. Well, hey, we all need that.
Yeah.
We need to be good and we need to be lucky.
If you can play good and run good, that's a pretty good combination.
Latest flop 789. check, check.
So Tyler's linked in versus Billy and Billy's straight back, and it started about 16 bigs. I'm kind of surprised that Billy hadn't put Tyler in.
The next call goes Tyler. The Jack will play it. Is that going to be the same for the Goliath chooser stack? Yes, it is. But only one bag will be going through today too. It's not condensing stacks or anything like that. If you do manage to get unlucky and you feel like flicking it in for another day, then yes, but please be aware, when you play and you bag up, you can't register for multiple day ones. It will have to be done at the end of the night. Like always, you can't register for every single day of Goliath, like 7-day ones, and try and bag up every single day. It
would be hilarious if you could accumulate all the stacks though.
Wow!
And just play it like a play like a £2,000 buy-in and just take through massive.
We talked about it earlier, and there have been events where you do condense your stack.
There was one
and
in
you say
Australia
them all
this year that there was like my friends are in Australia, and there's something called like the accumulator.
Yeah.
And there were I think about 8 or 9 different day ones, and then you could play every single one of them if you were that inclined. And then I don't know. I'm also thinking how rich you've got to be to play a 1k accumulator. You've got to have way too much money for that.
Yeah, so it will be chooser stack at Goliath. So if you go through on day 1A, which will be the Saturday, if you want to try again on another day 1, you can. And your biggest stack will be taken through for day 2. There is a turbo flight for Goliath as well. And I know it's weird that it's in July. We're already talking about Goliath. It's like
it's for a lot of people the biggest event of the year.
We've said it for years. It's a lot of people's Vegas.
Yes.
It's a lot of people's Vegas, and then they go to Coventry for 10 days. And they stay in Coventry for 10 days because they want to play as much of the Goliath as possible. Yeah. And the experience,
an attraction for a lot of players.
Absolutely. The experience from walking in and doing the flips in the morning.
The £10 flips for the seat.
Yeah, how good are they? They just took off. It was like, right, you're doing them again next year. And I'm like, okay.
I was surprised at how many of them were just running all of the time.
20 seats every day. Yeah. It was just insane. And they only run for an hour. And we got 20 seats every single day. They're just brilliant. I think we did have one lad last year did one of the days, and he had more flips than it would have cost to buy straight in.
That happens to someone.
It is what it is. Absolutely.
Yeah. So when Limp to the gun, Tom raised 5 times the big blind out of the small, and the big blind is peeled as well. Pretty interesting spot for Tom with the ace of hearts. He's got a hand that could end up blocking some turns and rivers if he decided to bet him. And then Taneo's got the absolute world with the 10-8 of hearts. Yeah, I'm not too surprised to see Tom bet here because he's got so many cards that he can continue barreling.
Yeah.
10, a king, an ace mix on top there, a heart, he's probably just going to triple it off.
10 of clubs, it's a turn. So Turner takes the lead as well as having the redraw for the flush, not only redraw for the flush, he obviously got the gut shot as well.
Probably bet about 12-13k here, he's going to go for a pretty decent size bet on the turn. Oh, it's checks, that's kind of interesting. I would have thought with a heart that you'd want to set up a river shove on hearts.
There goes check, check, and the ace of clubs hits the river, so Tom gets the reversals and takes the pot. If we get to showdown, that is.
with a very small block bet on this river.
So I bet 2.6 on the river from Tom. Tim come out in the tank with a stack of 70,000, just under. Tim makes a really good fold. So yes, it's not surrender stack, which is a good point from reality. It's not surrender your stack. You wouldn't have to give up 100k. You would definitely be into day 2 if you're bagged up. But you do have a chance of making it a bigger stack by playing an optional day 1 during the week. But that's all in the future. We've got Goliath in July and August. But right now it is London. I'm going to pass back over to Jay Harwood, who's got himself a coffee and some chicken tenders and whatever else he's eaten.
It's gone for Nando's.
And that's it, exactly. That's where he's off. But oi, a quick word to old Wacky Jackson. Jason Glatzer, how are we doing?
Oh, I love a bit of Jason.
No, you can't beat a bit of the Wacky Jackson.
The last time that I did commentary was with Jason.
Well, there you go. I've done commentary with Jason as well. We've got things in common.
I've done commentary with Jason.
We've all got things in common with
everyone needs to calm down.
I've done it as well. Throughout 20 minutes.
He just tunes in from whichever part of the world he is, and the chat box, the comms box goes nuts. The Wacky Jackson, how are you doing, Jason? I hope things are well. We had a bit of snow where you were last time. So I'm going to hand over to Jay Harwood, and Jack is still in there. And whenever Jack wants to leave, just give us a shout. If not,
I'm going to very briefly leave.
Oh, we'll slide over for 2 minutes till you come back.
Yep, I'll be back in a sec.
Okie dokie.
Right, locked in till bagging and tagging.
Indeed.
As I sit down, Tom's got aces.
There you go.
Oh wow, Billy with jacks here. So Tom on the button, under the gun open from Jack with a 5-4 of diamonds. A bit optimistic, let's say that. Billy then 3-betting the jacks in the cut to 4.5k. Now Tom here with the aces, playing a stack of what's around 75 big blinds. Obviously 2 options open, flat option or come in for the cold 4. And Tom opts for the latter here, comes in for the 4-bet, makes it 10.8k. And now Tamer with 8s in the small, any pairs about, gets out the way. Jack is obviously going to fold, and then action on Billy here. Out of position to a very, very good player, probably one of the best in the field, and we're sitting there with 2 jacks. This is a very awkward spot because Tom more than capable of not necessarily having a hand in this spot.
There's so many people that have watched Tom play over the years. He's done a lot of the live streams. And if you keep that in mind, like you say, it could be any 2 as well having the boots. So aces for Tom Holt and 4-bet to 10.8. Billy Chat with the hooks.
Aye-ya!
Oi.
Aye-ya! Jack 5-5. I'd like to see a check here from Tom on this particular board. Could potentially come in for a very, very small bet somewhere around the 4-5k remit. It's either that or check. It's going to be the 2 options here. Don't need to go no more than a 3rd pot, 4th pot here. It's going to be a fairly small size that he's going to elect to go. 6.3, so opt for just under a 1/4 pot.
9 of diamonds rolls on the turn. Back on Billy, who checks.
And now once we've been called on the flop, here is Tom. Definitely going to go bet now. Like Billy, range of hands, you cancel out kings and queens in there. Obviously Jacks is a little worried. We block ace king and ace queen with the 2 aces in our hand, so a lot of times like Billy it's just going to have kings queens here a lot. And let's see if Tom can manoeuvre his way out of this one. I don't think he can. I think it's going to be curtains in a 4-bet pot. be very
16.5.
He's just going to have to go bet, and he's going to get the bad news. May save him if Billy Rivers quads. I think that's probably the only way that Tom is going to still be in this tournament at the end of this hand. Or he could do it the easy way and river an ace. That's that's another option.
If Billy just calls a good river an ace.
Yeah, we could always hit an ace, but 2 outs unlikely.
Which is exactly what he's just done. We all know what Tom's rooting for.
Ooh, King of Diamonds. So that's actually a really bad card for us as Tom here, because Billy can most certainly have kings in this spot, as well as maybe a hand like they can't have. We've got the ace of diamonds in our hand actually, so can't really have a flush here. Queen 10 of diamonds, the only combination of flush you can really have in this 4-bet pot. But he's probably going to fold that out of position to Tom, and now Tom on the river.
So he's just going to set him in, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate hand, really. Obviously, we are wary about jacks and obviously kings as well that have now got there on the river, but got to think of hands that Billy's called the 4-bet with and called 2 streets here, especially because we got the ace of diamonds as well. Like, it's not like never going to have a backdoor flush draw. Queen 10 of diamonds, the only combination as we mentioned, and what a check!
Oh, it was check.
And very good check from Tom Hall with the aces.
Might have seen a bet just to see what kind of things Tom would have been going.
That's a really good check back. Like, I know we've been caught twice, but still, like in a 4-bet pot, ranges are so defined, and it's only really one combo, Queen 10 of diamonds, and then we've got jacks and kings there as well, 3 combos of each, so literally only 7 combos we're worried about in that spot.
But Tom's still in with the 25k as it stands at the moment. A big hand for Billy Chataway against Tom Hull in level number 9 of the day. Good to have you on board, Jason. I'm going to hand you over to Jack Arncastle right now with Jay saved with the flush, the straight draw, the king. Jack taking over back with you surely. These 2 legends are in the box right now.
You just caught the end of that, Jack. What do you think?
I did catch the end. I think that's a very good check by Tom. Is Tower in the booth if he doesn't make a really loud noise when he stands up?
What? Tower in the booth?
No, it's like, you know, Tower's in the booth. It's like when he gets up from the commentary.
Oh, like, yeah. I get you.
He sounds like part of him is just dying
every time he stands up. So Tamer opening the button here. Wouldn't mind seeing a 3-bet with this particular holding from Lodium. Just going to flat the ace deuce here, and
cool, seems fine. So that feels like you can do both with this hand.
Jack's going to take the spot with the old Queen 8 in the big. Makes it 8.2k to go. Two quick folds. Nice little pick up from Jack there with the Queen 8. I'm sure I'll see you at some point this year, Jason. I think I'm definitely doing Malta again, so if you're on the comms throughout the week in Malta before the FT, I'll definitely see you.
Who's this guy think he is, eh? Jamie Nixon. Jack the Tower Hardcastle. I'd just like to say my spine is in much better condition than his.
I thought Jamie was coming in as well, actually. I forgot about that. That's how I said Jamie was going to come in and do some comms.
Yeah, he's just gone back home now.
Having a rest up before tomorrow. Ace-Jack suited for Tyler. So Clodian going to call on the button. Eunice with the 7-4 here, getting 6.5 to 1 in this money. Probably going to flick in the defend. King 10 for a rainbow. So the 7-4 takes the lead. A good board for Tyler to continue here.
The problem with defending these kind of hands, it's like you have made the best hand occasionally, and it's still like unlikely you're going to win the part.
Yeah, I think on this particular board, you expect Eunice to fold to continue from Tyler here, depending on size, and this goes really small.
Yeah, but even if you are ahead, like how many cards will you be dodging?
Yeah, exactly. So it's just
really
so
don't
much
have any visibility.
Out of position as well. Just bottom pair. I know we can see Eunice is in front, but looks like he is going to make the call with bottom pair. And the only good turns for us are 7s and 4s, really. Like facing a double barrel, we've just got to let it go.
Like Tyler could still just decide to rip it here if he wanted to.
Opts not to, checks behind. Mover is the 10 of hearts. So we are actually quite happy about that run out as Eunice here with the 7-4.
Yeah, Eunice has somehow found a way to win this hand. I don't think Tyler's going to shot this river.
Yeah, not a good river to bluff. Once the 10 runs off, and the 7-4 is good.
So Jason's in Madrid for next week. Is it next week or 2 weeks?
I'm not sure. I think it's. I don't actually know. I know it's coming up. MPMT.
Yeah.
Madrid.
My knowledge of the schedule is not very good at the moment. There are like a few things floating about, and I'm not sure when everything is. Jason, if I can I go do some commentary with you? This is like, honestly, might be the decider.
Oh wow. 6,
Shove
6,
blind versus blind,
5.
15 big blinds,
And that is it. That will be that. Dead. And the Ace King is going to be out the door. Even gives him a fist bump, takes it in good spirit. Unlucky for Tyler there. Just as Jack said, it was just blind on blind, 15 bigs, Queen 6 just shoving, and obviously the Ace King. That's the call.
Yes, yeah, Jason, that was unreal. We were stuck at the airport for an extra few hours. They delayed our flight because over the announcer they said that the plane was actually missing a part.
That's very encouraging, isn't it, about the
Yeah,
plane?
we boarded the plane. I was sat there with Christine as well, who was doing commentary with both of us. And then after a while, the plane wasn't taken off. We were just thinking, what's happening here? Like, you know, like normally it takes about 10 minutes and then you start flying. And then the announcement came that they were missing a part of the plane.
What, so you had to just get
We
off
left the plane. We left the plane,
and
and then we were there for like another 3 hours.
So you just went to a bar, I'm taking it, or what?
Yeah, so there was like a very small room, like as you were trying to board the plane. So there was like one small bar there, and then there was a smoking room, because it's Eastern Europe, they've just got a smoking room in the airports, right? So either people were just like chain smoking in that room, or like getting completely hammered at the bar. And then about 3.5 hours later, we managed to fly home.
What's going on here? Did I just see a free bet there with the 4 deuce? Yes, I did. So Clodian free betting the 4
Open
deuce.
from 3 deuce suited, and yeah, I think I'm just going to give up on the, I'm giving up on the commentary and I'm handing it over to Jay.
I don't even know what to say about that one. I don't know why Tamer's opening the 3 deuce. May have something to do with whoever was in the big blind. Carlos weren't at the table, so there was a dead big blind.
I would just like to say to everyone who's watching this that this tournament is very good.
Yeah, it is. So I'm guessing that's why Tamer opened.
When 4 high can 3 bet and have the best hand, it's a good tournament.
Yeah, for 3 bet for value with the 4 high, it gets killed by worse. But I'm guessing Tamer don't open that spot if Carlos is at the table. And I'm guessing the 4 deuce don't 3 bet if Carlos is at the table. It might have been that dynamic that the big blind was set out, that there was 3 chips there, and maybe he just knew what Tamer was up to. It's the best explanation I can give.
Putting a lot of effort into that
Yeah,
explanation.
we're trying
Yeah.
to find something why we saw what we just did. But if there's ever an advert to play a GUKPT, that was one of them.
Yep.
And Tom with the ladies here, done very well to still be in this tournament.
Yeah, Tom just like dodged the bus where everyone else is just out of the tournament.
Yeah. That's the difference. That is. So Queens of Tom, still the best hand. Right, has come ace high. Ace 8-4, 2 diamonds. Comes in for what looks like quarter pot, 1.5. Carlos is going to stick around and Billy's going to overcall with the old bottom pair and backdoor flush draw. So I'd be very surprised if this didn't check through here on the turn. Very hard for us as Tom to get value from anything worse after betting twice in this spot with Queens. Not going to fold out in the ace-X.
Nope, seems very likely it checks through. So I'd expect this to check to Tom again, who could probably go for a small value bet.
Jason, Annie Hills is not playing today. I'm not actually sure where he is. He'll probably be down tomorrow.
He's probably cashed some like WPT Botswana or something.
San Marino or something. Yeah,
Flag Hunter Wills, yeah. Yeah, time to bet about 3k here. Yeah, 3.6. Third part. Very
Carlos
reasonable.
is a non-believer. The Queens, Tom, are good. He travelled to something like 24 different countries last year for poker.
I mean, the flags that he I think it's 26 or 27 flags he has.
Yeah.
Which is absurd.
Yeah, last year it was 19 cashes in 19 different countries. He won the Hendemore flag hunter trophy.
Yeah. I mean, that's his thing though, it just is the flag hunter.
Yeah, just travels everywhere and does it everywhere. And
but not just that, he still made a WSOP final table
yeah,
last year.
yeah, of course, yeah. WSOP. He's won a GUKPT.
Yeah. He's everywhere.
Yeah. Ace Jack of clubs under the gun.
Not quite as good as the 3D suited, but left it open, I think.
Has Clodian got it in for Tamer? So
I'm not sure. I don't know.
So
possibly.
Once again, Tamer opens, and Clodian decides to free bet the Ace 10 suited under the gun +1, strong positions.
What I will say is the sizing kind of looks like what it is. He's free betable to take initiative, is what a lot of players would think in this spot. I think with an actually good hand like Kings or Queens, they'd probably go for a lot into the sizing. But if you're just going to flop top trips, then
flop trips,
that's fine, yeah.
Easy as that. So Clodian coming in for a continue. At 4k. Tamer going to call once with the Ace Jack suited. Got some nice backdoor possibilities. That is one of them. Tamer now up and down on the turn.
If you 3-bet this spot, you just have to go to stack, stack it here.
Yeah, of course.
12k on the turn, shove the river. You're probably not bluffing this spot, but then again, you've just got top trips, so in it goes. Everyone one's pretty small because I would have thought you wanted to set it up to get stacks in on river and this deceptively strong.
What's player is Tamer with Ace Jack?
It's really awkward
yeah,
because I just don't think he's bluffing.
I know, it's a weird spot. And Tamer does choose to call again. And we'll see a river, which is the King of Diamonds. Wow, did he check back? Wow, didn't fancy going for value. Wow, it's so hard for Tamer to have a flush there because of the diamonds that are on board. The only remaining diamonds are Queen Jack and Ace. Like, so hard. And maybe he hasn't got it in for Tamer.
No, he has it in him until he makes trips, and then he can just check it down.
Yeah, what a life. 3-bet the ace-10, flop trips. There we go, 15 minutes left of this level, and that'll take us into level 10, final one of the day. We will be finishing up between 12:15 and 12:30. So Clodion limping under the gun, the Queen 7 suited. Oh, it's Tamer's big blind, that's why. Wants to play a pot with Tamer. And Tamer makes it 3.1k.
What the poker cash does?
Oh, downstairs, and then you go through the door to this right at the back corner. That's it. No problem.
Generally, the cash desk is not in the commentary booth. That's what I like.
Cheers, Brad. We'll catch you later. I'll probably see you on tomorrow. And Tamer, after raising out the big blind, make it 3.1k. Clodion decided to peel the Queen 7. And after flopping bottom pair here, he's just going to let it go. And Tamer gets a better hand to fold. Cheers, Jason. I'm sure we'll speak to you over the weekend at some point. Thanks for tuning in.
Catch you later.
You ever played the Goliath before, Jack?
No, I played the side event this year, the 200 side that had 1,000 runners.
You need to play it.
The Goliath's just not for me, I don't think. It's not my tournament.
What do you mean, not your tournament? Just like...
well, it's £100.
Yeah, I get that.
It's like... It's 10-handed until you get kind of deep, I think, because of just how many players enter it. So they don't really have the table space.
Actually, the 10-handed bit, that's a point, but there's not much we can really do.
No, of course. I mean, that's like just the nature of the tournament. There's nothing that's...
All Sunside players, 1 minute remaining on break. Please make your way back to your seats.
You've got Billy opening 10-8, one's folding to him in the cut-off, and Tom on the button here, basically. Another hot chocolate, please.
10-8 off is pretty loose with Tom on the button, who's not going to make a mistake.
This one makes it 5.5. Action back on Billy here. Going to take some time before folding. Eunice jacks under the gun, raised to 1.8. Billy jack 10 suited, going to come along in the hijack. up to the flop. Oh! Any flops about. But Billy, up and down straight flush draw and Eunice here with the jacks.
Seems quite likely to get a lot of chips going.
Yeah, it's, I'd be very surprised if a lot of chips didn't go in. Thank you. So Eunice continuing here, and Billy with the jack 10 of diamonds comes in for a raise. Expect this against the stack size, effective stack size here. What we're playing, just under 40 bigs. Just a call from Eunice. Brick on the turn. That's a great card for Eunice here. Now 9-8 suited. All three combos of that gets counterfeited. Interesting spot now. After the turn's gone check.
Yeah, Billy just doesn't have a hand in.
Yeah,
he's just blocked everything that you want to have. This is also an argument for calling, even though you've got a hand this strong. It means you could just always call every single turn card, rather than now check back and face this pretty awkward river spot where you don't really know if you want to bluff or not.
Did you see that? He got two piles in one hand and then put one out with the other hand.
I didn't actually catch that, no.
So the jacks do take the pot. Complete brick for the jack 10 of diamonds. Billy. When it comes to the Goliath Jack, it's one of the best like comps to commentate on and watch because you see things you'd never ever see. Like,
I'm sure it's absolute chaos.
Yeah, it's like it is great. It is a really good week. It's a good watch.
It's probably like going to the zoo for a day.
Yeah. One way to put it.
It's like watching monkeys fling things at each other.
Chips, yeah, just chips going everywhere. Yeah, chips exactly like that. So Clodian, 3-betting Tom's open. Tom just gets out the way with the ace-9 off. Most certainly had his 3-betting shoes on this session, Clodian. Going Vegas this year?
Yes, I will be. Two of my friends are getting married out there.
Oh, lovely.
So I will be there for the end of May. but I'm undecided if I'm going to do the whole summer. I'm going to go out there for their wedding and then maybe play a couple of WSOP events and then hang out in LA or San Diego for a bit, and then maybe come back for the main. Like, I honestly might do it in 2 separate trips this year. Because before, when I've gone there, it's like it's great for the first week or 2, and eventually it wears you down a little bit. Like if you're grinding tournaments every single day, it's a bit rough after a while. So yeah, I might just do it in 2 separate trips.
So Claudia limping in the cut-off with the 9-8, and Jack ISOs on the button makes it 2.8. Alexios comes to the table and he's straight into the mix with the 7-4 suited. 3-bet to 8.5k, and first hand he sits down and comes in for the 3-bet with the 7-4 out of the big, and it's good. Alexios actually chopped the grand final a couple of years ago. Yeah, yeah.
Who did he chop it with?
Chopped it with. Oh no, he didn't. He lost heads up to Ben Windsor. He lost heads up to Ben Windsor. 2000.
Doesn't everyone?
Yeah. Don't most people. So blinds are going to be going up this hand. Tame up 9-8 suited opens, and Clonian not insta folding. And Clonian comes in with a 3-bet to 5.5k.
This has started quite recently, I would say. This is resembling poker.
Tamer's going to start. This is the third time Tamer's opened early position, and Clodian has a 3-bet on his direct left, and I'm sure Tamer will be getting fed information as well, so he should be aware that he's already been 3-bet by the 4 deuce and the ace 10. So Tamer going to peel 9-8 suited and will be off to a flop. That's a good flop. Queen 7-6 rainbow, 1 club. One of the flops we're looking for. One was peel this hand, flopping up and down, draw. Podium continues for 5.2. Tamer is not going to be going anywhere.
Will he raise though? Because he has the back door club draw, so he can rip some turns in as well.
Just going to make the call.
10 would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would. King of spades rolling off on the turn. Check.
So the 9 high absolutely has to bluff it.
Of course, yeah, of course. What size do you let go there, Jack? What are we trying to target the fold?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because you've got 9-8, so you do unblock the 10s and jacks in their range that would free bet and then probably see about the flop still. You've got some queens like ace queen that you probably still want to block. So if you were to go for a smaller sizing, especially on this queen 7-6 rainbow, it's hard to have many bluffs. So a third part seems pretty reasonable. I mean, checking 9 high does not seem like the play. But if you were to bet a third pot, I'd be very much behind it. I mean, as a golden rule is, if you get to the river with a hand that you can bluff with, and then they have better bluffs that fold, so they could get to the river with like ace 10, for example, and then they're automatically folding every time, you absolutely have to bluff it. I feel like a third pot is probably best, but you can probably go for a couple of different sizings if you wanted to. It's just really hard to be bluffing on.
Yeah, it was so hard. Once we call flop,
I feel like repping an ace queen kind of hand works pretty well there. Tamer is not slowing down at all.
Ace deuce now. Carlos. Ace 3 suited on the button here. Going to be continuing.
Harry Chapman in the chat says no prizes for being in it. And to an extent I agree with that, because if you play in this wide free and you'll get to the river with 9 high and not bluffing, then it defeats the point of even having these hands. If you're going to be playing wide, you need to be putting people in spots.
Carlos makes the call with ace 3. And it looks like Billy's in as well.
What a great table.
It's been good. It's been the best session of the day by a mile, and we're not even halfway through it yet.
No, just talking to Reza Fazeli, and he was saying Is this a combination of 2K, 3K, 5K players and Monkey and 1K players aiming for the 1500? So it's a combination of both. So you're getting the elite, and you're also getting your regs, but you're also getting the regs on the tour as well. Yeah. And the 1500 buy-in is actually pitch perfect for an absolute quality game. Yeah. And he was saying exactly that. He said, I've got absolutely quality players that normally play 5K, but I've got people who play 500 and 1K because we want to play it.
Yeah. It's a great turnout. Faces the field like
impressive tomorrow. Day 1B tomorrow. Don't forget, these guys can multi-stack as well. If they want to choose a stack, they can bag up today and then buy in for tomorrow as well. And whatever the biggest stack is for day 2, that will go through. That's new for multi-flight comps on the Grosvenor estate this year. Be interesting at Goliath. I think a lot of people have been craving for that for years. They don't want to take 8 bigs through, they don't want to take 10 bigs through. We had surrender stack. Yes, not many players surrender the stack to gamble, but if you can actually play a full day 1 again from the beginning, it's totally different. I think it's a great idea.
And the thing is about that though, you get that dynamic at the end of the day. Someone who's already bagged up, let's say 150k, they're sitting with 140k, they can just try and get that 140k in and try and double and get a bigger stack. Like, it really will create a completely different dynamic.
Also speaking to Riggy, who won the seniors yesterday. He reckons it's nailed on that he's going to win it.
What, the Goliath?
No, the seniors.
Oh, the seniors?
Because the seniors gets a package for next year. And he reckons he's nailed on to win it. He's pretty confident. Because he's got the factor that a lot of the guys in London won't be travelling up north. And then the field here is bigger than probably anywhere in the country. So he's going to get more points this week than anywhere else in the country. And the field's going to be half what it is come Manchester, Edinburgh, and that. And he's worked it out that he thinks he's nailed it.
Is it £1,000 at Manchester?
Yes, it is. 11:10. Yeah, 11:10. So yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first leg of 2020. Jack and Jay have been here in the comms box the last couple of hours. They've been enlightening listening to it. I've been listening to it on the side, telling people that you can watch it on Twitch and YouTube and the Facebook page. It is awesome.
Torres Kid 63 on Twitch asks, what is the seniors package?
Now you're asking. Now you are asking. But he said there's a senior. He said they did tell me there was a package for the seniors event for next year. I suppose we're better speaking. We'll get there. We'll find out exactly what you get for winning the seniors. But Riggy said there was a package involved. And why would we not listen to what Riggy says? He's definitely playing them all because he won himself a diamond package as well for the end of last year. So heading towards the last, we're in the last hour of the day. This is the last level, blinds of 500, 1,000. The numbers stagnated a little. Give you the exact numbers. It was 14 seats and £450 in the Super Satellite, which was a fabulous turnout. 122 in the main event, and there are currently 36 players left.
You got quads, no?
Send it further.
Yeah. Any of these players you had on your table today, this week?
Yeah, I was on that table earlier. I was with on the same table as Tom. Tom obviously playing extremely well, as per usual.
He's a great player. Does he play online as much as he used to?
He's still playing all the time.
Yeah.
But it's just like, I think he plays more live now, but you still see him around online for sure. Made a final table with something on Sunday a few weeks back together. So.
Oh, sweet. So what's the plans for tomorrow for yourself, Jack? Are you flicking it back in? Are you going to try again?
I'll be playing again. I probably won't register from the absolute start, but
Nope.
I'll be in for probably big blind 200 or something.
Yeah.
Play when the antes start, because that's where the tournament starts.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we have short-handed tables. After that, we reckon 25, 50, 50, 100 these days become more and more obsolete in more tournaments a year than you see anywhere in the world. The GUKPT still has that 25, 50 and 50, 100 level, and then the 75, 150. But maybe that's the reason why we have short-handed tables at the start, but they soon fill up. They soon get pretty full. So back to the table, we've had a raise, a 3-bet to 6.1. Eunice will get out of the way. And I think Billy is going to see a flop. I want to see a flop. Indeed he does.
Tom needled me earlier for 3-betting just 2.9k instead of 3k. And instead of 3-bet to 6k, he's been at 6.1. The absolute hypocrisy of this.
Jack 4-6. Whiffs both players.
Tom probably continue for about a quarter of the pot. He's gone for a slight upside on this board. I was expecting more of a bet of about 4k.
So quickly back to the seniors packages. We've already instantly got the answer from PK, who runs all the social media. The package for the Seniors National League, there are 3 prizes. First place will get a 1,000 main event seats, 2 25 seats, 2 deep stack seats, 1 seasonal special, 1 Goliath ticket, and 50% of any money collected. That's not bad. So there we go. There
Seniors
we go.
League is new for this year, right? It's like 2 separate
It is.
leagues.
First time they've ever done a seniors tour, or seniors a tour within a tour. So the seniors is going to be on every leg.
so I expect to see you in those tournaments.
Well, thanks very much. Well, they have moved them to Wednesday, so I could actually play them on the Wednesday.
Yeah, do it.
So, second place will get a 500 seat, 2 25-25s, 2 deep stacks, 1 seasonal special, 1 Goliath. And third will get 2 25-25 seats, 2 deep stack seats, 1 seasonal and 1 Goliath seat. Great effort and a good touch. And Riggy says he's already favourite to win it. Pretty impressive.
That's a strong claim.
It is. The first event he played live this year, he won it. And he says, I think you're going to win the lot. So there we go. Riggy the man. Well, he's the man to catch.
Yeah.
And I don't think we'll get a field as big as 93 anywhere else in the country.
No, not as much as here.
So you'll get more points for London.
Good luck to winning the geriatric championship. Hey, Kevin.
Hello, Sam.
All right, Sam. Why are you stood there? Unbelievable. Kevin Allen won the grand final 2014. Sounds years away. It's like,
because it is.
Well, I know it's more than 5 years now, and it's like more than 5 years now, and it's just like in a different generation. I suppose it was last decade.
Yeah, I mean it's still 6 years.
It is. Kevin Allen is an absolute legend when it comes to the GUKPT. So as we are around about 40 minutes away from the end of the day, Jack and Jay are going to take it through to the end. We're going to get some interviews and reactions from the guys who are bagging and tagging. So we'll be doing that while the boys are keeping you entertained live here in London. Over to the boys.
Miss anything? Anything interesting?
There have been some hands, but I mean there's always going to be some hands.
Talking about the Ringe Master, Tony Ringe. I'm assuming that's about
the Ringe Master.
Yeah. Tamer Ace Deuce suited. No, Clodian's free bit him again!
It's just unrelenting, isn't it?
He's relentless on Tamer. He might even 4-bet here, Tamer, and just go for it, because how Clodian has been against him. The dynamic is there. It seems like every time Tamer opens, Clodian just wants to 3-bet him.
In fairness, he's actually had like
Ace 10, Ace Jack, 4 deuce, yeah, Ace 10,
the
Ace
4
Jack,
deuce,
4 deuce, yeah, he had 4
I think
deuce.
the 4 deuce skews that a bit.
So, he's just going to pill, play out of position post flop. And we've got action.
It could just be going in.
Nut flush draw for Tamer and Clodian.
But even with the nut flush draw, it kind of sucks because when they bet this board, they're probably going to be strong quite often. And even a hand like ace queen is not betting to fold.
Yeah, of course, yeah. There's a snap shove from the tamer. Clodion makes the call. And tamer is looking for a club, and they are all live. There are no clubs in the muck. Ace on the turn, 3 on the river, so tamer, we're going to lose him. Couldn't make the flush, and Clodion up to nearly 120k, 120 big blinds. Tamer is going to be glad to see the back of him.
He's probably got sick of it.
No, just let's get out of here.
Deals in the main event, let's finish the hand, please hold clear. That's the main event, let's finish the hands around, and then hold clear.
Dino Dean's in the Twitch chat.
Yes, Hardcastle.
Do you know who that is?
I believe I know who that is.
Main event dealers, once you finish the hand you're on, we'll be dealing final 5 hands, 40 hands. So if you've started your shuffle, please complete that hand, and then 5 more hands, 40 hands.
I must say the soundproofing is not.
What, the soundproof booth?
You can hit every announcement.
Yeah, I know. It's good. This is probably the worst leg, like where we're situated. A lot of the other legs we have like our own room or something. And
yeah, was it Reading? You had like
Reading, Reading separate room, Luton separate room. There's a few that we've got a room and a few that are out in the open.
Yeah. We're just situated between the poker room and a restaurant.
Yeah, and a bar.
And a bar.
Like. So, Clodion limped the King 8 suited. Carlos completed the 6-3, and Billy checked his option with Queen 5. And, it's going to be Clodion's pot here. Once he bets, neither hand is going to continue. He likes a limp Clodion.
He loves it, doesn't he? It's in the mix.
Yeah, some chips on this table. Looking at the stacks, average in the room right now, probably between 60 and 70.
Yeah, I know who it is. I figured it out. Not that it's a hard one to figure out, but I know who that is.
You got 10.
I was looking tonight, lads, beat some interesting feature tables. That's one way of phrasing it.
Yeah, it's been good. There's been definitely some really good players and some.
I just wanted more Terry to be
plays.
honest.
Yeah, Terry was great.
I just want Terry for the entire time.
The entertainment when Terry's on. 100% B-pip usually, and just going to town. Ace 10-3, rainbow, flop. Continue from Carlos with a quick fold. Yeah, no, it's been a good watch this session, to be honest with you. Throughout the day before you actually came in, Jack, it was quite like a slow day, not many hands.
Sort of like C-bets with the phone.
Exactly that, yeah. It's just the last couple of sessions have been a very, very good watch. Logs, has there ever been a 9-bet? Not on stream. Then we saw Niall Farrell 6-bet rip ace-5 last year in Edinburgh, I think it was. I think that's the highest we've got up to on stream.
On specifically the GUKPT stream, a 6-bet.
Yeah,
because I know 7-bets are a thing.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of 7-bets.
Yeah, but specifically on GUKPT, I don't.
I'd just like to say, if you're going to have a 9-bet, it should probably be aces.
Yeah. But isn't the guy 8-betting? Shouldn't he only 8-bet with only aces as well? So we're just chopping, ain't we? 9-bet. Ace 10 in the hijack for Alexios makes it 2.2. Billy, King Jack suited on the button makes it 6.5.
Alexios actually has a pretty reasonable 4-bet category.
Chooses to just call, play, post flop, out of position. Ace 5 at 6 rainbow. Billy should be betting this board a lot of the time here with the ace of clubs there as well. We've got a lot of good double barrel candidates on the turn. Alexios obviously not going anywhere after flopping top pair. Deuce of hearts rolls off.
It'd be pretty tough for Billy to win this one.
Yeah, I think it's got a shot now. Once Alexios calls us on the flop, we're only really targeting like 7s, 8s, not those type of hands that are going to fold to a double barrel. I guess 7-8 suited in there as well that you can call flop with.
Let's go for it though.
Yeah, 16.5. Obviously, planning on setting up a river jam, you suspect. Just over half pot here. And this isn't a good spot for Alexios here with ace 10. It's really difficult to be in front in this spot. Billy obviously got ace king, ace queen, ace jack in his range. Bluffs wise and maybe some double barrel hearts that he picked up on the turn. Do have the 10 of hearts in our hand though as Alexios, so from a removal standpoint less likely, but this is a pretty gross spot, especially because of stack sizes.
It's not fun to see this if you're Alexios. Especially if you feel like you're going to be uncertain on the river, or then face a jam.
Just moves all in with the ace 10.
See, I would not do that because if you're running it versus ace king, ace queen, ace jack, that you're just so dead versus those hands. And there's not really many draws on that board. You're not denying lots of equity by moving in with ace 10.
We're never getting called off by worse, so it's like we're either just going to get snapped by better or just going to.
That looks like you're just quite scared and you want the hand to be over. Without thinking, if I move all in here, what am I going to get called?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is always going to be a better hand.
But good timing again.
They seem to know, don't they? Yeah. Just every time they just move all in and they don't go fast.
Alright, we've got about half hour left of the day. Thanks to everyone that's been tuned in throughout the day and still tuned in now. We are back tomorrow from 12:30 to kick off day 1B. Might see you on the feature, Jack.
Potentially. depends if I'm going to be there for the first level.
Yeah,
the 25-50 level. I can't say it's my favourite.
Yeah, I don't think it's many people's favourite. So Eunice opening 9-7 suited under the gun. Billy peeling 7-5 suited in the cut-off, and Tom here on the button makes the call with the ace queen. And Jack now getting a nice price to defend the 6-2 suited. And it's 4-2 the flop.
I'm surprised that Tom didn't squeeze here. Seems like a pretty reasonable spot versus two clearly wider ranges.
King 10-2, 2 diamonds. So the 6 deuce of Jack actually in the lead here. Facing any bet would have to get out of the way. So Billy now with the 7 high checks. Tom snap checks behind. We see a turn. I would like to see the low continue now from Eunice. Once we open this hand under the gun, we turn it up and down after his check through on the flop. But Alexa just checked with his 9-7, and Tom checks behind with the ace queen. 10 of diamonds on the river, so the 6 deuce gets the check mark. And Jack, if it gets the showdown, is going to scoop this pot.
Yeah, which is a pretty surprising result, I'd say, on this board. Tom, whilst he had equity, doesn't have a mandatory bet on flop or turn, but it's definitely reasonable to do so.
So Eunice now comes in firing at 6.7k, and Tom not instant passing here with the ace queen.
So Eunice is only repping a 10 here. We wouldn't have a king check twice and then bet this size on a river that could very clearly improve heading onto a 10. Because a 10 would check through from everyone twice.
Be impressed when he makes this call.
Yeah,
Very
the old
impressed.
bluff call, get something behind to fold better.
Yeah, the 6 2 is obviously going to snap fold if Tom calls. It's just basically like I said, a 10.
Tom also has the Queen of Hearts, and if we're going to go to that level, when you open under the gun, the 10s you're going to have will be suited, most likely. So having the Queen of Hearts when the 10 of spades and the 10 of diamonds are on board means you block another suited combo.
And ace 10 of clubs not a thing either as well.
Yeah,
with the
so
ace of
Tom
clubs.
actually has a really good ace queen to pull here. It's not just looking at any ace queen. It makes a lot of sense.
Makes the call, flicks it in. And Jack can't overcall here, unfortunately.